The cell smelled like old iron and the man who had been chained here before me. I tested the brand on my calf, still tender, still mine, still real, and decided that was enough proof I had not dreamed any of it. My sister would have known 3 different ways to use a chain like that as a weapon. I knew 0. That was going to be a problem. I sat on a ragged blanket and listened to the arena above me. Crowd noise rolled through the stone in waves, cheering, then metal, then silence, then a roar that shook dust from the ceiling. I knew the rhythm. Maya had explained it once over ramen, gesturing with chopsticks like a general briefing her staff. The warm-up bouts go first, then the executions, then the main card, and right now, the warm-ups were finishing, which meant I was next. 3 weeks ago, I was driving a refrigerated truck through Saitama. 6 hours of sleep in 2 days. Delivery deadline at 4 in the morning. The radio playing a song I did not recognize. Then a white rabbit in the middle of the road, and a steering wheel that did not turn fast enough, and a ditch, and silence, and a voice that was not mine apologizing for something I did not understand. Now, my name was Helion. I was branded property of the Cornelian Empire, and in 20 minutes, I had to kill a man with a spear I had never held. The white rabbit had been a dragon. It told me its name was Birth, and it said it was sorry, and it put my soul into this body like someone stuffing a letter into the wrong envelope. Helion's body was young and strong, the build of a soldier from a kingdom called Godele that the Empire had conquered. Whatever Helion had been before I arrived, he was gone now, and I was wearing him. A corporate drone borrowing the frame of a warrior and hoping the engine remembered how to run. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, heavy boots, a keyring jangling. The jailer was coming, and that meant it was my turn. They dragged me to the armory and handed me a spear, 6 meters long. The crowd laughed when I walked out with it. Even my opponent, a compact armored man the announcer introduced as Molnaga, warrior of 3 kills, stared at the length of it and snorted. He tossed his shield aside in contempt, one hand on his sword, one hand free, and his whole posture said he had already decided how this ended. The showman's voice boomed across the arena. He called me a survivor of the Gadol kingdom who had defied the empire, a lie, sold to the crowd like a discount ticket. Molnaga was the real attraction. 3 kills, a proven product. I planted the butt in the sand and felt my hands shake. I had never held a weapon in my life, not as Adrian, not ever. My body knew something my mind did not. The grip adjusted, the stance widened, but the knowledge was instinct without instruction, muscle with no manual. Then Maya's voice arrived. Not her, exactly, a memory. Her standing in our living room with a book about Honda Heihachiro open on her lap, pointing at an illustration of the famous spear Tonbukiri, and saying, in that bright, scolding, "I cannot believe you do not already know this tone of hers." Rather than thrust, whack. That is the essence of Yari in the Sengoku period. The spear was 6 meters long. Nobody thrust with 6 meters. They swung it overhead and bludgeoned. Molnaga charged. I swung. The shaft came down on his helmet with a crack that traveled up through my wrists and into my teeth. He staggered. His tongue caught between his jaws. I saw the blood at the corner of his mouth. The crowd went quiet. The man with 3 kills was on his heels, dazed, blinking behind a dented helmet. I should have finished it. I hesitated. My hands did not want to do what came next, but Molnaga charged again, sword high, survival overriding pain, because the rules of this place said one of us had to die. Maya's voice again, patient as a museum docent. Use the left hand as base, thrust with the right. The spear found its mark. The body fell. The crowd erupted. I stood in the sand holding a weapon I had never trained with, listening to strangers cheer for a kill I had not wanted, and felt my stomach turn inside out. Back in the cell, I vomited until there was nothing left. The bread Goswell brought afterward sat on the floor between us while my hands stopped shaking. Winter's rations. Goswell was a scarred old man with a white threaded beard and arms thicker than my thighs. He watched me with an expression somewhere between pity and appraisal. Great Giant Hellion, he said, and the title landed halfway between encouragement and a joke. The arena is buzzing with your name. Losers get death. Winners get glory. Drink up and win again. He showed me the rules document, an official scroll stamped by the Imperial Chancellor. 5 wins, and a slave gladiator earned freedom, plus plebeian citizenship. But the fine print was a knife. No medical care until after the 5th win. No healer, no surgeon, no herb woman. Injuries accumulated. Infections festered. Most slave gladiators died on fight 3 or 4, not because they lost, but because their body from fight 2 never healed. 5 wins. No safety net. The math was a death trap dressed in the language of mercy. I sat against the wall after Goswell left and did something I am not proud of. I tried to summon a status screen. I said the words in my head: level check, skill menu, stat display, the way every isekai protagonist does on page 1. I waited for a blue window to appear with numbers and categories and a reassuring ding sound. Nothing happened. No screen, no stats, no skills, no system. I was a reincarnator without a cheat sheet, just an office worker in a dead man's body with a sister's voice in his head and 5 fights between him and freedom. Then I saw the lizard. It was small and black, curled in the far corner, barely breathing, yellow spots on the neck and tail, golden eyes that opened when I knelt beside it and did not blink. It looked like it had been dying in here for days. I dripped water onto the stone near its mouth. It drank. I crumbled bread into dust and set it close. It ate. It nuzzled my finger with a nose the size of a lentil and then climbed onto my palm and fell asleep. Maya used to name every animal she met. The neighbor's cat was Mochi. The crow on the power line was Anko. She named them after sweets because she said sweet things deserved sweet names. I looked at the lizard on my palm, its round head, its trusting weight, its absolute disregard for the fact that I had just killed a man. And I named it Bolt, because Maya would have, because naming something meant you were keeping it, because I needed one living thing in this cell that was not waiting for me to die. Maya at 28, working at a museum, convinced she was a cool, bespectacled beauty when she was really a loud history nerd who could not stop lecturing her younger brother about dead warriors. Her ideal man was Honda Heihachiho. Her second favorite was Spartacus. She made me play history trivia with manga prizes on the line, and I pretended to hate it and memorized every answer anyway. I never thanked her. I never told her that the lectures stuck. I died in a ditch with the radio on, and the last thought I had was that she was going to be so angry I died doing something this stupid. Footsteps in the corridor again. Different rhythm. Heavier. Something else was coming. I tucked Bolt into the fold of my tunic and stood up. The showman came for me personally the next morning, a round man with a permanent sneer. He told me my name was now Gigas, Latin for giant, because the crowd had loved the spear, and he was not about to let a good brand go to waste. Then he told me the spear was gone. Cracked handle, he said. His face said otherwise. He was betting against me again, and this time he wanted to make sure. They led me to the armory. Standard fare lined the walls. I ran my PDCA cycle. Plan, do, check, act. Over the situation the way I used to run it over quarterly logistics reports. The opponent would have a shield. Every gladiator in this empire used one. My problem was not the man behind the shield. My problem was the shield. I reached for a throwing spear, then I saw it. Discarded in a corner, half buried under a broken buckler, there was a long-handled weapon with a chain and a metal head, a farming tool, a flail. Maya's voice arrived instantly, and this time she was not gentle about it. She was pacing the way she paced when she had found a new historical fact that she could not believe I did not already know. The Battle of the Golden Spurs, 1302, Flanders. Flemish citizen soldiers with farming flails against 1,000 mounted French knights in full plate armor. The knights died. The armor did not save them. Blunt force transmitted through plate, through padding, through bone. The flail did not need to cut. It needed to connect. I picked up the flail. The handle was solid. The chain was short. The head was heavy and honest. The crowd was going to laugh at me again. Good. Let them laugh. The French knights had laughed too. The announcer called him Kargis, lower-class gladiator, not a slave, which meant the kill was not mandatory, though nobody in the stands knew I was counting on that. He walked onto the sand like a wall deciding to move. Full face helmet with 2 eye slits. Right arm sheathed in metal plates. Left arm braced behind a rectangular shield taller than my chest, decorated with a snake pattern I could have admired under different circumstances. A gladius was tied to his right hand, so he could not drop it. Slow, armored, and confident. I walked out with the flail, and the crowd delivered exactly what I expected. Laughter. Someone yelled for me to thresh his wheat. Another offered to lend me a sword. I swung the flail in a slow arc as a feint. Kargis flinched. The chain moved in a way he had not seen before. Unpredictable. Whipping. The head tracing a circle his training had no answer for. Thank you, big sister. He charged. I adjusted. The textbook swing. Overhead. Full power. Centrifugal force building. Would have hit the shield and bounced, so I aimed for the edge. The handle struck the rim of the shield, and the chain kept traveling, wrapping over the top, and the iron head whipped around and cracked against the side of his helmet. He stumbled. The crowd stopped laughing. He came again, roaring something about the giant title belonging to him, demanding I give it back. I hit the shield edge again. The head found his helmet again. Then I changed targets. His right hand, the one with the gladius bound to it, the one he could not drop, the one that was his only offensive weapon. I hit it, and I hit it again, and again. Kargis curled into a ball on the sand. His hand was useless. His shield was dented. His helmet was crooked. Through the eye slits, I could see his eyes, and they were the eyes of a man who knew he was about to die and was too afraid to stand. I heard it, that small sound underneath the crowd's roar, a whimper, low and human and unmistakable. And I remembered that Molnaga had probably made a sound like that too, at the end, but I had been too terrified to hear it. I planted my foot on his back and shouted the words every winner was supposed to shout: glory and prosperity to the Chronelian Empire. My voice cracked on the last word. Nobody noticed. Then I leaned down, close enough that only Kargis could hear, and I said the first real sentence I had spoken aloud since arriving in this world. I will spare you, so quickly put me on your shoulder and run around the arena cheerfully. His eyes went wide behind the slits. He did not understand. He did not need to. Yes, he said. His voice was shaking. Yes, I will carry you. Run around. Whatever you say. He lifted me onto his shoulders. I was not light, but Kargis was larger, and fear is a remarkable fuel. He stood, swayed, steadied, and ran. We circled the arena, a defeated gladiator carrying his victor on his shoulders like a child on a festival day. The crowd went from confused silence to scattered applause to a roar that rattled the wooden palisades. Coins flew, flowers, chunks of bread. Someone in the stands was crying. The thumbs up mercy vote was unanimous. Every hand I could see was raised. In the bard's corner, Anaoidos was already composing, his mouth moving faster than his lyre. The showman stood at the edge of the arena with a face the color of a bruised plum. His bet was dead. His spectacle was stolen. A farming tool and a mercy vote had made him look like a fool, and every coin the crowd threw was one more insult. Goswell was waiting at the corridor gate. I held out the flail, his flail, the one he had lent me without being asked. The iron head was dark with dried blood, and there was a dent in the handle. Sorry about the flail, I said. I think it has seen better days. He took it, turned it over, ran his thumb along the dent. Then he laughed, a single short bark that echoed off the stone walls. Drink some beer, giant, he said. You have earned it. 2 wins down, 3 to go. The crowd was still cheering somewhere above me. Kargis was alive and confused, and in the fold of my tunic, Bolt shifted, yawned against my ribs, and went back to sleep. Maya would have had something to say about all of this. She would have compared me to some Roman gladiator whose name I would pretend not to know. She would have scolded me for the sloppy spear technique and praised me for the flail. She would have asked me why I spared the big man, and I would have said something dismissive, and she would have known I did it because she raised me to. I never told her any of that. I never got the chance, but the lectures stuck, Maya, every single one, and I am going to use them all before this is over. The night I died, the radio was playing a song I still cannot name. I was driving a refrigerated truck through Saitama, 14 hours into a shift that was supposed to end at 8. My boss had called twice to pile on 2 extra deliveries because the regular driver called in sick, and apparently my name was the first one on the he won't say no list, which was accurate. I never said no. Maya told me once that was my worst quality. She was right, and I ignored that too. The road was empty, winter dark. I blinked and there it was. A white rabbit sitting in the center of the lane like it had been waiting for me. I swerved. The guardrail gave. The ditch caught me, and then silence caught everything else. I floated in darkness for what felt like minutes. The rabbit was there again, hovering, glowing faintly, looking apologetic in the way only a small fluffy animal can manage. I am the ancient dragon birth, it said, in a voice far too old for something that cute. I bear the grave duty of sole arbitration among the 7 great dragons who govern this world's laws. A pause, then quieter. I skipped work. Your death was the result. Consider this my apology. A miracle. That was the word it used. A miracle to transfer my soul into a compatible vessel in another world. I tried to ask a question. The light swallowed me before I got the first word out. I woke up as Helion, branded, hungry, locked in a cell that smelled like the man who died in it before me. That was the story. The whole absurd, unfair, weirdly polite story of how a white rabbit killed me with an apology and dropped me into a body that was not mine. I opened my eyes. The cell, the oil lamp, Bolt on my palm, warm, watching me the way he always did. 2 wins behind me, 3 ahead, and the voice of my sister in my head, still lecturing, still useful, still impossible to thank. The footsteps were wrong, too heavy for the impresario, too steady for a guard. The iron door scraped open and Kargis filled the frame. Bald head, thick eyebrows, bandaged right hand. He carried a cloth bundle in one arm and a leather pouch in the other. Yo, Helion. He ducked inside like he was entering a tent. I brought you some care packages. He set the bundle down and unwrapped it. Meatballs, cheese, pepper-dusted bread. The smell hit me before I could see it properly, and something behind my ribs cracked open that I had been keeping shut since the truck. I ate, not politely, the way a man eats when he has been living on stale bread and water for days, and someone hands him actual food. My eyes burned, and I could not tell if it was the pepper or something else. This is a thank you for saving my life, Kargis sat against the opposite wall, his knees almost touching mine in the narrow cell. Eat without hesitation. I'm really grateful. I wiped my face with the back of my hand and my fingers came away wet. I had been crying over meatballs. Maya would have laughed at me. She would have said something like, "You survived 2 gladiator fights, and this is what breaks you?" And she would have been exactly right. Kargis held out the leather pouch. Bronze coins inside, heavy. "Your share of the betting chips from our match," he said. "We both made money. The mercy thing. The crowd liked it. Sympathy bets paid out bigger than expected." I stared at the pouch. In my old life, I would have converted the number to yen. Here, I did not even know what a bronze coin was worth. "Kargis," I looked up at him. "This was the best meal of my life. Thank you," he grinned. The earnest, wide, slightly embarrassed grin of a man who was not used to being thanked. Then the grin shifted into something more careful. "I want to try using that flail you used. Is that okay?" I almost laughed. The flail I returned blood-soaked and dented. Kargis wanted to learn that. "Deal," I said. "But I need something in return. Teach me how to use a shield." His eyebrows rose. "You don't know shields?" "I know the theory. My sister lectured me about 17 different types. I have held exactly 0. He extended his uninjured hand. I shook it. When Goswell came to announce visiting hours were ending, I held the entire pouch of coins out to him. Every bronze piece. "Hold this for me," I said. "I will need a favor later." Goswell took the pouch, tucked it into his vest, and nodded once. No questions. Kargis taught me shields the way a patient older brother teaches a younger one to ride a horse. Slowly, repeatedly, without judgment when I fell. The scudum came first. Heavy wood with an iron-edged rim. I lifted it and immediately understood the problem. It blocked everything in front of me, including my ability to see what was in front of me. Like holding a smartphone with your finger over the camera lens. My body agreed. Something in this body did not want to hold a rectangular shield. Residual memory, maybe. The arms knew what they wanted, and what they wanted was not this. "You are fighting the shield more than I ever did," Kargis observed from behind me. I put the scudum down and tried the round shield instead. Smaller, lighter, open field of view above and below. The body accepted it. Whatever Helion had been before I arrived, he had been a round shield man. Between drills, Maya's voice drifted in, a memory of her sitting cross-legged on the living room floor, clapping her hands the way she always did before a lecture. You know why Japanese samurai did not use shields? She had been eating rice crackers while she said it. Crumbs everywhere. They had okadate, fixed shields for camp defense against arrows, and osode, the big shoulder plates on their armor that worked like a shield in close combat. They did not need a separate one. She had spent 40 minutes on that tangent. I had been trying to watch baseball. I missed her so much it felt like a wound that had not started bleeding yet. Goswell found me after training. His face carried an apology before his mouth did. 3 more matches to freedom, he said. But there is something you need to know. Slave gladiators cannot receive medical treatment, not from imperial healers. If you were owned by someone, your owner would treat you. If you were a citizen gladiator, you could get public treatment. But you, he trailed off. Then, quieter. Sorry, no medical care. 3 fights to go. The math was simple, and it was the worst math I had ever done. Footsteps behind Goswell. The impresario's shoes on stone. Match 3 was here. The impresario was still furious about the Kargis match. I could tell because the opponent he had bought was not a match. It was an execution. His name was Anklaus, the Trigiator, hero of 30 kills. The announcer rolled the title out like he was unveiling a monument. 30 men had walked into the sand against him, and 30 had been carried out on boards. He looked the part. Ornate armor with a 7-headed hydra embossed on the breastplate, crested helmet, 2 javelins strapped to his back, gladius at his hip. Everything about him said professional. The impresario invoked the Dragon of Chaos as the patron of the match, a transparent excuse for rigged stakes. He wanted me dead, and he wanted the crowd to feel good about it. I chose the gladius and a round shield with a short dagger tucked into the back of the handle. The crowd murmured. Some recognized me. "Hey, is that Gigas, the farmer?" "That is him, my favorite. He is going to die." Anklaus threw the first javelin from 20 paces. The iron point caught sunlight and turned into a bright line aimed at my chest. Kargis's voice in my memory. "Javelins are designed to destroy shields, not bodies. Do not block head-on. Deflect with the rivet." I angled the shield. The javelin struck the central iron boss and skipped sideways, spinning into the sand. Clean deflection. The crowd made a noise. Not quite a cheer. More like a collective inhale. Anklaus made a noise too. Quieter and less impressed. He charged with the gladius. Side slash aimed at my hip. I dodged left. He was faster than his armor suggested. I threw a counterstrike. I missed. The gladius cut empty air. The crowd laughed. Anklaus did not. He pivoted and began doing exactly what 30 fights of experience had taught him to do. He targeted the shield, not me. The shield. Systematic, precise strikes designed to take away my only defense before he took everything else. The rim cracked. A chunk fell away. The shield was shrinking. My dagger hand was sweating. He was going to kill me. The lectures were in my head, but not in my arms. I could describe a javelin deflection technique over dinner. I could not survive the next 60 seconds. Maya appeared in my head. Not the lectured version, the teasing version. The memory of a night she caught me watching an anime at 2 in the morning with the volume low, and her standing in the doorway with that grin. I knew it. You were watching that magical girl show in secret. She had been delighted. Genuinely, annoyingly delighted. Which one is your favorite? I had tried to deny it. She had not believed me for a second. Then, because Maya could not leave anything alone, she had pivoted to history. You know the name Walpurgis? Not the anime one, the real one. The Walpurgis fencing manual. Oldest fencing manual in Europe. 1400s. It depicts a woman with a sword and a small buckler shield. She had drawn the technique on a napkin, the buckler thrust. Instead of hiding behind the shield and waiting, you drive the shield forward into the opponent's attack. Meet force with force. The small shield becomes a weapon. I looked at what was left of my round shield, barely bigger than a buckler now. Onklaus had done me a favor without knowing it. I charged. Shield first. The buckler thrust, exactly as Maya drew it, driving the remnant shield into the path of his incoming gladius. Anklaus read it. He was a 30-kill veteran, and he read it in a heartbeat. His own shield came forward, mirroring the technique, and the iron rim caught me in the right side of my ribs. Pain, white and sharp. My vision narrowed, and then the voice came. Not mine, not Maya's, not the memory of anyone I had ever known. A voice from inside the body, rising like heat from a place I did not have a name for. My name is Helion, of the Viic people, cold, precise, certain. I will show you the fighting style of the Viic warrior. My vision went white. My hands stopped being my hands. The body moved, and I was not the one moving it. When I came back, I was standing. Onklaus was on the ground. The sand around him was dark. The shield remnant in my left hand was cracked down the center. The dagger in my right was wet. The impresario had fainted, collapsed sideways off his wooden chair like someone had pulled a string out of his spine. The arena was quiet. Then the crowd remembered to cheer. The announcer's voice cracked through the noise, declaring Helion the winner, declaring that the sacrifice to the Dragon of Chaos had been Onklaus after all, promising a reward. I heard none of it clearly. The words reached me through water. I had killed a man. I had not been present for it. The body had done it without me, and it had introduced itself first with a name I already wore and a people I had never heard of, the Viic. I searched Maya's entire mental database. Nothing. She had never mentioned them. Whoever Helion was, he was older than anything my sister knew. Days passed. I tried calling out to the voice. Nothing came back. The body was mine again, the muscles answering my thoughts, the arms doing what I told them. Whatever had woken during the Onklaus fight had gone back to sleep. Goswell arrived with his usual cheerful energy and something new under his arm. Sorry for the wait. He held it up like a man presenting a newborn. I brought the reward for 3 consecutive wins. And this. He set it on the stone floor between us. The chain flail, my custom order, paid for with prize chips. 30-centimeter handle wrapped in leather. Over a meter of iron chain. A palm-sized iron ball at the end, heavy enough to dent plate. I swung it once in the cell's narrow space. The chain sang. The ball moved like it had its own opinions about where to go. Maya's voice, faint and knowing. I told you so. She had never approved of chain flails. Impractical, she said. Slow to recover. A weapon that punishes the user as often as the target. But standing in that cell with 3 wins behind me and 2 ahead, and no medical care if I bled, the chain flail felt like the right kind of desperate. Match 4. The announcer was a new man. Younger, louder, better at his job than the one who had fainted alongside the impresario. The brilliant acrobat Menon, he bellowed. Feats too fast for the eye. And facing him, the ever-changing Helion, this time armed with a chain. The crowd laughed. I chose to interpret it as affection. Menon entered from the opposite gate. Tall, lean, aquiline nose. Eyes like a man who counted exits before he counted people. Light armor, no helmet. His hands moved at his sides like he was already rehearsing. I swung the chain flail in a wide arc. The iron ball whistled. Menon watched it like a cat watching a bird through glass. Then he moved. He was fast. Not Onklaus strong, but Menon fast, which was worse. He slipped under the arc, closed the distance before the chain could come back around, and opened a shallow cut on my right thigh. I kicked. He dodged the kick. I hauled the chain back and threw it horizontal. The ball sailed past his ear and hit nothing. Chain flails punish you for missing. The recovery window is the length of the chain, plus the time it takes your arm to pull it back. Maya had explained this with a diagram once. I had nodded and ordered one anyway. Menon used that window. He stepped to my right side, and something flicked from his forearm. Not the gladius. Something smaller, faster. A bright line of pain opened across my left shoulder. Deep. The kind of deep where you feel cold before you feel hot. and then you feel red. Blood sprayed across the sand. My vision turned the color of the stain. The hidden weapon was a plumbata, a dart, half the length of my forearm, thrown from a concealed vambrace. Menon carried several. I had not known until the second one nicked my jaw. My shoulder was screaming. My thigh was leaking. The chain flail dragged like an anchor. Another dart came, this one aimed at my forehead. The math did not lie. I closed my eyes. Sorry, big sis. Both lives, I was a useless little brother. I could not thank you the first time. I could not survive the second. Really, I am sorry. The wind came from behind me. Not a breeze, a shove, a wall of air that slammed into my back and threw me forward into Menon, who was mid-throw and not braced for it. We went down together, tangled, the sand rising around us. The crowd gasped. The announcer screamed something about the sky dragon and a miracle wind. I did not care about miracles. I cared about the fact that Menon was on top of me and his hand was already moving. The darts found me, side, ribs, the space below my hip. Not deep, but messy, again and again. Menon stabbing downward with the small blades like a man hammering nails. The chain was at my hand. The iron ball was behind Menon's head. I pulled. The chain went tight around his throat. The darts kept finding me. I kept finding him. Only one of us was still moving when the noise stopped. The referee's sandals appeared at the edge of my vision. A hand lifted my arm. The crowd erupted. Flowers and betting chips rained onto the sand. The announcer declared Helion the winner and awarded the palm branch. I did not hear it. I was already somewhere between the sand and the dark was winning. I did not walk back to the cell. The Karen-masked men carried Menon's body away on a board. Goswell carried me. He laid me on the straw, applied something to the shoulder wound first, then the thigh, then the side. Alkanet root, he told me later, though I did not hear him say it at the time. 4 wins. One more, and I would have been free. One more, and the Empire would have given me a citizen's right to medical care. Goswell pulled the blanket up to my chin. He sat down against the wall, his face caught in the lamplight. I thought you might pull it off, he said. His voice was rough at the edges. Just one more win away. He looked at his hands. Sorry, this is all I can do. Bolt climbed from somewhere I could not see. He settled onto my chest, directly over my heart, and went still. The cell was quiet. The crowd above had gone home. 4 wins down, 1 to go. And the jailer sitting next to me in the dark, waiting to see if morning would find me breathing or not. Bolt's weight on my chest was the last thing I felt before the dark took the rest. I was somewhere between the cell and whatever comes next when I felt something warm on my shoulder. A small tongue, wet, rough. My eyes would not open, but I felt Bolt crawling from my shoulder to my side to my thigh, licking every place where blood had soaked through the rags. Then lightning. Not thunder from the sky lightning. A thin, bright arc that jumped from the lizard's tongue to the open wound on my left shoulder and sealed it shut. The pain was white and instant and gone before I could scream. He did the same to my side, my thigh, every place where my body was still leaking the life out of me. Each arc was small, precise, rationed, like a surgeon cauterizing with a tool he had used 1,000 times. Bolt stopped over my heart. He looked up. A white rabbit, floated in the air above my body. Birth, the dragon who had put my soul in this body. She had come to collect. Her voice entered my mind like a door opening in a quiet room. Oh my, coming to welcome a dead soul only to meet my brother Thunder. The great god has a sense of humor. Brother Thunder. The small black lizard I had been feeding bread and tuna scraps was the dragon of sky and lightning. Bolt's voice, the first time I had ever heard it, spoke directly into the fading edges of my consciousness. I will repay you for that bread, Helion. A life for a life. Birth tilted her ears. The dragon who burned a tower to the gods in the east, tamed by a piece of bread. Heaven must be laughing. Then she was gone. The void closed, and Bolt pressed his small body flat against my stopped heart and shocked it. The jolt hit like a fist from the inside. My chest seized. My lungs pulled air. My heart started again, because a lizard I had fed bread on my worst night decided I was worth the cost. The cell door exploded open. Kargis came through sideways because the doorframe was too narrow for his shoulders and the mountain of food he was carrying. A dragon! His voice bounced off every stone in the corridor. Lord Thunder gave me a divine revelation. Helion is alive. Goswell was already at my side. He had not left. The old man had been sitting beside me the entire time, waiting for a body to go cold. Instead, it had started breathing again. His hand pressed against my forehead. His fingers were shaking. He looked 10 years younger. His face had been holding a grief so heavy that when it lifted, everything underneath rose with it. Alive, he said. The word came out cracked. Kargis dropped the food on the floor, knelt beside me, and wept openly into his enormous hands. I wanted to tell them both that I was fine. I was not fine. I was alive, which was adjacent to fine, but substantially more painful. 3 days passed. I spent most of them horizontal, eating whatever Kargis brought, watching Bolt curl on my chest like nothing had happened. I woke on the third morning to Kargis laughing through the last of his tears, and Goswell explaining the situation. A senator named Livius, the arena manager, had formally granted me a leave of absence as a reward for an honorable injury. I had 4 wins, 1 match to citizenship. The match would be a main event before nobles in the evening. A patron is coming, Kargis said. His face was the face of a man who had been given a winning lottery ticket and could not quite believe the numbers. He mentioned, almost as an aside, that his son, Neos, had eaten 2 bowls of porridge that day. No fever. I stored the name, Neos, 7 years old, sickly. The reason Kargis fought with that controlled desperation. Later, alone, I replayed the Anklaus fight in my head, the crowd, the noble boxes, and I remembered it, a figure in a white tunic with a red-bordered toga who had not cheered and had not booed. He had just stared. I could not place a face, but the weight of his eyes had been real, and it had not been admiration. Senator Livius arrived with a porcelain cup of tea and a smile I would learn to call the Nico smile, the one that never reached his eyes but convinced everyone it had. Late 30s, perfectly groomed, court-polished in a way that made the cell walls look embarrassed to exist. He introduced himself as the arena manager and a member of the Senate. I gave him a polite self-introduction. His eyebrows rose half an inch. "You are more intelligent than I imagined. That is helpful." He explained the 5th match. Evening, main event. Duke Claudius, the emperor's uncle and chancellor, would be watching. If I won, I became a citizen of the Cornelian Empire with plebeian status. I asked the question he was hoping I would not ask. Can I quit being a gladiator after I win? The Nico smile sharpened. He did not say no. He said something worse. He said yes, and then listed every option. Guilds were closed to outsiders. Farming required land rights I did not own. Soldiering paid 800 to 1400 sesterces per year. A low-rank gladiator won 1,000 per match. Begging is technically available, he added. There is a beggar's guild. Is my isekai difficulty setting too high? I thought. Is there a customer complaint department for this reincarnation? To be honest, Livius said, and his smile shifted into something almost childlike. I have become a fan of yours. I want to see more of your fights. He left. The Nico smile went with him. I sat with the tea he had brought and understood, clearly and completely, that I was being managed. The cell was open. The cage was economic. Goswell watched me bathe like a proud uncle at a graduation. He explained that most slave gladiators did not survive to the 5th match. The rest became sacrifices or lion food, and that I should feel honored. I felt terrified, but I had learned that terrified and honored could coexist. I selected the falcata over the gladius. Maya's voice was the reason. A memory of her at the kitchen table with a kendo magazine open, explaining the minucci, the cutting zone, the sweet spot, she had called it. The falcata puts it right near the tip, in that bulge, maximum cutting force from a shorter swing. She had been talking about an anime. I had been eating cereal and pretending not to listen. Every word had stayed. I wrapped the chain flail around my left forearm, detachable, wrist to elbow, the same weapon Goswell had delivered for the Menon fight, round shield on the same arm with a dagger tucked inside the handle, falcata in my right hand, and a sense, deep in the muscle memory of this body, that the falcata was correct in a way the gladius had never been. The evening arena was a different animal, torches at every pillar, shadows that moved with the flames, 3 stone pillars set in a triangle, each 3 meters tall with steel hooks near the top. A water pot sat beside the Quran-masked death judge at the arena's edge. I filed it as terrain. The announcer introduced me. Slave gladiator, 5th match, fighting for citizenship. The crowd roared like they had been saving it. Then my opponent walked in, Bloody Laika. The name drew a sound from the crowd that was louder, hungrier, and significantly more unhinged than anything they had given me. She moved in full armor, dual falcata, and sika, no shield, with the confidence of a person who had done this enough times to find it boring. She stopped in front of me. She reached up and removed her helmet. Black hair, blue eyes, a face that belonged in a portrait gallery, not an arena. She was a woman. My mind went blank, not the tactical blank where you are calculating too fast to narrate, the one where every moral instinct from your previous life is screaming at you to refuse. The fight started before I was ready. Laika came in low, a sweeping strike from the left that I caught on my shield. I stepped back. She kicked my chest, and the impact sent me stumbling into the base of a pillar. I lost sight of her. She had moved behind the stones, using the pillars the way a cat uses furniture. She appeared from the right. Her falcata slid through the gap between my gauntlet and the chain wrap on my left elbow and opened a cut that burned immediately. Then she was gone again, behind a pillar, above a pillar. She jumped from the top of the center stone and came down with both blades leading, and I caught her on my shield, but the impact drove me to one knee. She was fast, light, acrobatic in a way that made my training with Kargis look like 2 bears arguing over a picnic basket. Her cuts were shallow, designed to bleed, not to kill quickly. She wanted me tired before she wanted me dead. I was reluctant. She was not. She appeared from behind the left pillar and cut my right calf. I felt the sting and the warmth and made a decision. Reluctance was going to get me killed. I could debate the ethics of this fight in the afterlife, or I could win it now and feel terrible about it later. I grabbed her arm on the next pass. The body's full strength, not Adrian's, Hillian's, closed around her forearm like a vice. I threw her. She flew several meters and hit the sand hard. I picked up the falcata and ran. The falcata went home. Her body crumpled before the sunset finished bleeding out of the sky. She looked at the moon. The crowd whispered. Someone behind me said the word monster, and they were not wrong. I had felt Helian's strength channel through my arms, and I had used every ounce of it. I leaned in to give her a merciful end, and then Laika's body cracked. The sound was bone. Not one bone, every bone. Her shoulders widened. Her spine arched. Bristles erupted from her skin like needles through fabric. The wound sealed itself with a hiss of steam. Where a woman had been lying, a shape was rising. Taller than me by a full head. A wolf's face, a wolf's jaw. Eyes that had been blue and human 30 seconds ago were now gold and feral and locked on mine. The crowd erupted, not in horror, in excitement. Some of them had paid specifically to see this. This is definitely not ancient Rome, I said to no one. A werewolf. The world I had been dropped into had lycanthropy, and I was standing 3 meters from a freshly transformed example of it, with a bent falcata and a cracking shield. I called for help, not out loud, inward, to the other one, the soul that lived in this body before I arrived. Helian the Veek did not answer. I tried again, louder, more desperate. I apologized for being scared of him during the Onklaus fight. I meant every word. Silence. The original Helian was sulking, genuinely, personally offended that I had been afraid of him, and his response to a life-threatening werewolf was to fold his arms inside our shared skull and wait for a better apology. The werewolf lunged. A hand the size of a serving platter swiped at my head. I blocked with my shield and felt the wood crack down the center. One more hit like that, and I would be holding 2 pieces of firewood. Then Maya arrived. Not in the arena, in my head. A memory, old, warm, from a night when I was small enough to be scared of a movie and too proud to admit it. My sister had come to my room with a glass of water and a lecture. Werewolves are weak to silver, she had said, sitting on the edge of my bed. A silver bullet or a silver knife. I had no silver. But the older myth, she continued, tucking the blanket tighter, is rabies. The original model for werewolves is the rabies virus. And do you know what rabies does? It makes you afraid of water. She had placed the glass on my nightstand and smiled. Keep that close, just in case. I looked past the werewolf, the water pot, the one I had filed as terrain, my ridiculous, brilliant, impossible sister. She had given me the answer 14 years before I needed it. I retreated, slowly, not toward the exit, toward the pillar closest to the water pot. The werewolf followed, growling, drool swinging from her jaw in long silver ropes, the chain on my left arm. I had been saving it. I unraveled the wrap, 30 centimeters of handle, just over a meter of chain, ending in the iron ball. I hooked the loose end around the steel ring on the pillar and pulled it taut at ankle height. Then I stepped past the chain and turned to face the werewolf. "Hey," I said. My voice was a wreck. "Over here," she charged, full speed. The kind of charge that makes the sand vibrate under your feet before the body arrives. I watched her come. I counted the steps, and at the last second, I threw myself left. Her legs hit the chain. The momentum did the rest. 200 pounds of werewolf crashed headfirst into the water pot. The pot shattered. Water exploded over her body. She convulsed, every bristle standing straight, every muscle locking, and went still. The crowd screamed. The Duke rose from his box, white hair, well-combed. The crowd quieted the way a room quiets when the person everyone respects stands up. "The defeated Laika," he said. "What is the verdict?" Thumbs raised across the arena. Not a single one pointed down. "Laika is spared." Then he turned his gaze to me. "In my name, Firmaloi Claudius, I welcome the victor Hellion as a new citizen of the Chronelian Empire." A pause. The crowd held its breath. And, to the exceptional hero, a laurel crown. A man in formal robes approached. He placed the crown on my head. The leaves were real. They smelled like a garden I had never visited. The crowd chanted my name. Chips rained from the stands. Small tokens, each worth a meal or a drink or a memory of the night a slave became a citizen. Somewhere above, in the noble boxes, a man in a red-bordered toga was not cheering. I did not know his name. I did not know his face. But the weight of his stare was the same one I had felt during the Onklaus match, and it had not lightened. The reception room was small and clean and smelled like parchment. Livius was already seated when I arrived, the Nico smile in full deployment. A second man entered behind me, around 30, wore glasses, moved with the precision of someone who had spent his life making sure documents were filed correctly. "Supervisor Clinius," Livius said. "He will handle the legal procedures." Then Goswell came through the door, and I almost did not recognize him. He was leaning on a ceremonial cane. Bruises were visible now, dark patches on his forearms, a swelling near his left eye. He looked like a man who had been carrying something too heavy for too long and had only just set it down. Clinius opened a scroll. He read the decree, signed by Chancellor Claudius, confirming my eligibility for liberation under the gladiator law and slave emancipation provisions. Every sentence was formal. Every word was precise. The Empire had a system for turning people into property, and it had an equally detailed system for turning them back. Goswell stepped forward. He touched my arm with the cane, the ancient ceremony, a citizen confirming the freedom of a former slave with a single touch of wood. "Congratulations, Citizen Helion," Clinius said. Livius was named Guardian, Goswell, Caretaker. I had 3 days to decide my path, continue gladiating by choice, or find another route. Clinius left. Livius rose, gave me the Nico smile one more time, and reminded me that 3 days was 3 days. Then he left too. Goswell and I sat outside the cells with tea. Bolt was curled on my shoulder, impossibly ordinary for a creature that had restarted my heart 3 days ago. The night air was cool. Somewhere in the city, Kargis was telling his son about the laurel crown. Somewhere else, a man in a red-bordered toga was calling for wine and starting to plan. I thought about Maya. I thought about our old dog Kanako, a miniature dachshund who slept in a basket by the kitchen door and never once failed to greet Maya when she came home. Mandatory gladiator work was slavery. Voluntary gladiator work was a job. The pay was better than soldiering. The hours were terrible. The retirement plan was non-existent. But the alternative was not an alternative at all. There was another option: inventing weapons. Finding a blacksmith who understood metal the way Maya had understood history. Building something with my hands that was not just a means of survival, but a craft. 3 days. I had 3 days to decide. "Hey," Goswell's voice broke through. "Do not just sit there making faces. Say something." I looked at Bolt. He blinked one golden eye. I lifted my teacup. 3 days. A laurel crown on a hook in the cell. A dragon on my shoulder. A name I had earned. And somewhere in the city, an enemy I had not yet met, watching. 3 days after the laurel crown, Goswell dragged me to the finest bathhouse in the city. I had been sleeping in the cell out of habit, because Livius had told me not to disappear, and because I did not yet have anywhere else to go. Goswell woke me before dawn with that gravelly voice of his, told me no citizen of Cornelia starts a new life without a proper soak, and marched me through streets I had not yet learned. The bathhouse was built like a temple: marble floors, stone benches, frescoes along the corridors, and 2 statues flanking the entrance: an orca wreathed in waves, and a lion with a mane of carved flame. Water dragon, fire dragon. I had been living in a world where the gods had statues at the front door of the public bath, and somehow that felt right. We cleaned ourselves with olive oil and a metal scraper called a strigil, then the hot pool, then the cold pool, then the warm pool, then the sauna. Goswell and I ended up in a silent competition over who could stay in the hot bath longer. The attendant eventually intervened before one of us passed out. It was the best bath of 2 lifetimes. I sank into the hot water up to my chin and thought, this is what Maya would have called the civilized part of Rome. During the massage afterward, something unexpected happened. The inner Helion stirred. Not a takeover, not a fight for control. His voice came through like a radio signal cutting in and out, scolding me for being lazy, then softer, almost tired. He told me there was a brooch in the sealed wooden box among his confiscated belongings, a gift for his sister, and a key, an ornate key with a dolphin handle and a blue gem. He called it the water key and told me to use it well. Then the signal died. I lay on the massage table staring at the ceiling, thinking about a man whose body I was wearing and whose sister I might never find. Over beer and bread in the bathhouse food court, Goswell asked what I planned to do with my freedom. I told him the truth. I wanted to keep gladiating for the income, and I wanted to find a blacksmith who could make weapons that did not exist in this world yet. He laughed. He said he would write letters to 2 old friends, one who ran a training school, one who ran a forge. I thanked him. He was the first person in this world who had looked at me like I was worth keeping alive without a profit motive, and I told him so. And then I looked at the floor because my eyes were doing something embarrassing. Bolt crawled out of my tunic and ate a crumb of bread off the bench. Goswell laughed and said he had not known I had a dependent. He told me to start earning. The apartment was on the 2nd floor of an insula near Kargis's building, running water, a small stove, a safe by the entrance big enough for a child to curl up inside. No kitchen, which meant every meal came from the food stalls downstairs. I rented it for a year, hung Helion's hand axe from my belt, placed the sealed wooden box and the ornate key inside the safe, and walked next door to Kargis's building. I needed help with the household. Kargis's attendant Monty was a slave slave who managed his home, cared for his son, and kept the place cleaner than any apartment I had ever rented in Saitama. I asked if she could work for me on a wages basis, not ownership, just work. She tried to refuse payment. I insisted. I gave her half a month's food expenses as a contract fee, which she accepted with a bow so deep it made me uncomfortable. By the next morning, the apartment was already cleaner than when I had moved in. Kargus invited me to dinner that night. I brought 4 peaches from a street stall, which I presented with the kind of formal Japanese bow that made Monty blink twice and Kargus bark a laugh. The apartment was warm, clean, Monty's domain, and sitting at the table was Kargus's son, Nias, 7 years old, body too thin for his age. He looked at me like I was a visiting hero from a storybook, and the first thing out of his mouth was a demand. Tell me a story from a foreign land. I had no stories prepared. I had never entertained a child, but I had Maya's voice in my head, and Maya had told me every Japanese folktale at least 3 times, so I did what she would have done. I adapted. There was a boy, I said, born from a giant peach that floated down the river. A peach? The biggest peach anyone had ever seen. His name was Momotaros. I told him Momotaros. I told him the story of a boy who gathered animal companions and sailed to an island of demons and beat them all with courage and rice cakes. Nias loved it. His eyes were enormous. Then he asked for another. So I told him Urashimanes, which was Urashima Taro, filtered through this world's mythology. A fisherman who saved a turtle, was taken to a palace beneath the sea, ruled by the water dragon, opened a forbidden box, given to him by the chaos dragon, and lost everything. I threw in the legacy dragon and the city of Atlantis for flavor. The story ended with a quest for vengeance that I made up on the spot because the original ending was too sad for a 7-year-old at bedtime. Nias fell asleep mid-sentence, curled against Kargus's arm, breathing softly. I sat at the table and realized, walking home later, that I had accidentally used the real names of actual gods in this world. The water dragon, the chaos dragon, the legacy dragon. Those were not folktale characters here. Those were divine names. I had possibly committed casual blasphemy in front of a 7-year-old. I shrugged. Maya would have approved of the narrative choices, if not the theological implications. Dinner with Kargus was good. Plain food, warm bread, the kind of meal that tasted better because someone else's hands had made it. He thanked me for the flail training. He said he had been winning since I showed him the technique. We spent an hour drawing absurd weapon designs on the table with our fingers. A fire-breathing sword, a lance as tall as a building. He told me I needed to join a gladiator training school if I wanted access to a proper blacksmith. I said I would think about it. I was already planning to go the next morning. The Brutus training school sat behind high stone walls. I presented Goswell's letter and was escorted inside. The school's owner, Damon, met me in the entrance hall. Short, round, bald, with a long mustache and the sharpest eyes I had seen outside an arena. He read the letter. Then his face changed. His eyes went wet. His mustache trembled. The letter was signed Victorious Goswellnas. Goswell, victorious. The title given to the Empire's greatest gladiator, the one who achieved the longest winning streak in Cornelian history, the man who trained more heroes than any other, my jailer, the old man who had scrubbed my back at the bathhouse that morning and laughed about my lizard. Damon launched into the legend. 3 battles into the story, I realized this was going to take hours. Tritus saved me. Damon's son, about 20, with the kind of efficient calm that suggested he spent most of his life rescuing people from his father's stories. He led me to his office and laid out the terms. Working hours were dawn to 4, 1 holiday every 9 days, except holidays were match days, because gladiators entertained when everyone else rested. The benefits were generous. Breakfast and lunch, training, medical care, access to the forge, reward money, 800 sesterces for a win, 200 for a loss. I asked about overtime. Tritus looked at me like I had spoken a foreign language, which in a sense I had. Training Chief Xavier ran me through the basics the next morning. He had a face built for villainy, and the kind of professional calm that made every correction feel like a verdict. He watched me on the dummies, watched my footwork, then challenged me to a mock battle with blunted swords. The mock battle went poorly. Xavier baited me, cut my right shoulder lightly, and when I panicked and blocked a low horizontal slash with my shield instead of dodging, he noted it silently. I countered with a pommel strike and a shield bash that staggered him, then tried to bring the sword down for a finishing blow and missed completely because my gladius technique was terrible. He punched me in the head and the match ended. Afterward, in the weapons store, Xavier asked where I was from. I did not have a good answer. He told me he already knew. The physique, the recovery speed, the way I had blocked. I was Vic, he said, a barbarian from the northern seas. The body I wore agreed. The body remembered. Xavier handed me a hand axe, a Francisca. He told me to throw it at a practice shield 20 meters away. My first throw was terrible. The axe wobbled and hit the dirt. Then the inner voice spoke. Not angry, not desperate, just present, like a hand placed on the back of mine. Throw it the way I throw it. Helion the Veek took my arm. Only the arm. My feet stayed mine. My eyes stayed mine. But the arm moved with a certainty I had never felt, and the axe left my hand and split the practice shield clean down the center. Xavier stared at the wreckage. I stared at my own hand. The inner Helion huffed with quiet pride and receded. Nobody said anything for a long time. Xavier recommended I switch to a longsword. He said the Empire preferred modern weapons, and killing every opponent was bad for business. I agreed. I was still looking at the split shield. After training, I went to the forge. The first time, Cyclos was not there. The second time, he was. Cyclos was a dwarf, 1 meter tall, white-haired, thick-bearded, with an eye patch and the temperament of a man who had been disrespected by the universe's height distribution and intended to take it out on everyone. He kicked me in the shin, then asked what I wanted made. I described 2 weapons, a Zweihander, 2 meters long, a greatsword meant for wide sweeping strikes against multiple opponents, and a swordbreaker, a serrated blade designed to catch and snap an enemy's sword. Cyclos pointed out the swordbreaker's structural weakness immediately, half the blade thickness, too fragile under heavy force. He proposed prototyping it through his apprentice while he built the Zweihander first. 18 days for the greatsword. I agreed. When I told him Damon was paying the full cost, Cyclos laughed so hard the forge shook. I came home that evening planning to buy dinner and a key for the safe I still had not locked. Bolt was on my shoulder. The apartment door was open. Inside, the safe lid was propped up. Something was sticking out of it, a pale, thin leg. Every instinct I had built in the arena fired at once. I grabbed the hand axe from my belt and tackled what I thought was a monster. It was not a monster, it was a girl, maybe 14, rail thin, half-starved, bruised in patterns that were not from falling. She was headfirst in the safe, unconscious, and the moment I pulled her free, she woke up screaming. Bolt was on her chest, calm, looking at me with those golden eyes like he had been expecting this. Manti arrived from next door within seconds. She recognized the girl, a runaway. She had belonged to a woman named Nezarina, 2 streets over, a cruel mistress who had beaten her over chores, barely fed her, and given her a name derived from the old word for stench. The girl opened her eyes, whispered something that might have been a plea, and fainted again. I looked at Manti, looked at Bolt, who had not moved from her chest. Take me to the owner, I said. I am buying her. Nezarina's house smelled like expensive perfume applied over something rotten. The woman herself was large, lavishly made up, and the kind of angry that comes from owning people who sometimes fight back. I offered 300 sesterces. She laughed. 350. She sneered. 420. Everything I had. She demanded 1,000. When she raised her hand to slap the girl, I caught her wrist. Just enough that she understood hitting was not going to happen while I was standing there. She demanded 1,000 sesterces again. I had 420 and a lizard in my belt pouch. The pouch moved. Bolt climbed out, looked around with those ancient golden eyes, and dropped a green peridot onto the floor. The gem hit the stone with a sound like a period at the end of a sentence. Nezarina dove on it. The negotiation was over. She fetched the contract, signed it, handed over the girl's belongings, added a clause forbidding revenge, and then asked if I had more gems. I left without answering. Bolt climbed back into the pouch and went to sleep. On the walk home, I held her hand. She was shaking. The girl beside me was so thin I could feel the bones in her fingers. At the corner of my apartment block, I stopped. I knelt down so I was looking up at her instead of down. You do not have to keep the name she gave you. The girl stared at me. Her mouth opened and closed. What name do you want? She could not answer, so I offered one. Daisy. She blinked. The flower. Bright. Common. Alive in the cracks of every road. You do not have to use it, but you can. She nodded. One small nod, and her eyes filled, and she whispered it back to me like she was trying the shape of it in her mouth for the first time. Daisy. I knew it was the first kind thing anyone had given her in a long time, because of the way she held the word, like it could be taken away if she was not careful. We walked the rest of the way home. Monty took over. Within a day, Daisy was bathed, her hair oiled, her old clothes replaced with something that fit. Monty began teaching her manners and assigning simple household tasks that Daisy performed with terrified precision. I went to Tritus at the Brutus School and pitched a proposal. 5 consecutive matches, 5 different weapons, faster income than the standard schedule, enough to cover Daisy's care and the household's costs. Tritus was reluctant. He reminded me gladiators typically fought fewer than 20 times a year. A 5-match series with different weapons each time was reckless. Damon burst through the office door. He had been listening. He approved the series on the spot, funded the custom weapons from from his own account and started planning the spectacle before Tritus could finish his objection. 3 formal weapons, 2 surprises. Tritus set the terms with a pen that looked like it wanted to stab someone. 5,000 sesterces bonus for 5 wins, 2,000 advance, 1,000 penalty per loss. That evening, I came home to dinner. Daisy had made Sarah Katabia, a chicken salad with bread. She served it with her hands slightly trembling, then stood at the wall and watched me eat, waiting to see if I would send her back. I told her to sit down. I told her to eat. She looked at me like I had said something impossible. Then she sat. She ate. She kept glancing at me between bites, checking that this was still allowed. I watched her eat and thought about Maya at the kitchen table in Saitama. Different girl, different table, different world. Same feeling in my chest. Bolt curled up on the pillow beside her mat that night and did not move until morning. Damon asked me to take him to the prison. He wanted to meet Goswellnas in person. We walked to the arena. I led him down the back corridor, counting columns. The door should have been right here. There was no door, smooth stone, no frame, no hinges, no mark. I counted 3 times. The wall did not care about my certainty. Damon pulled out a thin yellow lens, the kind Cornelian nobles used instead of spectacles, and held it to the stone. He moved it slowly. He stopped. His face changed. Dragon legacy magic, he said. Time and space. Someone with access to a divine class scroll sealed this door, and Goswellnas with it. I felt the floor tilt under me. Damon turned to me. He was shaken, but his voice was steady. You are a pawn Goswellnas placed on this side of the board, or a lucky one who escaped the game. Either way, the person who sealed this is watching you. The only way to flush them out is to make you famous enough that the Duke and the Emperor see your matches. Win, repeatedly, until they reveal themselves. I stood in the corridor and looked at the wall that had swallowed a man who had scrubbed my back at the bathhouse and given me letters to old friends so I would not be alone. I went home. Daisy had made Sarah Katabia again because it was the only dish she knew. She served it with a small, proud smile, and I ate it. I sat at the table after she went to sleep. Bolt was on her pillow. I will find Goswell, and when I do, I will wash his back first, and then I will ask him what he got me into. Zavia handed me a gladius with a hilt about 4 inches longer than standard, blunted for practice, but the weight was real. Swing it 1,000 times before the match, he said. I am generous. Weep with joy. I did not weep with joy. I swung it until my shoulders burned and my grip went numb, and the calluses on my palms split open and reformed within the same afternoon. By the 3rd set of 200, the movement started clicking into place. The longer hilt gave me leverage. The arc of each swing carried a fraction more force. Maya had once explained this exact principle at the kitchen table, using a wooden spoon and a pair of chopsticks as visual aids. I had told her nobody cared about sword handle ratios. She had thrown the spoon at my head. Every lesson she ever gave me was slowly becoming the only thing keeping me alive. We rode to the arena in locked wagons. The fighters got honey and wine at breakfast. Baster was introduced as the 3rd-ranked gladiator of Brutus. Then my name. The man who killed Anklaus. The one who killed 30. The man who ended Laika. Baster's jaw tightened. The match was a preliminary bout. Blunted swords. Practice shields. Nobody was supposed to die. That was the theory. Baster came at me fast. Quick footwork. Accurate slashes aimed at wearing down my round shield's edge. He was good. Precise. He had held rank 3 for a month, and he had earned it. His followers had shouted encouragement from the stands as we loaded the wagon, and he fought the way a man fights when he is performing for an audience he already owns. I stood still and stared at the hilt of my sword. It was a calculated provocation. Maya would have called it a business tactic. Present weakness. Force the opponent to overcommit, then punish the commitment. Baster charged shield first, his scutum leading, expecting me to flinch backward. I swung once. The blunted gladius split his shield clean in half. Both pieces hit the sand before Baster registered what had happened. He was on all fours. I extended my hand. He pulled a sharpened short sword from behind the handle of his shield. The blade came for my ribs. I sidestepped, drew the hand axe strapped behind my round shield, cut the dagger at the hilt, and swept his right arm at the wrist. One motion. The arm broke. Baster went down and did not get up. The yard was silent. I broke the practice sword over my knee and walked off the sand. My hands were shaking, but not from the fight. The body had wanted to do worse. The original Helian's instinct had surged up behind my eyes like a wave I barely caught. He wanted the follow-through. I had stopped it. Restraint. That was my signature now. I was starting to understand what it cost. Back at the school, Damon lined up the gladiators for pay. Tritus checked names against his tablet. Cletus got 900 sesterces. Then my name. 800 bronze coins in a leather pouch. My first salary. I stood there grinning like an idiot. A real paycheck. I could buy Daisy a gift. I could hire a gatekeeper. For a moment, the weight of the coins felt like the best thing that had happened in 2 lifetimes. The moment lasted until Damon told me I had a visitor. Livius was sitting in the waiting room with a porcelain teacup balanced on his knee, smiling the way a man smiles when he has already decided what happens next and is simply waiting for you to arrive at the same conclusion. He commented that I was easy to read. Then he told me he knew I had visited the sealed prison with Damon. Damon went rigid. He demanded to know about Goswell. Livius said one word. His hand glowed green. Damon's mouth sealed shut. He grasped his jaw, straining against nothing visible. 3 seconds. It was enough. Livius laid out the offer. Patronage, 5,000 sesterces every 6 months. Spices and fruit delivered to my home through his secretary. Magic scroll access. Intelligence about Goswell's true role. And in return, I would visit him regularly, report what mattered, and continue fighting in the Brutus rotation when he asked. I knew what this was. A leash wrapped in silk. Too generous to refuse, too binding to trust. But the alternative was to lose access to everything about the only man who had ever treated me like a student instead of a weapon. I accepted. Livius walked me through the city toward his mansion. 6 guards trailed behind us. No carriage. In Cornelia, only the Emperor and the Dragon Priestess used carriages without special permission. Everyone else walked. He was testing me. Conversation as reconnaissance. He asked about weapons I had used, fighting styles I had studied, regions whose techniques I recognized. I answered carefully. Every question was a data point he was collecting. I knew the pattern. I had once sat through quarterly performance reviews with managers who did exactly this. Smile, ask, file, decide. We passed the street where Nezarina lived. My stomach clenched. Livius noticed and said nothing. His mansion was 2 blocks further. A household attendant led me to a changing room and put me in a dining gown. Loose, nightgown-like, absurd. Maya had once described this exact garment during one of her lectures on Roman domestic life. She had called it the ancient equivalent of sweatpants. I had laughed. Now I was wearing one. Livius sent a messenger to Daisy so she would not worry. Then we entered the triclinium. 3 couches arranged in a U around a low round table. A fountain babbled in the atrium beyond. I reclined on my left elbow the way the attendant showed me and tried not to look like a man who had been eating meals on the floor 6 weeks ago. Then Padia walked in, ambassador of the Parthena's autonomous territory. Greek-style hair pinned with silver, fair skin, long limbs, intelligent eyes that landed on me and stayed there 1 beat longer than protocol required. She introduced herself. She mentioned she had seen my match against Anklaus. I nodded. She asked about the technique I had used. I nodded again. She picked up a spoon from the table, held it like a sarissa, and mimed the bludgeon then thrust sequence I had used to crack Anklaus's shield. With a spoon, Livius beamed. I sat there watching a diplomat recreate my fight to the death using table cutlery, and felt something shift in my chest that I was not ready to name. She corrected Livius on his sarissa history. He had gotten the origin kingdom wrong. She knew the name of the Eastern Kingdom that developed the weapon, the length specifications, the formation mechanics. She was not performing. She genuinely knew this material, the way Maya knew it, the way someone knows something because they cannot stop themselves from learning it. I spent most of the dinner nodding. My social skills were catastrophically inadequate for this setting. I was a gladiator eating with a senator and an ambassador, and my conversational range consisted of 1-word answers and long silences. But the conversation was good. Pitaya asked sharp questions. Livius steered the topic with the precision of a man who had arranged this meeting exactly for this effect. I suspected a honey trap. Livius was placing a beautiful, intelligent woman in my path and watching what I did. The problem was that the trap, if it was one, was working. Not because she was beautiful, because she held a spoon like a sarissa and talked about ancient weapon design with the same breathless intensity my sister used to use. I walked home late. Daisy was asleep at the table with Bolt on her pillow. I carried her to bed and decided 2 things. First, I needed social skills training immediately. Second, I was going to pretend I had not enjoyed that dinner as much as I had. The next morning, I went to Livius's office to sign the contract. His secretary Tityo welcomed me at the door and directed me straight through. The terms were on parchment. I signed. Then Livius told me the rest. Goswell was safe, sealed behind time-space magic, not dead, not lost, held deliberately by the faction that wanted war. Goswell and Livius were a team under Duke Claudius. Goswell scouted promising warriors. Livius trained them. The empire was splitting along a fault line. On one side, Duke Claudius and the anti-war faction. They believed the empire had conquered enough. The underworld territories were won. Peace could hold. On the other side, Senator Sidious and the pro-war faction. They wanted expansion, more territory, more resources beyond the underworld border. A future seer prophecy said that if war restarted, the magical baseline of the empire would collapse and the civilization would end. I sat with that for a moment. The magical baseline, the foundation the entire empire ran on, gone. Livius explained that gladiator matches were not entertainment. They were proxy wars. The faction whose gladiators won the crowd won political leverage in the Senate. Public favor decided policy. Every match I fought was a vote in a war I had not known was happening. He dismissed me with a teacup and a polite smile. Ticho handed me a leather sack of 5,000 bronze coins so heavy I almost dropped it. I carried it home like a man carrying someone else's fortune. After I left, Livius spoke with someone. I learned this later. Mercury, the priestess of the time-space dragon legacy. Silver-haired, serene. She had observed me from wherever priestesses observe from and told Livius something that I would not understand the significance of for many phases to come. She said I carried 2 souls. 2 days later, I noticed the kid, Timidus. 16 years old, slave gladiator, 0 wins, 3 losses. 1 more defeat and he would be demoted to beast fighter. Beast fighting was not a career. It was an execution with an audience. I noticed him because Baster's clique was kicking him in the courtyard. Not hard enough to leave marks the trainers would spot, just hard enough. I walked over. I did not say anything particularly heroic. I told them to stop. They stopped. Baster was still in the infirmary with a broken arm, and his clique had already recalculated the politics of the yard. Timidus followed me around for the rest of the day, like a stray dog who had been shown one act of decency and decided that was enough to constitute a binding social contract. He asked me, quietly, how to win a fight. I looked at him, thin, earnest, born in a mining camp. He had the build for a spear, long arms, decent reach. No muscle yet, but muscle could come. If you are serious, I said, I will help. He was serious. I took him to Xavier. The training chief provided a 3-meter hasta, long spear, Cornelian heavy infantry weapon. Not standard for gladiators, but neither was anything I had done since arriving. Xavier agreed to train him. He called it a desperate gamble. Then he turned to me and said that since I had taken responsibility for the instruction, I could swing a spatha next to Timidus for the duration. 2,000 swings per day. I had walked into this thinking I was being generous. I walked out with a training sentence. 3 days of hell. 1,000 thrusts for Timidus. 2,000 spatha swings for me. Xavier corrected posture, breathing, timing, footwork. The training was thorough and merciless, and exactly what both of us needed. On the 3rd afternoon, I lay face down on the massage bench, every muscle filing a formal complaint, and felt the other Helians stir behind my eyes. I apologized to him, silently, for selling the Peridot. It had been his gem, part of what remained from his life before I arrived in his body. I had used it to buy Daisy free. He was quiet for a moment. Then his voice surfaced, dry and irritated. The way an older brother talks to a younger brother who will not stop fidgeting. Stop making weird noises. I want a worthy opponent next time. That was it. No grudge, no anger. He wanted better fights. I wanted everyone to survive the next dinner party without humiliating themselves. We were starting to sound like siblings arguing over the family agenda. I smiled into the massage bench. It hurt to smile. Everything hurt, but the hurt felt honest. A trainer ran in and told me Damon needed me in his office, urgently. Damon was furious, not at me, at the situation. He sat behind his desk with his hands flat on the wood and his face the color of a man who has just discovered he signed a contract without reading the fine print. Wespasia Training School, our rival. They had exploited a loophole in the contract for my next match. The contract specified that I would appear in a preliminary bout. It did not specify the type. Wespasia had filed it as a beast battle. A beast battle. 3 fighters against 1 monster. The monster hunts the humans. One of the 3 is the sacrifice. The sacrifice buys time by being attacked while the other 2 find an opening. The survival rate for the sacrifice is the kind of number nobody says out loud. Damon apologized. Tritus explained the technical failure. I listened. The thing about panic is that it is a luxury I had stopped being able to afford about 4 arena fights ago. I did not panic. I asked for advice. Who trained beast fighters at Brutus? Where was their area? Tritus looked relieved. He led me to the southeast wing. The beast fighter area smelled like dung and old straw. Cages lined the corridors. Things moved inside them. Tritus led me to a stone building at the far end. Inside, a woman was lounging at a desk with her feet up and a cup of wine in her hand. Cassandra, the beast queen. Brown skin, long blue-black hair falling over one eye, and the kind of scars that come from a lifetime of fighting things that do not care whether you are ready. A white tiger the size of a small horse lay on the floor beside her. Tritus explained the situation. Cassandra listened without sitting up. She asked one question. How much was the consultation fee? Tritus named a number. She agreed. Tritus left immediately, walking fast. not looking back. He was afraid of her. Most people were. She told me the key to surviving a beast battle was not strength or speed. It was information. Know what you are fighting before you fight it. She walked to a window ledge where a carrier pigeon was resting, untied a small scroll from its leg, and read it. A huge armored monster, armored shell, massive size, unknown weak points. She petted the tiger. The tiger did not move. I praised her intelligence gathering, and she looked away, briefly flustered, as if genuine compliments were a category of attack she had not trained a defense for. Back in the office, Tritus and Xavier were waiting. The question on the table: who would be the third fighter? 3 candidates: Mermel, whose fighting spirit had broken after a shoulder injury; Pubnos, whose record was poor; and Timidus. I argued against Timidus. He was training individually with Xavier. He had promise. Sending him as the sacrifice in a beast battle would waste everything we had built in 3 days. Xavier listened. Then he said, flatly, that Timidus was showing considerable enthusiasm and that his spear work was improving. Tritus nodded. They looked at each other the way managers look at each other when the decision is already made and the meeting is just a formality. They chose Timidus because he was improving, because a sacrifice with a long spear had marginally better odds than a sacrifice without one, because the math said he was the least bad option. I opened my mouth to argue again. Xavier cut me off. He was right. There was no senior gladiator available to spare. Cassandra was the trainer, not the third fighter. The school could not afford to lose a ranked combatant to a preliminary bout. Timidus was the contractual option, and the logic was airtight, and the logic made me sick. My own advocacy had made this happen. I had drawn attention to his training. I had made him visible. The guilt settled in my chest like a stone and stayed there. I walked home in the dark, carrying the weight of a decision I had not made, but could not have prevented. Then a hand the size of a dinner plate slapped me on the back and nearly sent me into a wall. Kargis, grinning. He had been busy lately, and I had not seen him at the training ground. He asked what was wrong with my face, and I told him nothing, and he told me I was a terrible liar and dragged me into a tavern. We drank. I vented about Timidus without naming the match or the details. Tritus had been clear. No specifics. Kargis understood. He said something I already knew, but needed to hear from someone who had lived it longer. We earn more than commoners dream of. The price is our lives and our choices. Even if you and I were matched against each other, we could not refuse. He said it without self-pity. A fact. The sky is blue. Water runs downhill. Gladiators fight where they are told. I changed the subject. I thanked him for Monty's care of Daisy. He waved it off. He offered to include Daisy in the home tutoring he was arranging for his son Nias. I insisted on paying my share. He argued. I won. He grumbled. Then I asked why he had been so busy. His face changed, quieter, almost shy. He had gotten a patron, a senator. His flail work had caught the right eye. I remembered teaching him the chain flail months ago, improvising from a museum exhibit Maya had dragged me to. Now the weapon I had introduced was opening doors for him. And if I win my next match, he said, leaning forward, the training chief has recommended me for 2nd rank. I stared at him. 2nd rank. A former opponent I had spared in my 2nd match. A widower with a sick kid. Rising. I felt something warm behind my ribs that had nothing to do with the liquor. We argued about who was better with the flail. We got louder. We got drunker. The raku was strong and the bread was fried and the tavern was warm. And for one night, I let myself forget that in 3 days, I would be standing across from something with an armored shell and no mercy. Daisy and Monty came to collect us. Daisy scolded me for drinking too much. Monty told her that gladiators sometimes needed the strength of alcohol. She said it with the tone of a woman who had seen this before and would see it again and had already decided to be patient about it. I let Daisy lead me home. Bolt was waiting on her pillow. The apartment was small and warm and full of people who depended on me, and I had chosen every single one of them. Kargis's toast stayed with me. He had lifted his cup and said the only thing worth saying. To friends, to freedom, to whatever this all is. I decided, walking home with Daisy's hand on my sleeve, that the gladiator's sacrifice was real, life and choices. But within the sacrifice, there was a margin, a space where you chose who you protected and how far you were willing to go. I chose. I would protect Timidus inside the beast battle. I would learn from Cassandra. I would earn the money that kept Daisy fed and Manty paid, and Bolt sleeping on a pillow instead of a stone cell floor. I would play Livius's game with my eyes open, and I would not let any of them die unappreciated. Not this time. Livius was already seated when I walked in, a clay cup cooling in front of him, untouched. The scolding started before I sat down. He told me I had forgotten to report after the beast battle contract was signed, that he had rushed to the temple in a panic, donated a sum he refused to name, and prepared something he would rather not have spent on a man who could not be bothered to send a pigeon. His voice was level the entire time, which made it worse. I apologize, I said. It was not carelessness. I was too focused on training. He held my gaze for a long moment, then sighed and set 3 words in front of me like a contract: religio, barranca, arcana, connection to the divine, balance of the world. The secret art passed from patron to client. He explained each one in the same tone he might use for a quarterly budget: precise, dry, utterly serious. Magic was real, it was rationed, and it was expensive. The scrolls that channeled it carried a dragon scale sewn into the binding. One wrong word and the balance breaks. One whisper to the wrong ear and the gift rebounds permanently. Then he placed a scroll on the table, folded parchment sealed with a lizard mark, a thunderclass lightning scroll, the only one he had. How much does a replacement cost? I asked. 10,000 sesterces. I stared at the scroll. 10,000. 2/3 of a year's stipend from the man sitting across from me. In my old life, that was the price of a decent used car. In this one, it was the price of divine fire you could hold in your belt. Use it, he said. The crab is bigger than reported. 3 days. Cassandra drove us through every one of them. She snapped orders in the yard with her iron whip coiled at her hip. I was always the idiot. Timidus was always the runt. She taught me the bardiche like it owed her money. Grip width, angle of the swing, how to let the weight do the cutting. She drilled Timidus on the spear joint stab until his hands blistered through the wraps. If either of us hesitated, she cracked the whip across our shins. Feints without killing intent are a waste, she said. She did not look at me when she said it. She was already moving to the next drill. By the 3rd evening, Timidus looked like a man who had been buried and dug up. Dark hollows under his eyes, hands shaking when he ate. Compared to Xavier, he said, spooning broth without tasting it. The crab seems almost friendly. I laughed. He was not joking. The plan was clean. Cassandra commanded and handled support. I carried the firepower. Timidus ran distraction. If everything went right, the 3 of us would walk out. If everything went wrong, the scroll in my belt was the last option. The arena was small and loud, 40,000 voices bouncing off the stone bowl until the sound had no direction and no meaning. Cassandra walked out first. The crowd exploded. They chanted her name, stomped their feet, screamed their adoration at a woman who killed monsters the way other people poured wine. Timidus and I followed. Nobody introduced us. Nobody cared. Then the gate on the far side groaned open, and the crowd went quiet. Garcinos came through sideways because the gate was not wide enough. A giant crab the color of old iron, nearly 3 meters tall, the width of a small house. 2 claws. The right one, the size of a delivery van. The left one smaller, faster. 2 antennae like ship's masts, twitching. Maya at a fish market in Saitama, holding a live lobster, explaining while the dog sat at her feet. The crusher claw is slow, but it can crush a steel can. The cutter claw is fast and fragile, and the antennae sense smell. That is how it finds you. She had said it the way she said everything, like the information might save my life someday. I was listening now. The antennae, I called out. Destroy the antennae, and it loses us. Cassandra did not ask how I knew. She uncoiled her whip and moved. The iron whip cracked once. The left antenna shattered at the base, and the crab screamed, a sound like a ship hull splitting. It swung blind on its left side, enraged, and the cutter claw slashed wide. Runt, the joint, Cassandra barked. Weak claw, left joint now, Timidus charged. He planted his feet the way Xavier had beaten into him and drove the spear point into the cutter claw's joint where the shell thinned to cartilage. The crab lurched. Its mouthpart seized him around the torso and dragged him off the ground. Cassandra moved faster than anyone carrying a whip should move. 2 strikes. The first severed the spear handle to free Timidus's hands. The second cracked across the mouthparts hard enough to knock them open. Timidus dropped to the sand, gasping, alive. Idiot! Her voice found me through the roar. The claw is loose. Finish it. Now! I focused. Deep inside, Hillian, the original, the body's first owner, leaned forward. His strength layered over mine like a second grip on the shaft. The bardiche felt lighter. The crowd noise dropped to nothing. I swung. The cutter claw came off at the joint and hit the sand with the weight of a fallen tree. The arena erupted, but the right antenna was still working. It swiveled, found me, locked on. The crusher claw rose. Above you, Cassandra shouted. I looked up. The shadow was already falling. Then something hit me from the side, hard, shoulder first, the full weight of a woman who had fought monsters her entire life, thrown into my ribs like a battering ram. I went sprawling across the sand. The claw came down where I had been standing. Dust, a wall of it, rising like smoke from a collapsed building. Sand and grit, and the sound of stone cracking under the impact. I could not see her. Cassandra! The name tore out of me before I knew I was shouting. Cassandra! Nothing came back. The dust thinned. She was down. Blood in her hair, left arm bent at a place arms do not bend. She had lost her whip. She was breathing. I started toward her. She lifted her head and the look in her eyes stopped me cold. "Stop," she said. Her voice was smaller than I had ever heard it. "Stop apologizing. Stop reasoning. Get the scroll." She pushed herself up on one arm, the working one, and pulled the gladius from her belt. She charged the crab on broken legs and drove the blade into the gap between its neck plates, screaming something that was not a word. Timidus was on his feet. Cassandra pointed at the crab's already wounded side with the gladius still embedded. "Runt, Gladius, that side. If you want to live, hurry." He ran. He stabbed. He did not hesitate. I pulled the scroll from my belt. The parchment hummed against my fingers. I could feel the scale at the bottom, small, cold, heavier than it should be. I spoke the first word, Nadis. The scroll glowed yellow. Something inside it woke up. The crab reared. Its remaining claw snapped at the air. I ran straight at it, planted the scroll against its jaw, and spoke the second word, Tonitrus. The world went white. In the white space, I had to imagine a container for what was coming. Maya would have known exactly what to use. I thought of the 25-meter swimming pool at the community center in Saitama, where she had dragged me every summer. That pool, that size. Fill it. A door appeared. I spoke the petition Livius had made me memorize. The lock clicked. The door opened. Everything behind it came through at once. 7 bolts of lightning dropped out of a cloudless sky and struck the crab in a column of white fire. The sound was not a sound. It was the end of sound. Carcinos was gone, carbonized where it stood. Its shell split open and black. I was gone too. The blast threw all 3 of us to the edge of the arena like leaves in a gale. I hit the sand wall and the world switched off. 3 days black. No dreams. No Maya. Nothing. I woke to a ceiling I did not recognize. A headache that went all the way to my teeth. And Bolt on my chest watching me. He looked east. The infirmary at Brutus. Timidus was in the bed beside mine. Pale, but breathing. Damon hovered at the foot of my bed. 3 days, he said. The crowd has been calling it the lightning miracle. They counted 7 strikes. Vespasia lost the bet. The crab is ash. I sat up. Pain everywhere. The dull kind that meant nothing was broken, but everything was angry. Cassandra, alive, across the compound. Her arm was shattered in several places, but he paused. The way people pause when they do not understand what they are about to say. It healed overnight. The physicians cannot explain it. Some blessing, they say. The dragon of life and death. Birth. The one who had put me in this body in the first place. Watching over Cassandra, the way thunder watched over me. I did not say this out loud. Timidus stirred. His eyes opened, found me, and he smiled the way a kid smiles when he wakes up and remembers it is a holiday. "We won," he said. "We won." Recovery took its time. The household had survived without me because Manti was exactly as competent as she looked, and because Padia had been visiting to tutor Daisy in letters and arithmetic. Daisy served me dinner the evening I came home, a proper dinner she had cooked herself, a written report on household affairs in slightly crooked but perfectly legible script sitting beside the bread. She stood at the edge of the table, waiting for my reaction with the quiet intensity of an employee at their first performance review. "This is excellent, Daisy." Her whole face changed. Not a grin, something deeper. The relief of a person who has been told they belong somewhere. Livius had sent 2 carrier pigeons to the apartment in a silver cage with engravings and a charm that ensured the birds always returned. 1 pigeon reported to Livius. The other reported to the training ground. Daisy had claimed one as her own and named it Wing. A message arrived via Wing that evening. Livius's handwriting. "Please prepare a get-well gift for Cassandra and deliver it personally to the training ground." Daisy read the message twice. Her eyes went wide. Her first real mission. Timidus arrived at the door still pale from recovery, carrying a long wooden staff because slave gladiators could not carry swords in the city. Damon had assigned him as Daisy's escort. The boy straightened when he saw me and thumped the staff on the ground, like a soldier reporting for duty. "I will protect her," he said, louder than necessary. Daisy stood beside him in her clean dress, hair braided properly, a wrapped bundle of fruit and sweet bread under one arm, and Bolt perched on her shoulder. The lizard watched the street, still looking east. Damon had warned me. A gesture at the door the day I collected Timidus's pay. A small motion with his hand. The kind a manager makes when the news is bad, but not urgent. Someone was watching. The noble whose fighter Helion had embarrassed was still paying attention. I looked at Daisy, at Timidus, at the sunlit street beyond the door. I let them go. She was 14. She needed to learn the city was hers too, not just a series of walls she hid behind. Padia had taught her courtesy. Timidus had a staff and the nerve he had earned in the arena. The streets were daylight bright and busy. They set out. Bolt looked east from Daisy's shoulder until they turned the corner and I could not see them anymore. Livius arrived that evening with his calm and his fury perfectly balanced, the way they always were. He poured himself wine without asking, sat at my table, and told me I was an idiot. Barranca, he said. I told you it was the most important word of the three. Balance. You poured a swimming pool through a lock designed for a cup and nearly killed yourself. I did not argue. He was right. He softened. The anger drained out of him in stages, like a man deciding not to fire an employee he needed. He told me he had been scared. That word, scared, from a senator who measured every syllable like currency. It landed. Then he told me who I was. Goswell trained 5 fighters in his lifetime, Livius said. 5 chosen heroes for the Claudius faction. The 4th was Cassandra, the woman who pushed you clear of that claw and took the impact instead. The 3rd was Rabel Berselli, who has defected to Sidious's camp and may now be an assassin working against us. The 2nd was Pontius Horatius, a good man, badly wounded, recovering somewhere on a coastal villa. And the 1st, he paused. The 1st was Victorious Altium, the current imperial champion, the strongest gladiator alive. My stomach dropped. Not the office worker's stomach drop of a bad quarterly report, the real kind, the kind where your body tells you the math just changed and every number is against you. And I am the 5th, I said. You are the 5th. Livius told me the rest in the same measured voice. His friend Mercury, a future seer with a track record that could not be dismissed, had prophesied that if the Empire went to war again, the Barranca would collapse. Natural disasters. The end of the Empire. The Senate wanted war. The Emperor wanted war. Livius's faction, the Claudius faction, was the minority trying to prevent it. I sat with that for a long time. Livius, I said, thank you for telling me. His smile was thin and exhausted. I am relying on you. Please do not lose. The next morning, I went to see Cyclos. The dwarf met me in the courtyard with his 3 apprentices behind him and a stone table between us. He was already grinning before I spoke. I told him what I needed. 2 serrated sword breakers, the prototype iterated, grip adjusted, teeth sharpened, and a massive 2-handed sword, a Zweihander, sized for the 5-fight series that was coming. Now that, Cyclos said, slamming his palm on the stone table, is the most interesting commission since the slashing axe I made with little Cassandra. His apprentice carried out a weapon wrapped in white cloth and laid it on the table. Even covered, the length of it told me everything. This was not a gladiator's sidearm. This was a statement. I placed the order. Cyclos accepted with the gruff satisfaction of a craftsman who had just been given permission to build something unreasonable. Daisy was home when I returned, safe, glowing. She described the delivery in the kind of detail that told me she had rehearsed the report in her head the entire walk back. What she said to the gate guard, how she presented the gift, how Cassandra had looked when she received it. Thin, bandaged, but smiling. Timidus stood behind her, exhausted and proud, the staff still in his hand, like he had not put it down since he picked it up. She did well, he said. Daisy flushed and busied herself with the dinner plates. I stood at the window after they had gone to bed. The city stretched out below, amber and shadow, the distant sound of a market closing for the night. Somewhere out there was a man named Altium, who had trained under the same master as me, who held the title of Imperial Champion, who was the strongest gladiator the Empire had ever seen. Goswell had chosen 5. 4 came before me. One of them was lying across the compound with a healed arm and a trauma she could not name. 1 was an assassin. 1 was retired and broken, and 1 was at the top, waiting. I thought about the cost of the lightning scroll, 10,000 sesterces for 1 miracle. I thought about Cassandra choosing in a fraction of a second to take the claw instead of letting it take me. I thought about Timidus saying we won with the same voice a kid uses to say it is snowing. Thank you, Maya. I still could not say it to her, but I could say it to the people standing in front of me. Tomorrow, I would start preparing for the 5 fights. Tonight, the house was quiet, and Bolt was asleep on Daisy's pillow, still facing east. Cyclos had them laid out on the anvil bench, like he was presenting children he was proud of, but would never admit it. 2 swords, each one a forearm and a half long, crossguard wider than my spread hand. The spine smooth and the edge serrated in rows of iron teeth, shark tooth pattern. One had the teeth cut deep, half the blade width. The other was shallower, 3/10. Both caught the forge light and held it in the grooves. The deep one bites harder, he said, arms folded over his soot-stained apron. Catches a gladius clean. The shallow one releases faster. You lose the trap, but you keep the tempo. I picked up the deep one in my right hand, the shallow one in my left. The weight was different from anything I had trained with. Not heavier, just angrier. The crossguards alone could crack a man's knuckles on a bad parry. I turned them over, felt the serration under my thumb. Maya had never lectured me about sword breakers specifically, but she had spent an entire entire Sunday explaining the Balinese school of fencing and the weapons designed to ruin other weapons. She would have held these up to the kitchen light and talked for an hour. "I will use both," I said. Something moved behind his beard. It might have been a smile. He grunted and stepped to the back wall, where a wrapped shape leaned against the stone. He pulled the cloth off. The Zweihander was 5 feet of polished steel, with a ricasso wrapped in black leather, where a man could grip below the crossguard for close work. The crossguard itself was wide enough to use as a shield. I took it in both hands and swung once, slow. The air moved out of its way, like it had somewhere better to be. "Heavy," I said. 5 kilograms, he said. "You are strong enough. You are not skilled enough. Train the ricasso grip before the series, or it will cost you." I thanked him and meant it. He waved me off, told me to bring alcohol next time, because dwarves who make weapons for free at least deserve a drink. I wrapped the sword breakers in cloth, slung the Zweihander across my back, and headed for the apartment. The streets were bright. The morning market was setting up. I walked through all of it carrying enough iron to arm a small patrol, thinking about the ricasso grip and whether Daisy had remembered to send the morning report to Livius. I did not think about danger. The sun was out. My weapons were beautiful. My household was safe. Tritus was at the door. He was pale. His hands were flat at his sides instead of holding his wax tablet. His breathing was fast and shallow. "Helion," his voice was tight. "Come, now." Timidus and Daisy were attacked on their way back from the training ground. The sword breakers hit the floor. I do not remember setting them down. I was already running. Timidus was on the floor of Tritus's office. He was lying on his side with a folded cloak under his head, blood on his forehead above his left eyebrow. His breathing was careful. 2 cracked ribs, Tritus said, both on the left side where he had turned to shield Daisy. He saw me and tried to sit up. I put my hand on his shoulder and pushed him back down. "Master Helion," his voice was thin. "I am sorry. I could not keep them off her. There were 2. They had short blades. They moved like trained men, not drunks. I blocked what I could. Where is Daisy?" "At Cargus's house, the neighbor. She ran there after they pulled back." His eyes were wet, but he held them. "She is safe. I made sure she was behind me the whole time." I looked at Tritus. He confirmed it. 2 men with Pugios, trained movements. They hit Timidus first because he was the barrier, then swung at Daisy when he went down. She took a blow to the cheek and one to the forearm, where she raised her arm to block. Timidus got back to his feet and put himself between them again. They ran when they heard voices from the street. "You are not hurt because of you," I told Timidus. "You are hurt because of me." He shook his head. He was crying, and he was embarrassed about crying, and he was trying to hide it by turning his face into the cloak. I let him. Some things a 16-year-old needs to do without an audience. I found Daisy at Cargus's table. She was sitting with her hands folded in her lap, very still, the way she used to sit when I first brought her home. Bruise on her right cheek, scrape on her left forearm. Cargus was behind her with a damp cloth, not touching her, waiting for permission. "I am sorry, master." Her voice cracked on the second word. "They hit Timidus first. I tried to run. I tried. I could not move. My legs would not move." I knelt in front of her. I put my hands on hers. She flinched and then held on. "Timidus is alive," I said. "You are alive. That is the only report I need." She looked at me with eyes that wanted to believe that was enough. It was not enough. We both knew it, but it was what I had to give her right now. Cargus caught my eye over her head. His jaw was set. He did not say anything. He did not need to. I lifted Timidus and carried him home over my shoulder. Daisy walked beside me, holding the hem of my tunic. The streets were still bright. Nothing had changed except everything. Patya arrived within the hour. She carried a leather satchel of herbal medicines from her ambassador stores, and she did not knock. She walked in, saw Timidus on the pallet, saw Daisy curled on the bench with her knees pulled up, and went to work. I had seen her at Livius's dinner table in silver and polished conversation. I had seen her tutoring Daisy in letters with a patience that made the room quieter. I had not seen this version. She knelt beside Timidus, unwrapped his ribs with steady hands, pressed a poultice against the swelling with the kind of pressure that said she had done this before and did not need to be told what cracked bones felt like under cloth. Timidus winced. She told him to breathe out, not in, while she wrapped. He obeyed. Monty arrived with clean linens and water without being asked. The 2 of them moved around each other as if they had rehearsed it. Monty held, Pataya pressed, Monty wiped, Pataya wrapped. Daisy watched from the bench with her knees under her chin. By late afternoon, Timidus was sleeping. Pataya cleaned the scrape on Daisy's forearm with something that smelled like vinegar and crushed herbs, then pressed a cool cloth to the bruise on her cheek and told her to hold it there until the swelling told her it was done. Daisy held it. She did not cry again. I sat at the window. 2 men had done this. They had run when voices from the street spooked them. They were paid to hurt, not to engage. A warning, not a war. I could have chased them. I knew the streets. I was faster than any hired thug in leather sandals. I could have caught at least one, and the things I would have done to him would have been sufficient. I did not chase them. My ward was bleeding. My brother was broken. You do not leave your wounded to hunt the wolves. You bring your people home first. I did not sleep. Tritus came at dawn. He sat across from me with his tablet on his knee. The intelligence came from a source Tritus would not name. The report was clean. The man behind the attack had a name: Senator Octavius Oro Subtilis. Tritus laid it out piece by piece. Oro had sponsored Anklaus, paid for the ornate Hydra armor I had seen in the arena before I put a chain flail through the man wearing it. Anklaus was Oro's investment. When I killed Anklaus, Oro lost his investment. That was the start. Oro bankrolled the Wespasia training school. The owner, Romaris, was not his partner. Romaris was his puppet. Decades ago, Oro had destroyed Romaris's father Romulus financially, engineering debts that turned ownership into obedience. Romaris ran the school, but every decision ran through Oro first. The beast battle bet against us in the Carcinos fight. The stacked terms coming for the 5-match series. The 2 men with Pugios who hit to meet us on a day when I was at the forge and the household was thin. All of it pointed back to the same chair in the Senate. And above Oro, a longer shadow, Count Sidious Urtas, pro-war faction, the faction that wanted the Empire at war. Oro answered to Sidious. Helion the Gladiator had become an obstacle to their plan, and obstacles in this empire got their families hit first. I sat with him. Tritus waited. Make sure I have the names spelled correctly, I said. I am going to be saying them often. Octavius Oro Subtilis, Sidious Urtas. Damon arrived while the ink was still drying. His mustache drooped lower than usual. The 5-match series contract had been revised. Oro had argued to the Arena Commission that a gladiator who had killed a giant crab alone should not be treated as a lower-rank fighter in standard bouts. The commission agreed. First match, 4 opponents. Last match, 3. The middle 3 stayed at 1 each. 10 opponents across 5 matches instead of the original 5. Damon set the contract on the table. I picked it up. I read it. The terms were clear. The penalty for withdrawal was forfeiture of the Brutus School's arena license for 1 year. Oro had made sure there was no door out. I signed it. Damon stared at me across the table. His mustache twitched. You are not going to ask me to fight it? I would rather know my weather, I said. He opened his mouth, closed it, looked at Tritus. Tritus looked at the floor. Neither of them argued. There was nothing to argue. The path was through. It had always been through. Damon told me one more thing before he left. Timidus had insisted, from his palate, through cracked ribs and a bandaged head, that he would serve as my weapon deliverer for the series. He refused to stay behind. I did not try to talk him out of it. Some debts are not paid in coins. Juarez arrived that afternoon, late 20s, lean frame, the build of a man who had learned to move fast and stay invisible. He reported in 3 sentences. My orders are to guard your ward. I will sleep in the corridor. Move me if you do not want me. Livius had sent him. Spartan-trained Cryptia graduate. He examined the apartment in 4 minutes, checked the side angles from the street, and moved the bench near the entrance 2 feet to the left without explaining why. Daisy was shy around him at first. She stayed close to Monty's side and watched him the way she watched new people, with her shoulders pulled in and her chin low. Juarez crouched in front of her. He did not smile. He did not soften his voice. He said one thing: always run toward me, never away. She blinked. She understood. I could see the understanding land. Toward meant safety. Away meant chase. She nodded once, quick, and that was the end of the lesson. The night passed. Patia stayed through it, changing Timidus's wraps every few hours, checking the color of the bruise on Daisy's cheek, keeping the satchel open on the table like a field hospital. Monty slept in 2-hour shifts on the kitchen bench. Juarez did not appear to sleep at all. At dawn, Patia packed her satchel. She left a final poultice for Timidus, with instructions Monty already knew. At the door, she paused. She looked at me for a long moment. I was standing at the window with the Zweihander leaning against the wall beside me. I was too tired to read the look, too tired to interpret it. She turned and left. I watched her walk down the corridor until she turned the corner. Tritus was leaving for the training ground. I stopped him at the door. Tell the school I will keep their schedule, I said. Tell Wespasia to bring everything they have. He nodded. He did not write it down. Some messages do not need tablets. And Tritus. I waited until he looked at me. When this is over, I want a long talk with whoever sold Oro his first sword. He left. The door closed. The apartment was quiet. Timidus was breathing slow and careful on the pallet. Daisy was asleep on the bench with Bolt curled on her shoulder. Juarez was in the corridor, invisible and present. I lifted the Zweihander once, felt the 5 kilograms settle into my grip, set it down. 24 hours until the first match. 4 opponents, then 3 more matches of 1, then a final match of 3. 10 men between me and the other side of this. I sat in my chair. I thought about the sand. I thought about Oro's name. I thought about Daisy's bruise and Timidus's ribs. Being right not to chase those men did not make the anger any smaller. The 5-match series was loaded. The weather was known. The path was through. I was ready. The roar hit me before the light did. It rolled down the tunnel like something physical, a wall of sound that tasted like dust, and 10,000 people who had skipped their lunch to watch me bleed. Timidus walked beside me, his right arm in a sling, his left hand gripping a wicker basket full of weapons almost as tall as he was. I had told him 3 times to stay home. Master Helion, he stopped at the tunnel mouth and held out the bardiche. Your weapon. The handle was warm from his grip, heavy, familiar. The weight settled into my shoulders like a conversation I had been having for months. Thank you, Timidus. Sit down. Rest. He did not sit down. He set Bolt on his knee and watched me walk into the light. Every seat was taken. The standing room crowd was 3 bodies deep. I scanned the boxes. Augustus sat in the highest one, young and clean. Claudius 2 seats over, steady as a temple column. Livius lower, hands folded, wearing that patient smile. Damon's voice boomed across the sand. He was somewhere above me in the announcer's stand, selling the show the way he always did. I caught fragments. 5 weapons, 5 matches, 10 fighters from the Wespasia school. The crowd roared at every pause. I did not search for Patia in the household row. That was deliberate. If I found her face, I would start thinking about the things I was fighting for instead of the things I was fighting against. And right now, I needed the second list. The 4 opponents entered from the far gate. Brennus led them. Big man, older than me, a spatha on his hip and a rectangular shield on his arm. Behind him, 2 with short swords and 1 with a pilum. They moved like a unit. Someone had drilled them. In the noble box, 3 rows behind Livius, a man in a red-bordered toga leaned forward. I had never seen him clearly before. Oro. He was watching me the way a merchant watches a competitor's storefront, taking notes with his eyes. The horn blew. I set the bardiche aside. I drew the 2 sword breakers from my belt, 1 in each hand, serrated edges catching the light, and walked toward the center of the sand. Brennus was no fool. He sent the flankers first. 2 men charged from opposite sides, swords high, shields tight. The crowd loved it. I let them come. The sword breakers were built for this exact geometry. I caught the right man's gladius in the deep serration, twisted, and the blade snapped at the tang. The shallow serration breaker in my left hand hooked the second sword on the downswing and ripped it free of his grip. Both men staggered, disarmed, stumbling back toward Brennus. Then the pilum came from behind. Turgum, good arm. The iron head whistled past my ear because I was already turning, and the shaft clattered across the sand behind me. Brennus came next. He was fast for his size. His spatha chopped down in a heavy overhead arc, and I crossed both sword breakers over the blade to catch it. The impact jarred my wrists. I pulled. The steel screamed. The spatha cracked at the midpoint, and the sword breakers cracked with it, both of them. The serrations tearing through his blade and destroying themselves in the process. 6 weapons broken in 2 seconds. Brennus stared at the stub of his spatha. I stared at the 2 ruined hilts in my hands. Improvements were definitely needed. Cyclos was going to cry, but I did not stop. The sword breaker blades had shattered into jagged fragments on the sand. I scooped up the longer piece in my right hand, maybe 8 inches of toothed iron, and kept the hilt stub in my left. The geometry had changed, but geometry was still geometry. A short blade meant a fast arc. The 2 disarmed flankers drew pugios from their belts. I threw the hilt stub at the nearest one's shield, and the impact knocked his guard wide. I stepped into the gap and drove the jagged blade fragment through Brennus's shield and into his thigh. He screamed. His knee buckled. He went down. Turgum threw his second pilum. I caught it, turned it around, drove the butt end into the nearest flanker's stomach. He folded. The last man backed away, dropped his pugio, and raised both hands. 4 men down, none dead. I planted what was left of the swordbreaker point down in the sand, walked to the gate, and did not look back. The crowd was on its feet. Flower petals rained. Someone was chanting my name, and the rest were following. I felt nothing about it. My hands hurt. The broken steel had cut my right palm. I squeezed it shut and kept walking. Timidus was waiting at the armory table with a water jug, a clean cloth, and the bardiche leaning against the wall. Bolt sat on the basket of weapons, watching me with those gold eyes that always seemed to know more than a lizard should. I washed the cut on my palm, wrapped it with the cloth, drank half the jug. Don't tell Cyclos I broke both sword breakers on the first match. I set the jug down. He will cry. Actual tears. Timidus laughed. It was small and surprised, and it cracked his face open for the first time since the ambush. The bruise above his left eyebrow was still yellow at the edges. His ribs were still taped under his tunic. But for 1 second, he looked like a boy who thought something was funny, and that was worth more than the 4 men I had just put on the sand. The next match is Palum and Parma, he said. He pulled 2 iron-tipped javelins from the basket and set a round shield beside them. A Francisca throwing axe was strapped to the back of the shield for emergencies. 30 minutes until the horn. I sat on the stone bench with the pilum across my knees and did what I always did between problems. I calculated. The crowd had cheered. Augustus had watched. Oro had watched. The math was simple. If I was boring, the emperor would tire of me. Bored emperors killed gladiators the way bored executives restructured departments. If I was heroic, the crowd would demand me alive. The crowd was the only wall between me and a thumb turned down. So I would feed them. I would give them the show they wanted. I would be the hero who fought with broken swords and spared his opponents, and walked out without looking back, because that hero was the one the crowd would riot for, and a rioting crowd was the one thing even Augustus could not ignore. It was the same cost-benefit analysis I used to run on quarterly shipping reports, applied to a sand floor killing ground with an emperor in the box seats. A shadow crossed the corridor mouth. Livius. He did not come in. He stood at the edge of the torchlight, hands folded, that patient smile aimed at the wall 6 inches to my left. "The path through is through," he said. "Walk it." He was gone before I could answer. The corridor smelled like stone and iron and old blood. I picked up the 2 pila. 30 minutes. 3 more matches after this one. I did not yet know who my next opponent would be. The gate rose and my second opponent walked out. He was young, 16 at most, thin arms, thin legs, a round shield too big for his frame, and a short sword he held like it was someone else's property. Stultus. 0 wins, 0 losses. Today was his first match. He had the look that said, "I am going to die today, and I have not yet decided how to feel about it." The crowd was already restless. They had come for the spectacle of the swordbreaker fight. This was the meal between courses, and they wanted it fast. Stultus walked to the center of the sand. He stopped. He looked at me. He looked at the imperial box. He looked at the sand beneath his feet. Then he dropped his sword. It landed flat on the sand with a dull clang that the whole arena heard because the whole arena had gone quiet. He sat down. He pulled his knees to his chest. He cried. The sound carried. In a stadium built for echoes, a boy crying on the sand was louder than any war horn. His shoulders shook. Something darkened the sand beneath him. Confusion first, then contempt. Scattered boos, bread crusts arcing through the air. I stood 20 paces away and understood him completely. I had been him. I had stood in the armory before my first fight and thought about what it would feel like to refuse. Stultus did not have a Maya. I approached, slowly. The sand crunched under my sandals. He did not look up. His crying had become the kind that was past sound, just shaking and breathing and the occasional wet gulp. I could disable him. I had 2 pila. The first one was designed for shields. I adjusted my grip, measured the angle, and threw. The pilum punched through the top of his round shield and into his left forearm, pinning the arm to the wood. He screamed. His head snapped up. Blood ran down the shield's face in a thin line, but he was alive. He was disabled. The match could be called. The crowd noise shifted, angry, unsatisfied. Someone wanted blood, and the boy on the sand was not providing it. The voice came from the imperial box. Augustus had spoken. I did not need to hear the exact words to understand the shape of them. The imperial tone cut through the silence, the way a blade cuts through linen. Clean, final. The meaning reached me through the crowd's sudden stillness, through Stultus's sudden freeze, through the way every head in the arena turned upward and then turned back down to me. Finish him. I looked at Livius. He was in his box. He did not move. His hands stayed folded. His face stayed still. The patient smile was gone, but nothing had replaced it. He was giving me nothing because he had nothing to give. I looked at Stultus. He was kneeling now, the pilum still pinning his left arm to his shield, his eyes closed, his body shaking. He was not fighting. He was not begging. He had passed through fear into the place beyond it where the body simply waits for what is coming. I had 1 pilum left. The math ran itself. If I refused the emperor's direct order on the arena floor, I would be executed. Treason. My property would be seized. Daisy would be sold. Timidus would be sent to beast fighting. Bolt would be taken. The household I had built in 4 phases of survival would be dismantled in 4 minutes of defiance. I had chosen them. I had chosen Daisy the night I bought her free with a paradit. I had chosen Timidus the day I trained him on the long spear. I had chosen Kargis the afternoon I spared him in the sand. They cost me something now. Maya rose in my head. Not the weapons lecturer, not the history professor. The older sister who sat on the edge of my bed when I was 12 and our parents had just died, and the house was quiet for the first time in my life. Memento mori, she had said. Remember, you must die. It is not a threat, Adrian. It is a permission. Live now. I picked up the second pilum. I hefted it. The iron tip caught the midday sun. Stultus opened his eyes. He looked at me. I do not know what he saw. I hope it was fast enough that he did not see anything at all. The pilum found its target. Stultus did not rise again. The crowd's silence was the only mercy he was allowed. I set the pilum down on the sand. I walked to the gate. I did not look at the imperial box. I did not look at Livius. I did not look at the household row where Daisy and Manti and Patia were sitting. I walked through the tunnel and into the armory, and I set down the parma, and I went to the water basin and I washed my hands. Once, the water turned pink. Twice, the water ran clear. 3 times. The water had been clear after the second. I washed them a 3rd time anyway, because the feeling was still there. The feeling that would not come off no matter how many times I rubbed my palms together. The feeling of a boy who had sat down in the sand and cried and waited and trusted that someone would let him live. Outside, the crowd had started to cheer. I could hear it through the stone. They were cheering for the man who had thrown the pilum. They were cheering for the executioner. The sound was the same frequency as the applause after the swordbreaker fight, but it did not sit in the same place in my chest. It sat lower. It sat in the part of me that was still an office worker from the wrong century who had been told by his sister to live now, and who had just decided that living now meant killing a boy who could not fight back. Timidus was in the doorway. He did not say anything. He set a clean cloth next to the basin and backed out. I dried my hands. I oiled the bardiche. I checked the edge. 3 matches to go. The sand on my sandals was the same color as the sand on Stultus's shield. I did not brush it off. I sat on the bench and I waited for the horn, and I did not think about anything at all, which was its own kind of lie, because I was thinking about everything. Maya's voice, the old one, the 12-year-old bedroom one, said it again in the quiet. Live now. I was trying. The 3rd match lasted 3 exchanges. My opponent was a journeyman from a southern training school. Competent footwork, decent guard. A spatha he kept too high. He came in with the crowd behind him and the sun at his back, and I could see from the way he set his shield that he had been taught by someone careful. But careful was not enough. Not today. I had killed a boy who would not fight in my last match, and the only mercy I had left to offer was speed. I parried his opening thrust, stepped inside his guard, and stripped the spatha out of his hand with the bardiche's beard hook. He stumbled. I brought the axe head to his throat and held it there. Yield, he yielded. The judges called the match. The crowd approved but did not erupt. A clean win after the Stultus execution did not stir the same appetite. They wanted something to wash the taste of the last match out of their mouths, and a 3-exchange takedown was not enough spectacle. I walked off the sand before the announcer finished his line, and the cheering faded into the corridor behind me like music through a closing door. They were standing in a shadowed alcove between 2 pillars, half hidden from the main corridor traffic. Livius had his arms folded inside his toga. Goswell was in clothes I had never seen on him before. A traveling cloak over wool, road boots instead of the heavy jailer pair, a pack at his feet. I stopped. Goswell looked at me the way he always did, measuring, patient, a little amused that I was still alive. But his eyes moved differently today. They tracked me the way you track someone you are memorizing, as if the next time he saw me might be a long time from now. Southern disturbance, Livius said, by way of explanation. The barrier at Hierapolis. Mercury's priesthood sent word 3 days ago. Goswell picked up the pack and slung it over one shoulder. He looked smaller in traveling clothes, older. The scars on his face caught the torchlight and made them deeper than they were. I will be back when the southern matter is closed. He put a hand on my shoulder. The weight of it was enormous. Do not die before I come back. The Empire needs you walking. I wanted to say something worth the moment, something his 5 heroes would have said, something that matched the weight of the hand on my shoulder, the years he had spent finding warriors and training them and watching them walk into sand that ate them. Instead, I said what came out. Come back. His mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. He squeezed once and let go. He nodded to Livius, turned, and walked south down the corridor without looking back. The sound of his boots faded in 5 steps, then 6, then nothing. The torchlight filled the space where he had been and looked emptier for it. Livius watched the empty corridor for a long moment. He has not taken a personal mission in 4 years, he said quietly. The South must be worse than he told me. I filed that. The hand-washing basin in the armory was waiting. Stultus was still on my hands. Goswell was gone. 2 matches left. I turned back toward the light and tried not to think about the word he had used, walking, as if that was the minimum he was asking for, as if he had learned from previous heroes that asking for more than survival was greedy. Round 4. I came out with a spatha and a round shield. The Francisca was strapped behind the shield where it always lived. Timidus had handed me the weapons in the tunnel with a nod and a quiet word I could not hear over the crowd. Then the gates on the opposite side opened, and a choir walked out. 10 women in pale linen tunics, a small drum, a man with a lyre. They arranged themselves in a half circle facing the crowd and began to sing a fanfare that sounded like it belonged in a temple dedication, not a blood match. Flower petals arced from the noble boxes. The women in the stands screamed. Then Ranunculus entered. Gold bracers, gold greaves, no helmet. His hair was oiled and styled. He walked like a man who had practiced this walk in a mirror. The announcer declared him the Count's nephew, the noble gladiator of the Wespasia training school, the epitome of aristocratic combat. The choir's singing swelled. I counted them. 10 singers, 1 drummer, 1 lyre player, 12 people on the sand who were not fighting. One of the singers was not singing. She was standing at the far edge of the half circle, her hand resting on a small carved staff at her hip. Her mouth was closed. Her eyes were on me. I filed that. Ranunculus was approaching. His sword was out. The choir kept singing. He stopped 10 paces away and spread his arms wide, as if inviting the applause to wash over him. In my old life, I would have called this an Indian film number. In this life, I called it a waste of time. Then my eyes began to burn. The air above the sand floor was wrong. No color, no smell I could name. But my lungs tightened. My vision blurred at the edges, and a cold paralysis crept upward from my waist like ice water filling a bathtub. Poison gas, invisible, dispersed under the cover of the music. I threw myself sideways. Ranunculus's sword whistled through the space where my neck had been. I hit the sand rolling, scrambled behind a stone pillar, and pressed my face into my arm to filter what I could. The paralysis retreated to a tingling in my legs. The choir kept singing. Ranunculus laughed. He said something about beasts looking better on all fours. He said something about my instinct being better than my intelligence. I was not listening. I was watching the woman who was not singing. My lungs were burning. Every breath pulled the poison deeper. The singing masked the faint chanting underneath it, but I could hear it now that I knew what to listen for. A low thread of syllables woven into the soprano line, steady as a heartbeat. The woman with the staff. She was not holding sheet music. She was holding a scroll. Her fingers were curled around it the way you hold something you are reading from memory, not from the page. Her eyes had not left me once. I pulled the Francisca from behind my shield. Maya had lectured me once about the Frankish throwing axe, the weight distribution, the rotation, the distance at which the blade arrives edge first versus flat. She had been watching an anime episode about a manga about a barbarian king, and she had paused it to explain the physics of axe rotation for 11 minutes. I had eaten my dinner and nodded. The woman was 30 paces away, at the edge of the choir's half circle. 3 singers stood between her and the open sand. The throw would need to thread past all 3 without touching them. I stepped out from behind the pillar. Ranunculus was already advancing. I had one breath. The Francisca left my hand. It arced across the arena, threaded past the first singer's shoulder, cleared the second singer's head by the width of a fist, and buried itself in the wooden railing behind the choir. The blade went through the scroll and pinned the woman's casting hand to the wood. She screamed. The scroll tore. The chanting stopped. The poison broke. I could breathe. The crowd saw the axe, saw the pinned hand, saw the scroll fragments falling. They understood. The roar that went up was not for Ranunculus. His smile shifted. He raised his sword, but his free hand went to the ring on his left index finger, and I saw his lips move. A black fog billowed from the ring, something thicker than smoke, something that moved with intention. It hit my face like a wet cloth. The world went dark, total, as if someone had pulled a hood over the sun itself. I could hear the crowd. I could hear Ranunculus's boots on the sand. I could hear my own breathing, too fast, too shallow, but I could see nothing. The crowd's roar curdled. Laughter started in the noble boxes and spread. Ranunculus said something about the show beginning. The laughter grew. I stood very still on the sand. Fear found me there. Not the arena fear I had learned to manage. Something worse. The fear of a man who has survived 9 matches on his eyes and his body, and suddenly has neither. The fear that says you are going to die in the dark, and the last thing you will hear is laughter. My hands wanted to drop the sword. My legs wanted to run. I could feel my pulse in my teeth. Inside my head, a voice that was not mine and was not Maya's spoke. I will be your shoulders. You be the listening. Helion, the body's first soul, the partner I was still learning to trust. His voice was steady in a way mine was not. He had grown up in this arena. He had lived in this body's muscles before I arrived. If anyone knew how to stand in the dark and not fall, it was him. I nodded once, blind. My fingers tightened on the spatha grip. The fear did not leave, but it moved aside, the way a crowd moves aside when someone with purpose walks through. Then, from high above, from the noble box, from a place where no voice should have been raised in public, Patia screamed, "Helion, Above you, duck! I ducked. Something cut the air above my head, a secondary discharge from the fog, or Ranunculus's blade. I did not know which. It did not matter. Patia's voice had cut through the noise of 12,000 spectators and landed inside my chest like a thrown stone. Maya's voice rose from somewhere older than the arena. Sound finds the edge before the eye does. Her kendo lecture. Trust the kendo masters. They fight blindfolded for a reason. The footstep tells you where the body is. The wind shift tells you where the blade is going. Your ears are faster than your eyes if you let them be. I had laughed at her. She had thrown a cushion at my head and told me to listen for once in my miserable life. I was listening now. Ranunculus's boots crunched on the sand. 2 steps, 3, coming from my left. The rhythm was a walk, not a charge. He thought I was finished. He was taking his time the way a hunter takes his time with an animal caught in a snare. Inside my body, Hellion shifted, not taking control, partnering. His instinct rolled my shoulders into the next arc, and I felt the movement before I understood it. The body's muscles knew things my office worker brain did not, where the center of gravity should sit, how the hips should angle before a pivot. He gave me the structure. I gave him the timing. The spatha came up. Ranunculus's sword whistled. The wind shift came a half second before the impact. I stepped right. The blade passed my left ear close enough to feel the draft on my jaw. The crowd went quiet, not arena quiet, where thousands murmur and shuffle. True quiet. The kind that happens when 12,000 people hold their breath at the same time. From above, Patia's voice again, louder, raw. She was not performing court composure anymore. She was shouting across the arena with her hands cupped around her mouth and her whole body leaning over the railing. Her voice cracked on the consonants, and I did not care because the direction was clean. Left! I shifted left. The second blow cut the air to my right. I felt the wind of it pass my ribs. Above! I dropped to a knee. The overhead strike passed over my skull, close enough to part my hair. The sand shifted under my knee, and I found my footing again before the balance broke. Right! He is circling right! I pivoted. Helion's body knew the angle before my brain processed the words. I felt the spatha catch Ranunculus's blade at the midpoint of his arc. Steel screamed against steel. I pushed. The catch held. I twisted the way trainer Xavier had drilled 100 times in the practice yard, the leverage move that turns a bind into a break. Every muscle from my shoulder through my wrist remembered the motion. Ranunculus's sword snapped. The sound was sharp and clean, like a branch breaking in winter. Then the crowd erupted. Not laughter now. Something older. Something that sounded like 12,000 people remembering what they had come here to see. Ranunculus stumbled backward. I heard the broken blade hit the sand. I heard his breathing change from control to fear. I heard the gold bracers on his arms shift as he raised his hands. I advanced on his sound. 3 steps. The spatha tip found his chest. I held it there, pressing just enough for him to feel the point through his gold breastplate. Yield. He was quiet for 1 breath. 2. I could hear the arena holding itself still around us. I yield. The judges called the match. The darkness began to lift. It came back in fragments, as if someone were reassembling a shattered mirror one shard at a time. First, a smear of gold where the sun was. Then, the pale blur of the sand. Then, shapes. Color bleeding back into the world like watercolor on wet paper. Ranunculus was on his knees in front of me, his hands open, his broken sword in the sand beside him. He looked smaller without his smile. I turned toward the noble box. The shapes resolved. The railing. The row of senators in their white togas turned in their seats, not watching me, watching her. Patia was gripping the railing with both hands. Her knuckles were white. Her face was flushed. Her eyes were wet. She was breathing hard, her chest heaving with the effort of the shouting she had done across an arena full of people who would remember every word. In 90 seconds, she had given me her voice, her composure, her political standing, and every carefully maintained boundary between a Parthena's ambassador and a gladiator she was not supposed to care about. In front of every senator in the noble box. 3 years of perfect composure, burned. She did not look away. I walked across the sand. The crowd was still cheering, but I could not hear them properly. The sound had gone distant, the way the world sounds when you are underwater and someone above the surface is calling your name. I climbed the steps at the edge of the arena, the narrow stone staircase that led up to the railing nearest the noble box. The guards at the top shifted but did not stop me. Maybe they recognized that stopping me would have required more force than the moment deserved. I stopped at the railing, 3 paces of air between us, close enough to see that her hands were shaking, close enough to see the tear tracks on her cheeks, close enough to see her mouth tremble once before she pressed her lips together and held. I bowed, full, formal. The bow a citizen gives to a patron, the bow a soldier gives to the commander who saved his life. Both knees locked. back straight, head down, arms at my sides. It was the only language I had that could say what needed saying in front of 12,000 witnesses without making it worse for her. She had given me her voice. I gave her my silence and my spine. The crowd erupted again, louder than the blind fight, louder than the Francisca throw. I could hear Damon's voice over the announcer's booth, shouting something I could not make out. The sound crashed against the arena walls and came back doubled. I stayed bowed for a count of 7. Somewhere in the household row below the noble box, Daisy was crying. I could hear the small hitching breaths even through the roar. Manti had both hands pressed to her own cheeks. Her composure cracked for the first time since I had known her. Juarez was scanning the noble box with the same flat expression he wore when he was reading every exit and every threat and filing them all. If he felt anything, his face had not been informed. Oro was leaving. I caught the movement at the edge of my recovering vision, the red-bordered toga disappearing through the curtained archway at the back of the box. He did not look back. He did not need to. He had seen enough. I straightened. Patia was still gripping the railing. Our eyes met. One breath, the length of a single heartbeat. Her eyes said things that no ambassador from a hostage city-state should say to a gladiator in public. My eyes said things back that I did not know I had in me until the darkness lifted, and she was the first thing I saw. Then I turned and walked down the steps, across the sand, into the armory corridor. One match left. Kargis, tomorrow. Goswell was walking south somewhere beyond the city walls, carrying the Empire on shoulders that looked smaller in a traveling cloak. Patia was standing at a railing with shaking hands, her political future rewritten in 90 seconds of screaming. The choir mage's hand was pinned to a piece of wood that Oro's people would quietly remove before the next match. And I was walking into a corridor that smelled like iron and sweat and old sand, carrying a spatha I had used without seeing, thinking about a sister who had taught me to listen when I did not want to. Maya would have loved this. She would have paused the video at the blind fight sequence and rewound it 6 times. She would have called me to explain the kendo connection. She would have talked for 40 minutes about how sound travels differently in enclosed stone arenas versus open fields. I would have listened. For the first time in my life, I would have listened to every word. I washed my hands once in the armory basin, just once. The water was clean. The feeling came off. The sun had gone low enough to paint everything the color of old blood. I was still in the corridor beneath the sand, 4 matches down, 1 left. Damon had done everything a showman could do. I was the last card in the old man's hand. Across the arena, Romulus was unraveling. Every insurance he had layered onto the series had crumbled. Brennus, Stultus, the Journeyman, Ranunculus and his magic scrolls, all beaten. But Romulus had 1 card left, a gladiator transferred to the Wespasia rolls 3 weeks ago on a clerical maneuver that Oro had arranged. The final opponent was specifically chosen to exploit the one weakness in my profile. Not a physical weakness, a personal one. Timidus met me at the armory gate with the Zweihander held across both arms. His hands were shaking slightly, not from the weight. "Last one," he said. His voice cracked on the second word. I took the sword. The hilt settled into both palms like a handshake from someone I trusted. "You watched every match," I said. "Thank you for that." His face broke into something between a smile and a wince. "I will watch this one too, to the end. Win, Helion." I drew the Zweihander from the cloth wrapping. The crowd above us heard the steel ring and the noise changed, a collective intake that I felt through the floor. I stepped through the gate into the sunset. The arena was full, nobles in the upper boxes, senators along the marble rail, the emperor's awning drawn against the low sun, and across from me, entering from the opposite gate, 3 men, 2 spearmen in chainmail with long iron hasta lances, and between them, a massive figure in full plate with a flail in one hand and a great shield in the other. The shield bore the earth deity's motif. The helmet covered every feature. The announcer's voice rolled across the sand. The crowd erupted. The words blurred together until one name cut through everything else. Kargis, the steel giant. My chest dropped. The Zweihander suddenly weighed 1,000 kilograms. I knew that shield. I knew that walk. I knew the way he held the flail slightly forward, the way I had taught him. Kargis, my first friend in this world. The man who had brought me meatball soup in a stone cell when I had nothing. The man whose son, Neas, was sick at home, waiting for his father to come back. They had put him across the sand from me. Maya would have known 3 ways to solve this without fighting, but she was not here. And the code was simple. The bell rings, the weapons rise, and one man stands at the end. Kargis removed his helmet. Not because the rules required it, because he wanted me to see his face. His eyes were red. His jaw was set the way it got when he had already accepted something and was holding his grief below his teeth where no one could reach it. He looked at me across 30 meters of sand, and he nodded once. I nodded back. The two spearmen flanking him exchanged a confused glance. Their captain was not responding to their formation signals, but the bell rang before they could ask, and the three of them moved. Kargis had trained for this. I could see it in the first exchange. His shield came up at the exact angle to catch the Zweihander near the base of the blade where the cutting edge had no leverage, and his flail whipped over the shield rim toward my wrist, a parrying technique you learn only by drilling against a specific weapon for weeks. He had been practicing against the Zweihander, against me. The spearmen closed from left and right, alternating thrusts high and low, trying to pin me against the wall. Professional, coordinated. Kargis held the center while his team drove me backward. I aimed to strike at Kargis's neck. Instinct, the fastest route to ending the encirclement. But my arm seized mid-swing, and I heard the voice in my head. The other Hellion, the original soul who lived in this body before I arrived, not the neck. I missed the swing. Kargis flinched. The left spearman thrust at my ribs and I barely turned it aside. The voice again, clearer this time. You see what I see now? The question was not about the arena. It was about us. I see what you see now, I answered. Something shifted. Not in the arena, not in the crowd, not in the sand under my feet. Inside. The wall between his instincts and my thinking dissolved. And for the first time since I had woken up in this body, we were not two men fighting over the same pair of hands. We were one. The sync changed everything. His body knew where the spears were coming from before my eyes confirmed it. My mind knew what the Zweihander could do before his muscles committed. We moved together the way Maya had described the medieval Landsknechte moving with their great swords, the charge breakers who ran ahead of pike formations and cut the shafts before the line could close. I feinted a horizontal slash at Kargis's shield. He raised the shield. I grabbed the ricasso, killed the blade's momentum, and sprinted forward past his guard into the gap between him and the left spearman. The spearman did not expect the charge. His hasta was built for distance, not for a man inside his reach. I cut once, deep across the front of his thigh, and he dropped to one knee with a sound that cut through the crowd noise. Not dead, not crippled, but out of the fight. The right spearman thrust at my exposed back. Kargis's flail sang past my shoulder, blocking my follow-up strike on the second spear. He had read my pattern. He shouted something about seeing through the weapon, and I believed him, because the shield charge that followed knocked me sideways, and the spearman's thrust scraped my ribs as I rolled through Kargis's left side. The crowd screamed. I came up on my feet. The spearmen circled. Kargis held position. We went again. It took two more exchanges. On the first, I broke the spearman's hasta at the shaft with an overhead cut that Zweihander was born for. On the second, I caught his collar with the flat of the blade and swept his legs. He hit the sand hard and did not get up. Two down, none dead. Kargis stood alone. His shield was dented. His flail arm was trembling. He looked at me the way he had looked at me in the cell after my first fight, when he brought the soup and said nothing for a long time because there was nothing to say that the soup did not already say. He reached into his left gauntlet and pulled a magic scroll. The chant was short. The ground erupted, an earthquake spell. The sand tilted. I stumbled. Before I could recover, a second scroll. The sand under my feet turned to bog, and I sank to my knees in cold, wet mire. Kargis charged. The second spearman, half conscious, lurched upright and drove at me from behind. I had one scroll. Livius had slipped it into my belt in the corridor before the match, told me to save it for the moment I had no other answer. I activated it with a word I had practiced once, wind vortex. The air around me erupted upward. The bog shattered. The mire sprayed outward. The second spearman, still off balance from his failed charge, was caught in the vortex and thrown clear to the arena's edge, tumbling across the sand until he lay still. The bog drained. My feet touched solid ground. I stood. Kargis stopped mid-charge. His flail hung at his side. His shield arm dropped. I have nothing left, he said. The crowd went quiet. Not the quiet of boredom, the quiet of a held breath across 40,000 throats. Kargis dropped his shield. He pulled off his helmet and tossed it behind him. His face was wet. He stood in front of me with nothing but a flail he could barely lift. He raised his voice, not shouting, just loud enough that the first rows could hear, and the silence carried it to the rest. I will catch up to you, brother. His voice cracked on the word brother. He swallowed hard, his throat working against the weight of the word. I swear it. The arena was so quiet I could hear the fires crackling along the wall. I could hear the thing inside my chest that had been wound tight since I saw him walk through the opposite gate finally begin to come loose. 4 months since I had stood in this same arena with this same man on the ground and chosen not to kill him. That decision had cost me nothing at the time, and it had brought me everything since. The answer had not changed. I lowered the Zweihander. Walk the path with me, brother. I said it loud enough for the crowd. I said it because Kargis needed to hear it from somewhere outside his own head, and because the 40,000 people in this arena needed to hear what mercy sounded like when it came back around. The crowd broke, not cheering. Something deeper than cheering. A sound that came from the belly, not the throat. 40,000 people who had come to watch a man die and had found something else instead. Then the emperor spoke. Augustus had been watching from his box with the expression of a man who had paid for a meal and received the wrong dish. His voice carried the flat, petulant authority of a man who was never told no. Through my narration, I will not repeat his words exactly, but the meaning was plain. The loser dies. Deliver the killing blow. The empire's law demands it. I looked at the imperial box. I looked at Livius in his senator's box one tier below. Livius was shaking his head in a motion so small that only someone looking for it would catch it. Do not refuse openly. Find another way. I looked at Kargis. He was standing with his arms at his sides and his chin up, ready to die standing, ready to die in front of his son's empty place in the world, because Neos was at home with Monte, and if Kargis died here tonight, the boy would learn about it from a messenger who did not know how to say it gently. I did not raise the sword. The seconds stretched. The emperor's impatience thickened. The crowd stirred. Someone in the noble boxes whispered something I could not hear. Then Duke Claudius stood. He rose from his seat in the Duke's box slowly, the way a man stands when he wants every eye in the arena to track the motion. He held something in his right hand, a branch, a palm branch, the kind given to the winner of a match as a mark of valor. But Claudius was not giving it to me. He raised the branch high and spoke in a voice that filled the Colosseum the way only a man who had commanded armies could fill a space. In recognition of valor displayed by Kargis of the Brutus Training School, I claim him as a personal asset to my house. Strike him down, and you strike my purse. The arena held its breath again. A duke's public claim on a gladiator was a contractual economic act. The emperor could overrule it, but only by compensating the duke at full market value, in public, in front of 40,000 witnesses. The political cost was enormous. The humiliation of haggling over a gladiator's price in front of the crowd was something no emperor could afford. Augustus's face went the color of an old bruise. He stared at Claudius. Claudius stared back with the calm patience of a man who had been playing this game since before Augustus wore the laurel. The emperor relented. A gesture, small, sharp, furious. But it meant what it meant. Kargis was spared. I drove the Zweihander point down into the sand. The blade stood upright, quivering. I walked to Kargis. He was standing with his fists clenched and his shoulders shaking and his eyes running and his jaw locked shut against the sound that wanted to come out of him. I put my arms around him. He broke. The sound he made was not a word. It was the sound of a man who had walked into an arena expecting to die for his son's future and had been given his life back by a friend who would not swing the sword and a duke who valued living men more than dead spectacles. I laughed, once, short. The kind of laugh that comes out when the alternative is the same sound Kargis was making. The crowd erupted. Money rained from the stands, coins catching the firelight as they tumbled through the air. 40,000 people throwing everything in their pockets onto the sand for a winner and a loser who walked out together. I pulled Kargis's arm over my shoulder because his legs were giving out. We walked toward the gate. Kargis was sobbing against my neck. I was not. But my knuckles were white on his arm, and if anyone had asked me to speak, I am not sure I could have managed it. 5 matches, 5 wins, 0 kills today. The mercy I had shown in my second fight had traveled 4 months into the future and landed here, in a duke's palm branch and a brother's arms. I slept for a full day. My body demanded it, and I did not argue. When I woke, I reported to Livius, then to Damon, who grabbed me in a hug that nearly cracked a rib he had not intended to reach. That night, Pitaya and Daisy had arranged a celebration at a tavern in the Torneos Market District, the kind of place where the owner knew his regulars by their drink order, and the walls smelled like years of spilled wine and wood smoke. The table was long. Kargis sat at my right, his flail arm still bandaged, his face cleaned up, but still showing the bruise where my pommel had caught his jaw. Patia sat at my left. Damon held the head of the table and talked without stopping for the first 20 minutes, recounting every match in detail with the dramatic timing of a man who had spent his life selling spectacle. Tritus sat beside his father, quietly apologizing for the stacked contract terms that had forced the 5-match series, which Damon waved off with a hand that was already holding a second cup. Cassandra leaned against the far wall with a cup of wine and a look that said she would rather be anywhere else, which was how you knew she was enjoying herself. Timidus sat across from Daisy, looking proud and exhausted. Quares had positioned himself near the door, one cup of watered wine barely touched, scanning the room's exits out of habit. Manti had supervised the food. Daisy had helped. Master. Daisy set a wooden board of cheese on the table in front of me. Her hands were careful. Her eyes were nervous in the way they got when she had done something for the first time and was waiting to see if it would survive contact with someone else's opinion. I made the cheese the way Monty taught me. Try it before Kargis eats all of it. Kargis reached over my arm and took a piece before I could respond. He ate it in one bite and nodded with the gravity of a man delivering a verdict. Daisy beamed. I ate. It was good. It was better than good. Soft, slightly crumbly, with a salt and herb finish that told me Monty had added her own touch to the recipe. It tasted like a home that had decided to exist around me without asking my permission first. Kargis lifted his cup. The room quieted, not because he commanded it, but because something in his posture told people he was about to say the thing they had been waiting to hear. To brothers, he said, to the path, to freedom. Everyone drank. Damon made a speech. It was long and it was sentimental, and he cried at the end of it and pretended the wine had gone down the wrong way. Tritus handed him a cloth. Cassandra said something cutting about my survival being 90% luck, and the table laughed because she was probably right, and because hearing her say it meant she cared enough to be present. Patia took my wrist, not my hand, my wrist. Her fingers closed around it for 1 second, and she looked at me with an expression that had no performance in it, no court training, no ambassador's composure, just the face of a woman who had not slept since the match began and had finally allowed herself to believe it was over. You came home, she said. I did not answer. I did not need to. She let go, and her hand settled on the table next to mine without touching it, and the distance between her fingers and my fingers was the most eloquent thing in the room. Past midnight, the tavern had thinned. Daisy had fallen asleep at the table with her head on her folded arms, Bolt perched on her shoulder. Manti had draped a shawl over Daisy's back and was clearing cups with the quiet efficiency of a woman who could manage a household in her sleep. Kargis was singing something in a language I did not recognize, a melody that rose and fell like a lullaby. His eyes half closed and his bandaged arm resting on the table. A small figure walked through the tavern door, cat ears, cat eyes, a tail that moved with independent intent. He was roughly the size of a child, dressed in a miniature vest and carrying himself with the theatrical confidence of a stage performer who knew his entrance was late and did not care. He hopped onto the bar, sat cross-legged, and ordered honeymead from the tavern keeper, who did not blink. Apparently, the man had served Kate Sith customers before. I looked at the cat fairy. The cat fairy looked back. You do not know me, gladiator, he said. His voice had a purring edge, not affectation, but physiology. But I know you. We are from the same place, older than this world remembers. I ran through every lecture Maya had ever given me. Greek mythology, Roman history, Norse sagas, Japanese folklore, Celtic legends. She had covered all of them at one point or another. Usually at dinners, I had been too tired to appreciate. Nothing in her encyclopedia filed under Kate Sith matched anything in my own history, and she would have told me if it did. She would have made me sit down and listen until I could recite it back. Same place, I repeated. He shrugged theatrically. I will be around. Ask me when you are ready. He finished the mead in a single long pull, set the cup down, and placed a small card on the bar next to it. Then he hopped off the stool and walked out the door without looking back. The card was plain, a name, Fuga, and a small ink drawing of a cat's paw. I turned the card over, nothing on the back. I put it in my belt pouch and sat with the question it had left behind. Padia had fallen asleep against my shoulder. Her breath was warm and even. The weight of her head against my arm was the kind of pressure that does not ask for a response. It just stays. Daisy slept at the table. Bolt slept on Daisy's shoulder. Kargis sang. I sat in the tavern with Fuga's card in my pouch, and Petaya's warmth on my arm, and the sound of Kargis's song filling the space where the fear had been. The candles had burned low. The smoke from the oil lamps drifted in thin blue threads toward the ceiling. Somewhere in the kitchen, a pot was still simmering. The world outside the door was the same empire it had been this morning, the same arena, the same senators, the same emperor who would have watched Kargis die without blinking. But inside this room, for this one night, none of that reached us. I thought about the fact that 5 fights were done and I was alive and everyone I cared about was in this room. That was the night the 5-match series ended. That was the night a duke saved a brother. That was the night a cat fairy told me I was older than I thought. And in the morning, the empire would start looking at me differently. But that night, in that tavern, with that song and that warmth, I was just a man who had come home. 2 days after the 5-match celebration, Manti cooked us a quieter feast. A private dining room above the training ground. No crowd, no arena sand, just the people who had kept me breathing long enough to earn this meal. Daisy wore a new dress Pattaya had given her. She kept smoothing the fabric as though it might dissolve if she stopped touching it. Bolt sat on the table beside a plate of cheese. Kargis arrived late, carrying Manti's meatball stew in a clay pot. The man had been spared by a duke and forced to fight his only friend inside the same month, and his chief concern was whether the stew would get cold. Sit down, I told him. He grinned. Sat. The table was full. Patia on my left, Kargis across from me, Daisy next to Monty near the wall. For a few minutes, nobody said anything. We just ate. A man approached the table. I did not recognize him. Middle-aged, well-dressed, carrying a bottle of wine. He introduced himself as a merchant who admired what I had done in the arena. Wanted to buy us around. He poured 2 cups and set them in front of Kargis and me, then raised his own. To your friendship, he said, and to your health. I reached for the cup. Kargis's hand landed on my wrist. Wait. His voice had changed. The warmth had gone out of it. He was looking at the merchant's face, not at the wine. Let me drink first. I owe you that much. Before I could stop him, Kargis lifted my cup and drained it. The merchant went white. He stammered something about forgetting an appointment and bolted for the door. Quores, stationed near the entrance, moved to follow, but the crowd in the hallway swallowed the man before he could reach him. 3 seconds. That was all it took. Kargis set the cup down, looked at me with an expression that almost resembled pride, and collapsed sideways off the bench. His body hit the floor, foam at his lips. His legs locked straight. I dropped to my knees beside him. Everything in my head went blank. I could not think of a single useful thing to do. My hands were on his shoulders, and my hands were shaking. Patia was on her feet before the cup finished rolling. Helion, calm down! Her voice cut through the noise like a blade through rope. She knelt beside Kargis and put 2 fingers under his jaw. Monty, clean water and milk. Now. Monty was already moving. Patia looked at the innkeeper who had appeared in the doorway. Charcoal, corn charcoal, or bamboo charcoal, whatever you have, bring it. She turned back to me. Her eyes were steady. Hold his head up. I need you to put your finger in his throat so he vomits. Can you do that? I could do that. Kargis heaved. Twice. 3 times. The charcoal came. Patia ground it into the water with her palm, measured it by eye, and poured it into his mouth while Manti held the milk ready. The whole sequence took maybe 15 minutes. It felt like a year. Kargis blinked, coughed, looked up at me from the floor with half-focused eyes. Owed you, he said. His voice was barely a whisper. Paid. Daisy was crying. Manti had already sent a runner for a healer. Bolt had not moved from the table. The lizard simply watched the room with those gold eyes, as though he had known all along how the evening would go. I held Kargis's hand until the healer arrived. Then I stood and went to Patia. She was washing her hands in a basin by the wall, scrubbing charcoal from under her nails. Her fingers were still steady. How did you know? I asked. She glanced at me. Parthena's folk tradition. We learned the assassination herbs before we learned to read. I took her hand. It was warm and smelled faintly of charcoal. I held it for a moment longer than I should have. She did not pull away. Her gaze held mine. Neither of us said anything. Daisy was watching us from behind Manti's shoulder, her tears not quite dry, her expression shifting from grief to something that looked suspiciously like curiosity. Manti caught my eye and offered a small, knowing smile. Kargis left the next morning to recover at home with Nias. At the door, he turned and gripped my shoulder. Brother, he said, nothing else. He did not need to. That night, the rain started. Hard, deliberate rain. The kind that sounded like fingers drumming on every surface at once. I was sitting at the table cleaning Bolt's terrarium when the knock came. Fuga stood in the doorway, soaked. His ears were flat against his skull, and his tail hung limp behind him. The theatrical cockiness from the tavern was gone. What remained was a small, wet creature who had seen something he could not unsee. I would not be carrying this if I had a choice, Helion. He held out a folded letter. The wax seal bore a mark I did not recognize. He saw me. He made me deliver it. He killed a man in front of me to show me he could. I took the letter, opened it. The handwriting was precise and unhurried. The message was simple. Come to the Brutus training ground, midnight, alone, or the next visit would be to my household. The seal was the Imperial Champion's mark, Victorious Altium. I read it twice, then I folded it and put it in my belt. Fuga's eyes were wide, the vertical pupils nearly round with fear. I told him to stay near the building as a lookout. I told Manti to send word to Livius if I was not back by dawn. I told Quores to stay with Daisy and not to open the door for anyone. Then I went to the wall where the Zweihander hung. The iron was cold when I lifted it down. Rain hammered against the shutters. I walked out into the dark. The streets were empty. Rain drove everyone inside. I crossed the market district with the Zweihander across my back, and Bolt tucked inside my tunic against my chest. The lizard's heartbeat was faster than usual. The gate to the Brutus training ground was open. That was wrong. It was always locked at night. Inside, the yard was lit. Torches burned in their iron brackets despite the rain, as if someone had treated the pitch to resist water. The ground was wet stone and packed earth, and the rain made it shine like dark glass. Damon and Tritus were not here. I checked the back office, found them in the underground cell, tied, unconscious, breathing, alive. Altium had taken them to make sure nobody interrupted. He had not killed them. I walked back out into the yard, set Bolt down at the gate where the overhang would keep him dry. The lizard looked up at me. I did not know what he saw, but he curled into the corner without protest. A man stood in the center of the yard, black hair plastered to his skull by rain, red eyes that seemed to carry their own light, two short swords at his sides, no armor. He stood in the rain as if it did not exist. He said something about lineage, about wanting to see if I deserved what Goswell had invested. I heard the words, "But I will not give them to you the way he gave them to me." His voice was the kind that made you want to believe every syllable, and I did not trust anything about it. Then he attacked. I had fought monsters. I had fought blind. I had fought my best friend with a crowd of 50,000 screaming for his death. None of it prepared me for Altium. His speed was something else, faster than the concept of reacting. He moved like someone who had already decided where my sword would be and had gone somewhere else before it arrived. I swung. He was not there. I pulled back. He was inside my guard. His left blade caught my shoulder. I rolled with the cut and gained distance. He let me have it. He was not in a hurry. I switched to a defensive posture, trying to read his patterns. Maya had always said that every fighter has a rhythm. Find the rhythm, find the gap. But Altium's rhythm was built to deny exactly that kind of thinking. Every third exchange, he changed his timing. Every fifth, he added a feint that looked identical to a real strike, until the blade was already past my guard. A ring on his left hand glowed red. 3 small shapes burst from his palm, firefoxes, tiny flame creatures that darted through the rain without dying, homing on my body like sparks drawn to tinder. One grazed my shield arm. The burn was immediate and sharp. I smashed another with the flat of the Zweihander. The third circled behind me. I kicked water from a puddle at the third fox. It sputtered and reformed. Helion the VX's voice in my head, calm, certain. "Adrian, lead. I will catch your weight when you fall." "I know," I said aloud. The rain swallowed my voice. I pressed forward. 20 exchanges. Every one of them cost me something. A thigh slash, a chest scrape that drew a line of fire across my ribs, a dart from his other hand, accelerated by a spell, that buried itself in my left thigh mid-stride. The firefoxes circled. I was losing. I knew I was losing. The math was simple, and the math was brutal. And for once, my sister's business analysis metaphors were not helping. But I saw his pattern. Altium had a 3-strike sequence. Left, right, thrust. At the close of the thrust, his weight shifted forward onto his lead foot for exactly half a second. In that half second, his left sword was committed, and his right was recovering from the thrust's extension. One opening, half a second. I could land a Zweihander downstroke in that window if I swung before the thrust finished. But the only way to time it was to let the thrust come without dodging. And the only target his recovering right sword could find during my downstroke was my right arm, the arm holding the Zweihander. I looked at the rain. It fell the same way it had been falling since midnight. It did not care about my decision. I thought of Daisy sleeping in the apartment with Juarez at the door, of Pataya's hand warm in mine over the charcoal basin, of Kargis drinking my poison and calling it paid, of Maya, somewhere on Earth, who had no idea her little brother was standing in a rainstorm on the wrong side of death, doing math with his body as the variable. The math said, take the wound, land the strike, live with what comes after. Helion the Veek, quiet, present. It is your choice, brother. It was. It always had been. I set up the exchange. Let him drive me backward 3 steps. Let his sequence build. Left, right, thrust. The thrust came. I did not dodge. I swung the Zweihander down with everything I had left. At the same time, Altium's left blade found my right arm. Not a nick, not a scratch. Deep, through muscle, through tendon. The pain was a white wall with no features. My grip on the Zweihander loosened, but inertia kept the swing alive. The downstroke caught Altium across the chest. I used the flat of the blade, not the edge. Even here, even now, even with my arms screaming and my vision going gray at the edges. The mercy ethic had survived higher tests than me, and I was not going to kill a man who had not tried to kill mine. Altium went down, hit the whetstone on his back, lay there for 3 breaths. My right arm hung at my side. The fingers would not close. I tried. I told them to close. They did not answer. The blade had gone deep enough to ruin what was inside. The arm was still attached, but it would never close around a hilt the same way again. Altium stood up. Rain ran down his face. His expression was something closer to recognition. He said something about lineage being decided, about a future more brutal than what had come before. I heard the words through a narrowing tunnel of consciousness. Then he walked out of the yard. He did not kill me. He did not look back. I dropped the Zweihander. It hit the stone like a bell being struck underwater. I went to my knees, held my arm against my chest with my left hand. The rain was warm or my blood was warm. I could not tell the difference. The last thing I saw was Bolt. He walked slowly across the wet stone, climbed my chest, and lay down over my heart. The rain continued. I woke 3 days later in a room I did not recognize. High ceiling, linen curtains, a window half open to a garden. Bolt was on the pillow next to my head. Daisy was at the bedside. Her eyes were red. Her hair was unwashed. She looked like she had not left the room since someone had carried me in. "You do not get to sleep without me checking on you, master." Her voice was steady, but her chin was trembling. I reached for her hand with my left. She took it. Her fingers were small and cold. "I am checking," she added. "You are still here. Good." Patia appeared in the doorway, holding a cup of broth. She set it on the side table without a word, then stepped back and leaned against the wall. Her expression was the careful, composed mask she wore in public. But her eyes were not public. Her eyes were asking a question I did not have the right to answer yet. Livius arrived 10 minutes later. He looked at me the way a manager looks at an employee who has quit without notice and then come back asking for his desk. "You went alone." His voice was flat. "To fight the Imperial champion, in the rain, at midnight, without telling me. The letter said alone. The letter said alone because Altium wanted you alone. That is not a reason. That is a trap." He pulled a chair from the corner and sat. His anger lasted 2 more sentences before it broke. He rubbed his forehead with both hands. "You are alive. That is the only reason I am sitting here instead of writing your eulogy." Cassandra came in behind him. She was sober. I had not seen her sober in daylight before. Her hair was pulled back and her scars were visible, and she looked like a woman who had once been asked to make a decision no human should have to make, and had lived with the answer ever since. "You did the stupid brave thing, kid." She leaned against the far wall. "Now do the smart thing. Accept the blessing." Livius reached into his tunic and produced something I recognized, the ornate key, the small, heavy object I had been given back in the early days when the world was still mostly confusing and my list of possessions was short enough to memorize. I had carried it without understanding it. "This is a water arcana clavis," Livius said. "A key to the water dragon's magic, not a scroll, not borrowed power, a direct channel. The dragons grant blessings to those who have earned them. Cassandra carries hers from Boris." Cassandra nodded once. No elaboration. Cassandra did not elaborate. "Your arm will not heal on its own," Livius continued. "The damage is too deep. The tendons, the muscle fibers, the fine structures that allow a hand to close around a weapon, beyond any surgeon in the Empire. But the dragon blessing path can restore enough function to fight again. Not the same as before, but enough." I looked at the key. I looked at my right arm. It lay on the blanket beside me, wrapped in linen bandages, heavy and still. I could feel it. I could not move the fingers. "Explain the path," I said. "I will accept it." Patia set the broth closer. I picked it up with my left hand. It tasted like Manti's recipe. Then Livius delivered the rest. Intelligence from Cassandra's pigeon network. The political situation had shifted while I was unconscious. Oro, the senator who had arranged every poisoned cup and stacked match and blind fight gambit for the last 6 months, had reported his failure to his patron. The patron was Sidious Arudas, the elder statesman, the man who controlled half the Senate and had raised the emperor as a boy. Sidious was not satisfied with arena games anymore. He had a new plan. In a southern town called Kopir, a group of gladiators had started a rebellion. The leader was a former mind slave who called himself Spartacus. The name landed in my chest like a dart. I knew that name. Maya had spent an entire Sunday afternoon lecturing me about the historical Spartacus while I was trying to watch a baseball game. The rebellion, the march on Rome, the ending. I knew how that story ended, and Sidious was going to use it. Livius and Cassandra left together, already talking strategy in low voices as they walked down the corridor. The room settled into quiet. Outside the window, the rain had stopped. The garden was wet and bright, and the birds had come back to the fountain. A small commotion in the hallway. Then Kargis appeared in the doorway with Neas on his shoulders. The boy looked at me with those large, careful eyes. He was thinner than the last time I had seen him. But when Kargis set him on the floor, Neas walked straight to the bed, considered my right arm wrapped in its bandages, and hugged my left arm instead. He did not say anything. He held on for a long time. Kargis stood by the door. His eyes were wet. He nodded once. I nodded back. There was a conversation in that silence that neither of us needed words for. Patia was at the window. The afternoon light caught the silver pins in her hair and turned them gold. She was watching the garden, or watching the rain dry on the stones, or watching nothing at all. Her reflection in the glass looked like someone who was waiting for something she had not been promised. Bolt had moved from my pillow to the windowsill near Pitaya. The lizard sat very still, looking east, toward whatever it was that small black lizards looked toward when the world changed around them and the next storm had not yet arrived. Daisy had fallen asleep. Her head rested on the edge of the bed, her hair spilling across my blanket. One hand still held mine. Part 1 was over. The 5-match series was done. My sword arm was ruined. The household was whole. The cost had been paid, and the path forward was a dragon's key and a rebellion marching north from the south. Outside the window, Bolt looked east. The afternoon light faded. Somewhere on the road from Kopir, a man who called himself Spartacus was gathering an army. And I was the only person in this world who knew how his story ended. Daisy screamed. I was out of bed before my eyes were open, my left hand already reaching for the hand axe on the nightstand. My right arm reminded me it could not hold anything. The sling across my chest caught the dead weight of it, and the pain arrived half a second later, dull and deep, the kind that never quite left anymore. Her room was 3 steps from mine. She was sitting upright in the dark, both hands pressed against her mouth, shaking. Bolt sat on her head, perfectly still. Daisy. I knelt beside the bed, took her hand with my good one. Tell me. She did not answer immediately. Her fingers were ice. She stared at the far wall as though something was still there, still watching her through the plaster. A door, she whispered. A door made of chains. Something was breaking through. I could hear it chewing the metal. And then a hand, black and long and covered in old blood. It reached out and it saw me. It had red eyes. I squeezed her hand. Bolt had not moved from her head, but his tiny golden eyes were fixed on the window, aimed east, not blinking. It was a dream, I said. She nodded. Then she looked up at me, and the question in her face was one I could not answer. Why would she dream about a place she had never been? I sat with her until her breathing slowed. She fell asleep with her hand still in mine, and Bolt stayed where he was, watching the east wall. I pulled the blanket up to her chin with my good hand and went back to my room. I did not sleep again. At dawn, the carrier pigeon arrived. I heard Wing flutter into the cage on the balcony and went out to retrieve the message tube. The sky was gray and low. Rain had been falling on Cornelia for 2 weeks straight now, and the stones of the balcony were slick. I worked the tube open one-handed, pinching it between my teeth and my left thumb, and unrolled the paper against the railing. Imperial Bulletin, official seal from the priestess Mercury, routed through Livius's network. 2 lines. The Hellgate at Hierapolis has been breached. Mobilization pending. I read it twice, then I turned and looked at Daisy's door, still closed. She had dreamed it, a place she had never visited, a gate she had never seen, and she had dreamed its chains breaking on the same night they actually broke, 1,000 miles to the east. Bolt was on the balcony railing now, still looking east. I folded the bulletin, tucked it into my sling, and began heating water for Daisy's morning tea. Some things were better discussed after breakfast. Some things were better not discussed at all. Fuga arrived just before midday. He came through the window, which was his preferred entrance when he wanted to announce that the news was bad. He landed on the kitchen table, shook rain from his fur, and sat cross-legged on the edge of a bread plate. It is bad, he said, without the usual theatrics. I poured him a cup of watered wine and sat across from him. My arm ached. It always ached in the rain. Fuga told me what he knew. A former mine slave had escaped from a labor camp 6 months ago. He had gathered followers, tens of thousands of them. They called themselves free, and their leader called himself Spartacus. The name hit me like a fist to the chest. Fuga watched my face. You know the name. No, I said. Not the man. The history. He tilted his head. Cat fairy patience. He waited. I did not explain. I could not explain. How do you tell a Kate Sith informant that you know this story because your dead sister lectured you about it on a Sunday afternoon in a kitchen that no longer exists, in a country on a planet that might not be connected to this one at all? Maya had told me about the Third Servile War when I was 23. I had been eating leftover curry and half listening, the way I always half listened, and she had been pacing around the kitchen table with a textbook open in both hands. Spartacus was the leader of the Third Servile War, she had said. Marx called it the only just war in ancient history. 80 gladiators broke out of a training camp, and within a year, they had an army of over 100,000. I had asked how it ended. She had stopped pacing. They were all killed, she said, quieter. Every last one of them, crucified along the road from Capua to Rome. 6,000 crosses. I sat in my apartment in Cornelia with a ruined arm and a cat fairy on my table, and heard my sister's voice as clearly as if she were standing behind me. 6,000 crosses. The same number of imperial troops this empire had already lost, trying to suppress the rebellion in the south. There is more, Fuga said. He leaned forward. Sidious is funding him, not to win, to lose. If the rebellion collapses, Sidious's war faction gets to tell the Senate that military expansion is the only answer. If it somehow wins, the empire is in chaos, and the war faction takes control anyway. Spartacus is a pawn on both sides of the board. I processed that. I thought about the rebellion. I thought about the cause. I sympathized with it. Slaves fighting for freedom. Of course I sympathized. Then I thought about Daisy asleep in the next room, about Kargis and his son, about Patia, about the people I had chosen, one by one, to protect with the life I had stolen back from a white rabbit and a ditch. I made my decision. I would not join. I would not go south. I would stay here and hold what was mine. Fuga read it in my face before I said it. He nodded once. I figured. He drained his cup. Watch your back. The Hellgate opening is connected. Sidious is using every crisis to push the Senate toward war. He left the way he came, through the window, into the rain. Damon was behind his desk when I arrived, and his face told me the news had reached him too. The Senate had convened that morning. Senators blamed the Gladiator arena managers for inciting the rebellion. Livius and Oro, both named. Oro had testified that he had personally witnessed Livius directing the uprising at the Copier training ground. Livius had been placed under house arrest. Lies, Damon said. He did not need to elaborate. We both knew Oro, a blunt blade pretending to be sharp. Tritus stood beside his father with a wax tablet, looking worried. They told me the rest. The Senate had summoned General Cornelius to lead a third suppression army. Cornelius had refused. He had argued that sending troops south was handing the rebels weapons and horses. The Senate had insisted. Cornelius had walked out, declaring that his duty was to defend the capital with what he had left. 2 pigeons to Livius, Tritus said. No reply. Last night and early this morning, nothing. Damon fixed me with a look that made me feel like I was 23 again, and late for a delivery deadline. When did you last contact your patron? About 3 days ago, I said. The silence that followed was educational. Damon ordered me to check on Livius immediately. I did not argue. I owed the man more than I could count. I tucked 3 smooth sling stones into my belt pouch and walked out into the rain. I saw the soldiers before I saw the villa, dozens of them, positioned around the perimeter of Livius's mansion, blocking the gates, standing in the garden paths. They wore no insignia I could read from this distance, but their formation was military. This was not a mob. This was an operation. A hand gripped my shoulder from behind, and I nearly swung. It is Querres. His voice was low and close. Do not swing. I let my left hand drop. Querres crouched beside me on the hillside, rain running down his face. He looked like he had not slept. He explained quickly. Livius had seen this coming. Sidious's man Oro had arranged the siege using the rebellion as pretext. Livius had ordered Querres to break out before the soldiers closed the ring. His mission was to reach General Cornelius and request intervention. I looked at the villa. I could break through, take down the guards at the south entrance. Querres shook his head. That ends his political career. He needs to be rescued by law, not by violence. He was right. I hated that he was right. Livius has one more instruction. Querres looked at me directly. Protect Ambassador Patia. She is still at the villa. If they take her or harm her, it damages Livius beyond recovery. She cannot hire her own guards. Where is she? Inside. The attackers have not breached the interior yet, but it is a matter of time. I nodded. Querres clapped my shoulder once and disappeared down the hillside toward Cornelius's quarters. I came around the south wall of the villa at a run. Glass shattered above me. Stones were punching through the upper windows one after another, heavy river stones from slings. 3 men in workman's clothes were at the back door. One had a hand axe, one had a crowbar. The third was picking the lock. Patia was visible through a broken upper window, pressed against the far wall of the room. I did not have the Zweihander. I did not have 2 working arms. I had a leather sling and 3 smooth stones in my belt pouch, and I had spent 2 weeks of recovery practicing with them for exactly this reason. My left hand found the sling. The first stone was already seated in the pouch. I had practiced the motion until it was muscle memory. Load, swing, release. The stone caught the man with the axe just below the knee. He buckled and went down without a sound. The second man turned. I was already loading. The stone took him in the shoulder and spun him sideways. The crowbar clattered on the marble. The third man abandoned the lock and reached for something at his belt. My third stone hit his hand. He yelped and stumbled backward, cradling his fingers. 3 stones, 3 men, none dead. My sister would have called it efficient. I called it all I had. I crossed the courtyard, dragged the groaning men away from the door, and used their own belt ropes to tie their hands, stuffed them inside the back office, and wedged the door shut with a broken column piece. Then I knocked. Patia opened the door. Her hair was loose, her stola torn at the shoulder where she had scraped it diving under a table. She was pale and her hands were shaking, but her eyes were steady. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around me. I held her with my good arm. Neither of us spoke. 3 seconds, maybe 4. Then she pulled back, and her voice was calm and clear. We need to reach General Cornelius. Livius said his name 3 days ago, and then he went silent. Cornelius is the only one who can free him by law. I looked at her. This was not the woman who had blushed through dinner at Livius's table. This was someone who had spent weeks watching the empire crack and had already calculated the next move. Chorus is already headed to Cornelius, I said. She nodded. Then we go too. Two voices are louder than one. I tied the office door tighter, checked the three men were not going anywhere, and we left through the south corridor together. Behind us, the rain kept falling on the broken glass and the scattered flower pots. Bolt was on my shoulder, still looking east. Damon was already standing when I walked in. That was how I knew it was bad. Damon sat for everything, but this morning, he was on his feet behind the desk, with his hands flat on the wood. 6 months, Damon said. No preamble, no pleasantries. We close the gates today, and we do not open them until the city settles. Every slave gladiator sorted into cooperators and risks. Every lower gladiator reassigned or released. Xavier is already running interviews with Brennus. I stood in the doorway with my right arm in its sling. 2 weeks since Altium had ruined that arm. 2 weeks of learning to do everything left-handed. What about the fighters who have nowhere to go? Damon's mustache drooped. He looked at Tritus. Tritus flipped to a page on his tablet. Most of the lower gladiators have families or secondary contracts. The slave gladiators present the problem. 30 of them. We will separate them, as I said. But there is one case I wanted to raise with you directly. He did not need to say the name. Timidus, I said. His original contract routes him back to the Vespasia school if we close. Vespasia will put him in the beast fights within a month. Tritus paused. He has 4 consecutive wins since you trained him. He survived Carcinos. He is 18, reliable, and gentle. But Vespasia does not care about any of that. I had already done the math. After buying Timidus, I would have roughly 2,000 sesterces left. 3 months of margin if nothing else came in. 3 months was enough when the alternative was letting someone die. I will buy his contract. Name the price. Tritus did not blink. 10,000 sesterces. The number hit like a sling stone to the chest. I had expected 5, maybe 7. Tritus watched me calculate and did not flinch. He was a businessman. He was also, I suspected, testing whether I meant what I said. That is most of what I have. I know. He set the tablet down. But I will give you his fair value, not a charity price. He is worth it. His record, his training under Xavier, his age, his temperament, his combat survival. If you walked into any other school in the city and asked for a gladiator with those credentials, you would pay 15. Damon cut in quietly. I am waiving the transfer fee. For what you have given this school, that is the least. I signed the contract. Tritus smiled the small, satisfied smile of a man who knew he could have gone lower, but respected me enough not to. I had sent Timidus ahead by carrier pigeon, told Daisy to expect him, told Manti to teach him where the cups were kept and how not to break them. When I arrived home an hour later, Timidus was standing in the hallway with a cup of warm broth in both hands and tears running down his face. Daisy was beside the door with Wing the pigeon on her shoulder, looking up at him with the careful expression of someone who understood exactly what it felt like to be given a home you did not expect. Manti stood behind them with her arms crossed and one eyebrow raised, which was her way of saying she approved, but would never admit it out loud. Master, Timidus said. His voice cracked. He set the broth down on the side table because his hands were shaking. I will keep your gate. I will keep your household. I owe you my life twice over, and I will not waste a single day of it. I wanted to say something worthy of the moment, something that matched his dignity. What came out was, the household now has a gatekeeper. I expect to sleep at least 1/2 hour longer. Daisy laughed. It was a bright, sudden sound that filled the hallway. Patia, who had been waiting in the next room, leaned against the doorframe and smiled in a way that made my chest do something unhelpful. Timidus wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, picked the broth back up, drank it in one long pull. Monty, I said, teach him everything. Manners, schedules, the neighbor's habits, which market stalls cheat on weight. He starts today. Monty unfolded her arms. I already started. He has been here 40 minutes, and he already knows where the broom lives. I looked at Timidus, 18 years old, 4 wins from nothing, a mining camp kid who would have been fed to beasts by Tuesday if I had not signed that contract. He stood in my hallway, drinking broth and crying and promising to guard a door. And I thought about Maya, about how she would have grabbed him by the shoulders and told him to eat more and study harder and stop crying, because crying made her cry, and then nobody got anything done. 2,000 sesterces left. The math was terrible. The math had never felt more correct. The public bath in the equestrian district was the kind of place where senators pretended they were not conducting business. Stone benches, thick steam, the faint smell of olive oil and old sweat, and a series of towel hooks that were conspicuously empty. Patia waited in the women's wing. I walked through the changing room, still fully dressed and dripping from the rain that had not stopped in 3 days, and pushed open the sauna door without knocking. General Cornelius was reclining on the center bench, with a cloth draped across his lap and a bowl of dates balanced glanced on his stomach. His body was thin and scarred in ways that told you exactly how many wars he had survived. 2 junior officers sat on a lower bench, looking uncomfortable in the steam. He did not look up. "Senator Livius sends his regards," I said. "He is under house arrest. He asks that you handle the defense of the Capitol." Cornelius ate a date, spat the pit into a clay bowl beside the bench without looking at it, hit the bowl dead center. "Who are you?" "Hellion, Gladiator, Livius's clients." Now he looked up. The recognition was slow and deliberate, the way a general looks at a soldier's record rather than his face. "The variable weapon one, the 100-arm business." He ate another date. "You want me to defend a capital the Senate has stripped of half its garrison. With what? Whatever you have, plus Querus of Sparta, who Livius is transferring to your command, plus me, plus the household." "Querus." The name made his eyebrows move. That was the first real reaction. "The Cryptia boy. He was mine before he was Livius's, you know. Best pair of eyes in the Empire." He looked at the empty towel hooks on the wall. "I would offer you a towel, but the slave assigned to the towels ran off to join the rebellion." A beat. "The rebellion is good for towel thieves, at least." The junior officers did not laugh. I suspected they had heard the line before. Cornelius swung his legs off the bench, stood. He was taller than he looked lying down, and thinner, and the scars on his ribs told stories the Senate would never declassify. "Livius is the only senator in this city worth defending. I accept." He pointed at me with a date. "Tell him the payment is Quaris, not negotiable. And tell your ambassador friend in the women's wing that I know she is here." I can hear Parthena's accented breathing through the wall. We left the bath through a side entrance. The rain was heavier now, thick sheets of it turning the cobblestones slick. Pataya walked close beside me, her stola already dark with water. In hindsight, we should have changed clothes before leaving. Her silver hairpins and the ambassador's bearing were visible from a block away. The mob found us 2 streets from the bath. It started with a shout. A man in a laborer's tunic pointed at Patia and said something about nobles squeezing the poor. Then another voice, then another. 20 or more, converging from the side streets. Faces hard with the kind of anger that does not need a specific target. Hands reached for Patia's necklace. I stepped between them and shoved the nearest man back with my good arm. More hands. A stone bounced off my shoulder. The crowd was not armed with weapons, but 20 angry people do not need weapons. I had a flash of a late-night zombie movie I had watched with Maya, the kind where you cannot fight because the hands just keep coming, and I wished I had brought a magic scroll. Then coins hit the cobblestones. Bronze sesterces, dozens of them, clattering and rolling across the wet stone in every direction. The mob's attention snapped downward like a single animal scenting food. Hands that had been reaching for Patia dove for the ground instead. Shouts of "grab it" replaced shouts of "strip her" from the rooftop 2 blocks south. Corey's dropped to street level. He was beside us in 4 strides, hood up, a short iron Pugio dagger already back at his belt. "Move, both of you, stay low." We moved. Through an alley I would not have found on my own, around a corner where a baker's cart blocked the sightline, and into a quiet side street where the rain drowned out every sound behind us. "You cut their purses," I said, catching my breath. 3 of them, merchant class belts, easy clasps. He was not out of breath at all. I was on the rooftop above the bath entrance. Eagle eye protocol. Spotted the mob forming 2 blocks out and repositioned. He looked at Patia. "Ambassador, you need to disappear. Both of you do. There is a shopkeeper in the Victor district who owes me. Workman's clothes for both of you." Patia took to the disguise with more enthusiasm than the situation warranted. The shopkeeper gave us rough spun tunics, hoods, and mud-colored cloaks that smelled of fish market and someone else's sweat. Patia pulled the hood over her hair, examined herself in a polished bronze plate on the wall, and grinned. "Disguises are rather thrilling," she said, as if we had not just been 15 seconds from a mob tearing her necklace off her neck. Karis rubbed his stomach. I had the impression this was a stress response and not a compliment to the cloak. We sat in the back room above the shop, 1 oil lamp, rain drumming on the shutters. Patia's grin faded into the steady, composed expression I had seen her use when she was about to deliver intelligence that changed the shape of the board. "I spoke to a priestess at the Victor temple this morning, before the bath," she said. "She had news from the Senate. Censor Clinius was summoned to advise on Livius's case." I knew Clinius. Quiet, meticulous, wire-rimmed glasses and a parchment scroll in hand at all times. The kind of man who read every law on the books and remembered which page. Sidious claimed him. Patia's voice was careful. Publicly declared Clinius as an ally of his faction. Clinius could not refuse without exposing himself. He is now inside Sidious's camp. Is he actually with Sidious? No. The priestess says Clinius maneuvered the Senate toward a public trial at the Basilica Aemilia. He argued the 12 tables guarantee a right to trial. He is buying time. She paused. Sidious brought Senator Oro to testify. Oro claims he saw Livius giving inflammatory speeches in a town 200 miles from the capital 2 months ago. Clinius suspects the testimony involves magic. Fabricated memories, perhaps. He is not a mage himself, so he cannot prove it. The pieces were falling into place the way they always did with Sidious. Layer upon layer. A lie backed by a witness, backed by a senator, backed by magic. You could not pull one thread without the others tightening. We need the mouth of truth, I said. Patia looked at me. For a moment, I thought I had surprised her, but the look on her face said the opposite. I have been thinking about that too. She folded her hands in her lap. The temple artifact. If we can get Oro in front of it, his testimony either holds or it does not. No magic survives that judgment. I will see if the Victor Temple can grant me permission to use it. Quores, who had been silent through all of this, spoke from the corner. We should move. Another hour and the curfew patrols start. We walked home through the Victor district in our workmen's cloaks, hoods up, heads down. Nobody looked at us twice. The rain had finally stopped. The cobblestones gleamed under the first clear sky in 3 days. Timidus was at the gate. He stood with his back straight and his hands at his sides. And when he saw me in the workman's hood, he did not recognize me for a full 3 seconds. Then his eyes went wide and he pulled the door open so fast it banged against the interior wall. Master, welcome home. Daisy appeared behind him with Bolt on her shoulder. The little black lizard's golden eyes caught the lamplight and held it. Daisy looked at Patia in her disguise and tilted her head. You look like a fishmonger, she said. Patia pulled back her hood and laughed. I smell like one too, but we are alive, and that is the trade I accepted. I stepped inside. The apartment smelled like broth and oil lamp warmth, and the herb ointment Cassandra had sent for my arm. Manti had left a covered pot on the kitchen stone. The table was set for 2, and someone had placed a rolled blanket and a wooden stool beside the front door where Timidus would sleep until we arranged a proper mat. Everyone was here. Everyone was whole. Bolt climbed from Daisy's shoulder to mine and settled against my neck, warm and small and ancient. 2,000 sesterces to my name, a ruined arm, a senator under house arrest, a rebellion bearing down on the capital. And somewhere to the south, Spartacus was marching with an army I already knew the ending of. The rain had stopped. That was enough for tonight. The evening Fuga told us about Crassus was the evening I stopped pretending the rebellion was someone else's problem. He showed up at the window ledge soaked in rain, his ears flat, his tail hanging like a dead rope. I poured him wine from the clay jug Monty kept on the shelf, and he drank it without his usual theatrical pause. That alone told me the news was bad. Fuga without theater was Fuga delivering something he wished he did not have to say. Crassus had received Imperium. The ceremony at Mars Square had been the kind of spectacle the Empire produced when it wanted citizens to feel safe and enemies to feel doomed. 2 legions in full plate armor, red cloaks snapping in formation, crested helmets catching the last sunlight, the Emperor himself stepping forward to place the command letter in the general's hands. And then the march. 60,000 troops streaming out through the northern gate before sundown, column after column, the sound of iron boots on paved stone loud enough to shake shutters 3 streets away. 60,000, Patia said from the doorway. She had come in from her meeting at the Victor Temple and still wore the mud-colored cloak. Her hood was down, her dark hair loose. That is not a suppression force. That is an invasion. She was right. Crassus was not going to negotiate or contain. He was going to crush the rebel army at Picenum the way you crush a wasp nest. You bring fire, and you do not care what else burns. I knew what Crassus was. Maya had made me watch a documentary about the historical one when I was 23. The Roman Crassus, who defeated the original Spartacus and crucified 6,000 rebels along the Appian Way, 1 cross every 30 paces for 100 miles. So travelers would see the price of defiance from Rome all the way to Capua. I had the image in my head, and I could not put it down. Fuga's whiskers twitched. He mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that Crassus had revived decimation. 1 in 10 of his own soldiers executed if a unit broke or retreated, not enemy soldiers, his own. A practice so old most officers thought it was a myth from the founding era, dragged back into daylight by a general who wanted obedience more than he wanted love. Patia sat down hard on the bench beside me. Her fingers found the edge of the table and held it. She did not say anything for a long time. I could hear the rain on the shutters, and the distant clatter of a wagon on wet cobblestones, and the small sound of Fuga licking wine from his whiskers. I did not tell them how the historical campaign ended. Some knowledge is not a gift. It is a weight you carry alone. Cornelius had been left behind. 1,200 troops and the Servian wall, and whatever cleverness he could pull from his scarred body. 60,000 for glory, 1,200 for the city. The math was not strategy, it was a political statement. I found Cornelius at a requisitioned warehouse 2 blocks from the square. The general stood behind a table covered in wax tablets and scratched maps. He did not waste time on greetings. 6 maniples, 200 men each, 4 stationed at the cardinal gates of the Servian wall, 2 held in mobile reserve at the center, ready to sprint wherever the trouble came. Small, fast, self-directed. The maniple system was older than the legions that replaced it, but it let each unit think for itself, which was the only advantage Cornelius had left. Maniples, Quiris said from the doorway. His eagle-sharp eyes tracked every person who passed the warehouse entrance. That formation has not been used in living memory. Older things tend to be more reliable. Cornelius moved a wax tablet aside and revealed a second map beneath it. His finger traced a line of tiny marks along the wall. 1,400 civilian militia, retired veterans, young craftsmen, anyone who has held a weapon and can follow a simple order. They do not need to fight. They need to stand on the wall with painted shields and look like soldiers. The decoys. That was the heart of the trick. From a distance, on a wall, in bad light, 1,400 men with borrowed helmets and fresh paint would look like a garrison of 10,000. The rebels would send scouts. The scouts would count heads. The count would be wrong. And the difference between wrong and right might buy Cornelius the 3 days he needed. He tapped the eastern wall. Quiris counts the rebel approach from above. I route the real maniples to meet them wherever they cluster thickest. The decoys fill the gaps. The trick holds, or it does not. If it holds, we survive. If it does not, we die with our boots on, which is better than the alternative. I set Wing's latest intelligence packet on the table with my left hand. My right arm sat useless in the sling under my cloak. Writing left-handed was still awkward, but the reports were legible enough. Cornelius unrolled the parchment, scanned the contents, and let out a long breath through his nose. Rebel supply lines from the south, troop counts from the hill villages, a report on which gates the scouts have been watching. He looked up at me for the first time. I could see his mind already sorting the data, fitting it into the map, adjusting the small pieces of a very large game. You know what this is, sir? The words came out of my mouth before I could stop them. An office worker's reflex, dressed in a gladiator's body. This is the corporate logistics scam I worked overtime to avoid. Too few people, too many doors, and a deadline that does not care about your excuses. Cornelius stared at me for 3 full seconds. Then a single laugh escaped him, short and dry, like a cough that had been waiting all day for permission. "Welcome to the Legion," he said. Padia was waiting when I came home. Bolt sat on her knee, his small black body turned east, his golden eyes fixed on something beyond the wall. He had been doing that for 2 days now, staring east, toward the old district and the building called the Pantheon. Though I had not understood the connection until Padia spoke. She told me what Mercury had said at the Victor Temple that afternoon, and every sentence made the room feel larger and stranger, as though the walls were pulling back to reveal sky I had not known was there. The Dragon Council had gathered at the Pantheon Temple, not a metaphor, not a parable told to children at bedtime to make them pray before sleep. The ancient dragons, the ones whose names were carved into the pillars and painted across the ceiling in gold leaf and crushed lapis lazuli, had physically convened on the roof of the building that bore their images. Mercury had attended as Legacy's priestess, and she had stood among beings older than the empire, older than the city, older than the language the city used to name itself. Legacy the owl, the second-born, the dragon of time and space. He had called the meeting because the mathematics of their existence had changed, and Legacy, more than any of them, understood mathematics. Water the orca, the third-born, the dragon of oceans and ice, who had risen from the Tiber River beneath the temple, and whose tail had accidentally sent a wave washing against the stone embankment because she was upset and had forgotten how large she was. Fire the lion, the fourth-born, the dragon of flame and wind, who had manifested from a cooking hearth somewhere in the district and arrived already angry, already suggesting that every human who held a sword should be turned to charcoal and who had to be scolded by water before he would sit down. And then there was Chaos, the eldest, the sealed one, the dragon whose name the Empire whispered the way you whisper about a fire you thought was out, but whose embers still glow beneath the ash. Chaos was stirring. Human war was feeding him. Every battle, every decimation order, every cross raised along a road, every 6,000 bodies left for the crows poured blood into the earth, and the earth carried it downward like rain running toward a well that should have stayed sealed forever. Earth, the sister dragon, the second daughter, the one who governed soil and root and harvest, who normally appeared decorated with flowers, who kept the fields golden and the orchards heavy. She had come to the council in a form that Mercury could barely describe. Her Her body was burning with the corruption from spilled blood, painful to look upon, painful to be near. The miasma leaking from her had sent the other dragons stepping backward, and Legacy had bitten his own tongue and said nothing for a long time because there was simply nothing adequate to say to a sister whose body was being destroyed by the species she had spent millennia feeding. Earth had threatened to tear apart the Alps. She had threatened to turn the golden fields into poisoned swamps. She was not negotiating. She was in agony, and the agony had made her dangerous. Legacy had given orders. Fire was to investigate Altium, the Imperial champion, whose faith had turned cold and whose relationship with Claudius and Mercury had fractured. Water was to console her own priestess Neptune, a woman whose hero brother had died in the fighting, and to begin the process of selecting a new hero. Legacy himself would work to slow Chaos's influence on the flow of time, holding back the eldest dragon's reach the way you hold a door against a flood that has already found the crack beneath the frame. The dragons were not invincible. They were not even unified. They were frightened, and they were making plans the way frightened beings make plans, which is to say imperfectly, desperately, with too many unknowns and not enough time. I sat with that for a while. The lamp guttered. Bolt looked east. Patia's hand found mine, the good one, and held it. Her fingers were warm and steady, and she did not look at me when she spoke. We are in something larger than a senate. I did not answer immediately. I was thinking about a white rabbit in the middle of a winter road, and a steering wheel that did not turn fast enough, and a voice that had apologized for something I did not understand. Birth, the dragon who had put me here, the one who balanced the scales of souls. Mercury said she was too busy to attend the council now because there were too many dead. Bolt's tiny head turned toward me for a moment. His golden eyes caught the last of the lamplight. Then he looked east again, and I could have sworn he nodded once, as if to say, yes, you are beginning to understand. Fuga came back an hour later. He was wetter than before, if that was possible, and he did not come to the window ledge. He came to the floor beside the brazier and sat there with his tail wrapped around his feet and his ears pressed flat, and he asked for wine without any of his usual performance. Patia brought it to him. He held the cup with both small hands and stared into it. I had asked him 2 days earlier to find me one specific thing, not troop movements, not gate schedules, not the supply count of a rebel column. I had asked him to find Oenomaus's motivation, the rebel deputy, the man who stood beside Spartacus and made the strategies that kept working with uncanny success, and I needed to understand why he kept walking toward a cliff he could clearly see. Fuga told us. Oenomaus was a former mind slave who had escaped from a gladiator training school 6 months ago with Spartacus and a Gaul named Crixus, and about 80 others. They had attacked a weapons wagon, armed themselves, elected leaders, raided the countryside. When the rebel army reached 5,000, they camped at the foot of a mountain near Pompeii and overwhelmed the first suppression force sent against them. 2,000 imperial soldiers scattered by former slaves, fighting with stolen swords, and the fury of men who had decided they would rather die armed than live in chains. On the night of that victory, with the campfires still burning and the dead still warm on the field, a woman came to Oenomaus. He had lost his left eye to an arrow in the fighting. He was sitting alone in his tent, bleeding and exhausted and ugly, in the way that only a fresh wound can make a man ugly. And she walked in and told him he was brave. She called herself Mars. She was beautiful and learned, and she spoke to him the way nobody had ever spoken to a one-eyed mind slave. She told him his face was a mark of courage, not a wound. She told him he was a righteous man. She told him the rebellion was sacred. She made him promises, a future of liberation where every chain in the empire would be broken, a love that would survive the rebellion and outlast the war, recognition for everything he had endured in the darkness of the mines. She captured his loyalty through presents and promises. Night after night she came to him, and night after night she called him commander and wise general, and the words settled into him like seeds into wet soil. She gave him a scroll of incantations and told him it would make soldiers fight to the death and beasts obey without resistance. Only after the devotion had set, only after he had built his entire sense of purpose around her voice and her promises, did she reveal what she was, a priestess of chaos, the eldest dragon's servant. The rebellion she had encouraged was not liberation, it was fuel. Every battle fed her dragon's reawakening. Every death poured blood into the ground that was already burning beneath the feet of a dragon sister who could not bear it. Fuga paused. He looked at his wine cup. He looked at me. Oenomaus had known the truth for 2 months. He had continued anyway, not because he believed in Mars, not because he was stupid or weak, because by the time she showed him the bottom of the well was too deep to climb out of alone, and the 200,000 people treading water beside him did not know the well existed. He could not extract Spartacus. He could not turn the army around. The rebellion had grown past any single man's ability to stop it, and Oenomaus was riding a wave toward rocks, and his only choice was to drown alone or drown with the people he had helped put on the water. "He is a tragedy walking," Fuga said. His voice was flat and tired, stripped of every mannerism he normally wore like armor. "If we can reach him before the cliff, maybe." Patia shook her head. She was still sitting beside me, her hand no longer in mine, her fingers laced together in her lap like a person praying to something she was not sure could hear her. "There is no reaching him before the cliff. The cliff is in 3 days." I stood up, walked to the window. The rain was steady against the shutters, the kind of rain that does not stop because it has forgotten it was supposed to. Somewhere out there, Cornelius was counting soldiers and painting shields. Somewhere farther, Crassus was marching 60,000 men toward a mountain that would answer for everything in fire. Somewhere in a rebel camp, a one-eyed man who had been promised love by a woman who despised him was drawing battle plans for people he could no longer save. I pressed my forehead against the wooden shutter. The wood was cold and damp. 3 days, I said. The lamp flickered. Bolt looked east. Patia closed her eyes. And somewhere beyond the walls, in the direction the dragon lizard kept watching, the earth was burning, and no one had enough water to put it out. The apartment above the thunder roar smelled like someone else's breakfast. The restaurant below had been open since dawn, and the warmth of grilled eel and roasted garlic rose through the floorboards like a gentle invasion. Timidus stood at the gate room door in his new Lorica segmentata, his first official morning. He had polished the armor twice before anyone else woke up. "Master Helion," he straightened when I came down the hall. "I am told the gatekeeper of an insula above a restaurant smells the cooking all day." A pause. The earnest worry on his face was almost painful. "I will be very fat by the time you need me to fight again." "Good," I said. "Be fat," he blinked. "A fat gatekeeper means the household eats well, means nobody is starving, means nobody is going back to the mines." He opened his mouth, closed it. His eyes went bright and wet for a half second before he caught himself and stood straighter. Daisy appeared with a wooden tray. Mantis bread, olives, cheese, a cup of watered wine. She set it on the stone ledge beside the gate room and gave Timidus a look that was pure older sister authority despite being 2 years younger. "The gatekeeper's belly," she said, "is a sign of the house's prosperity. I read that in one of Monty's books." "You did not read that in any book," I said. "I might have," she smiled, and Bolt flicked his tongue from her shoulder. Timidus picked up an olive and held it like it was made of glass. I watched him eat it, and for a moment the whole hallway was just morning light and the smell of bread and a boy learning that food could be given freely. The rain had not started yet, but the sky was the color of wet stone, and Monty was already setting extra wood by the hearth. I sat with Daisy in the kitchen while she measured the spices Patia had given her: cinnamon, dried coriander, a pouch of something green she called mountain thyme. She laid them out on the counter with the care of a jeweler sorting gems, and I said nothing because the silence was the kind you do not break. Outside, the Thunder Roar's lunch crowd was arriving. I could hear the owner's voice calling orders through the floor. This was the life Livius had arranged during my recovery: a better address, a proper gate, a courtyard with a working fountain. I had not asked for any of it, but I had stopped pretending I did not need it. The rain started around midday. Bolt had been on Daisy's shoulder all morning, quiet, his tail curled around her braid. He liked her warmth. She liked his weight. It was the simplest alliance in the household. Around the 3rd hour past noon, something changed. Bolt stood up. His body went rigid on Daisy's shoulder, his head turning east, then south, then his eyes closed. Daisy looked at me. I looked at the lizard, at the stillness of him. I knew. I did not know the name of the woman he was losing. I did not know the sanctuary she had served in, or the decades she had given to the dragon who wore this small body like a costume. But I had lived with Bolt for 2 seasons now, and I had learned to read the grammar of his silences. This was not sleep. This was not rest. This was goodbye. I put my good hand on his back. The scales were warm. He accepted the touch the way a man accepts a hand on his shoulder at a funeral. Not because it helps, but because the alternative is standing alone. Daisy whispered, "Is he sick?" "No," I said. "He is somewhere else right now." She did not ask where. She went back to stirring the stew and kept one hand near Bolt's tail, and the 3 of us stayed like that while the rain came down outside. 20 minutes, maybe longer. I lost count. When Bolt opened his eyes, the sky above a house I would never visit had already cleared. Thunder had said his goodbye. The rain that fell only over that one rooftop had stopped, and a woman named Jupiter had gone to wherever dragons send the people they love. I would hear about her death 2 days later. A priestess of the Sky Dragon, 74 years old, served since she was 14. Peaceful, they said. The dragons had attended her, and the moon had shown a halo before the last breath left her. I did not tell Daisy any of this. Some grief is not yours to explain. She noticed the lizard was different for the rest of the afternoon, quieter, smaller somehow, as though grief had weight and it was pressing him flat against the stone. She placed an extra olive on the kitchen ledge beside him. Bolt ate it without looking up. The stew was on. Daisy had been working on it since the rain started, and the apartment smelled like rosemary and slow-cooked lamb, and the particular warmth of a kitchen that has been occupied all day. She brought me a cup. "Master, you prefer the bitter tea on rainy mornings." She set it on the table with both hands, the way Manti had taught her. I have observed. I looked at the tea, dark, unsweetened, the kind that tastes like soil and discipline and reminds me of vending machine green tea from a life that no longer exists. She had been watching my preferences for weeks. She had them mapped. "You observed correctly," I said. She lit up like I had given her a medal. Patia arrived at the door slightly damp, her cloak dripping on the threshold. Manti let her in, took the cloak, hung it, and returned to her chair with a book as though none of this had interrupted her reading. Patia sat in the kitchen with us, ate a piece of Manti's bread, complimented Daisy's stew before it was finished, which made Daisy stand an inch taller. Juarez stopped by to drop off a sealed note from Cornelius and stayed long enough to accept a piece of bread from Manti. He ate it standing in the doorway, nodded once, and left. The whole visit lasted 2 minutes. That was Juarez. The afternoon settled. The rain kept falling. Daisy hummed something she had learned from a market singer, and Manti read, and Patia sat beside me with her hands around her own cup, and the kitchen was full in a way that had nothing to do with the number of chairs. Then the voice inside spoke. Not aloud, never aloud, but I felt the shift, the body's original tenant, the gladiator soul who had been learning to share this space with me for months now. He surfaced the way he always did in quiet moments, not with violence, but with observation. This is the first day in 2 years where the body has not been preparing to die. I held still. He was right. 2 years. From the cell beneath the arena, to the 5 matches, to the citizenship, to the crab hang, to the blind fight, to the Altium duel, and the arm that still hung in its sling. 2 years of waking every morning with the assumption that something would try to end me before sunset. Today, nothing had. Today was stew and rain and bitter tea and Daisy humming and Patia beside me. No arena, no ambush, no senator scheming behind a curtain, just a kitchen and the people in it. "I know," I said quietly. No one in the room thought I was talking to anyone. Patia leaned into my good shoulder. 30 seconds, maybe less. The weight of her head was light and warm, and I did not move, because moving would have ended something that did not need to end. Timidus was at the gate. Manti was reading. Daisy was humming. Bolt was on the kitchen ledge with his olive. The household was whole. The white owl came through the kitchen window like it owned the place. Not a pigeon. I knew pigeons. Pigeons were wing and the carrier network and the daily rhythm of messages that kept the household connected. This was something else. This was white feathers and silent wings, and a size that made Daisy step back from the counter. Patia did not step back. She extended her arm, and the owl landed on it, as though they had rehearsed this. She untied the small scroll from its leg with steady fingers, opened it, read it. Her face did not change. Not the way most people's faces do not change. She had been trained for this since she was a child in the Parthena's courts, and the arena had finished the education. But I had learned to read the edges. The slight tightening at the corners of her mouth, the way her breathing paused for one beat too long. "Kidnap Senator Oro." She read it aloud, flat and clean. "Victor Temple has granted Mouth of Truth use. 3 days. She handed me the parchment. Livius's handwriting. The deep network owl, not the pigeon line. This was the kind of message that could not be intercepted because the sender had no margin for it. I read it once, looked up. Daisy at the stove with her wooden spoon frozen mid-stir. Bolt on the ledge, looking east toward the training grounds where Oro was hiding. The stew bubbling behind her, the rain picking up outside. "I will need rope," I said, "and a sack, and someone to tell me when Oro is alone." Patia met my eyes. Fuga is already finding out. Of course he was. I stood at the window. The rain was heavier now, and the lamplight from the kitchen cast my shadow long across the courtyard below. Behind me, the stew, Daisy's spices, Monty's bread on the counter, the whole household breathing in one room. Ahead of me, the mission, the senator, the rope, the sack, the mouth of truth waiting at the end of 3 days. I stayed at the window a moment longer than I needed to. The smell of rosemary and lamb was still in my nose, and the rain was cold on my face, and I let both exist at the same time because tomorrow one of them would be gone. The rain came down wrong. I had watched the sunset from the kitchen window 3 hours earlier, and the sky had been clear enough to count the first stars. Then midnight hit, and the water arrived all at once, as if someone had cracked the bottom out of the heavens. Not a building storm, not a slow creep of clouds. 1 minute dry, the next drowning. The cobblestones were already ankle deep in runoff, the gutters overflowing into alley mouths like small angry rivers. I ran. The rope was coiled across my chest, the sack inside my tunic, my right arm in its sling bouncing against my ribs. I had no sword, no axe, no shield. That was on purpose. Tonight, I carried a sling weapon and a coil of rope. Enough to restrain a man, not enough to kill one by accident. A shape fell in beside me from the rooftop gutter. Small, wet, furious about being wet. Hot news, Fuga gasped. Several items. His raincoat was plastered to his fur, his tail hanging like a soaked dish rag. I slowed long enough for him to catch his breath. His ears flattened against his skull. His golden eyes were wide. The rebels are inside Vespasia. Spartacus himself. He brought cavalry through the Capena gate before the watch could close it. He paused, swallowed rain. There is a two-headed wolf at the Corinna gate. Monsters. Real ones. Oenomaus planned this. 2 fronts, 1 city. I stopped walking. The rain hammered my hood flat against my forehead. How many inside Vespasia? Enough to free the training ground. Spartacus is going to make a speech. Fuga looked east, then back at me. Mars gave him a scroll. I think he is going to use it. You should turn around. The scroll. The priestess of chaos. If that thing was a mind control enchantment, Spartacus could turn every slave in the district into a weapon with a single chant. And I was about to walk into the middle of it with rope and a sack. Cornelius? I asked, improvising. 1,200 troops and civilian militia. He has sent reserves to the Capena gate. Quares is feeding him intelligence. Fuga's tail twitched once, the smallest involuntary tell. The general is not panicking. That worries me more than if he were. I looked through the rain toward the Vespasia perimeter wall, barely visible in the dark. Oro was in there, half drunk, underguarded, hiding in an annex he thought was safe because Spartacus's crowd was between him and the world. 3 days until the Mouth of Truth hearing. If I did not bag him tonight, there would be no trial. Livius would rot under house arrest. Sidious would win by default. I am going around the perimeter, I said. I need to be in and out before he speaks. Fuga stared at me, then sighed through his nose, a very human sound from a very inhuman face. I will follow. I will not enter. Understood. I wanted to scratch behind his ears. I did not. He had his pride. We parted at the corner. He went high, back to the rooftops. I went low, along the training ground's outer wall, feeling for the service gate Fuga had mapped during the reconnaissance 2 months ago. I learned what happened next from Fuga's pigeon network, and later from Cyclos himself, and still later from Cassandra, in a rare moment when she was willing to say the words aloud. I am going to tell it the way she told it, because the way she told it is the way it deserves to be heard. While I was running through rain toward Vespasia, Cassandra was sitting in the beast wing with Tigrelny, asleep against her leg. The torches had burned down to their last quarter. Outside, rain hammered the stone walls. Cassandra was not thinking about the man at the gate. She was thinking about the monsters at the Corinna gate. Fuga's intelligence had reached the beast wing an hour ago. A two-headed wolf. A silver beast called Lycaon. Imperial soldiers dying. And then Boris spoke. He was always there, the old wolf dragon, invisible to everyone but Cassandra. He stood by the door with his head tilted, the way he always did when he was about to say something she did not want to hear. Cassandra, Boris said, leave the battles you do not desire. Come now, play Sonnet with me, the world's oldest board game. It passes through the afterlife. Come, come. She closed her eyes. The capital is under attack, she said. There are soldiers dying at the east gate, and you want to play a board game. Your soul, Boris said, is still not stable. If I had my way, I would keep you here for 100 years. You are not ready. I was not ready the first time either. This is the part she only said once. When Cassandra was young, before Boris, before the Beast Wing, before the Empire even knew her name, she had been a gladiator in the arena pits south of the capital, a mercenary from the old kingdom across the sea, captured after the Queen's fall, sold into the fighting schools. She was fast with a blade. She won. She survived. And then the showman decided she should fight Marcus. Marcus was hers, her partner, the one person in the pit who looked at her like she was more than a fight record. The showman drugged them both before the match. Something in the water, something that turned the edges of her vision red and made every sound feel like a slap. The fight was not a fight. It was two people swinging at shadows with real blades, and when the drug cleared, Marcus was on the sand, and Cassandra's khopesh was wet. She told me, the showman had drugged us both. The fight was not a fight. The morning was the worst memory I keep. After that morning, she could not harm a person. The blade would come up, and her hand would stop. 15 years. Boris had found her in that state, seen something in her soul worth keeping, and brought her to the Brutus training ground. She became a beast fighter instead. Monsters she could kill, people she could not. Boris knew all of this. He was trying to keep her from the gate because he knew what going back to a real battlefield would cost her. Marcus would have wanted me to stand, she said. The city has families. Boris said nothing for a long time. Then, you are stubborn. You have always been stubborn. It is the thing I love most about you and the thing that will kill you. Cassandra stood. She walked to the armory. She took the khopesh from the wall, the curved sickle sword of the old kings, the ancient weapon she had carried the day she killed the only person she ever loved. The kings of old used a khopesh to strike down lions, she said. There is no better weapon for wolves. She brought honeymead. Even now, even with the city under attack, she brought Cyclos his favorite drink before asking for the favor. The dwarf blacksmith was awake. His apprentices were sharpening every blade in the training ground on Trainer Xavia's orders, the grindstones humming in the back room. Cyclos set down his work when he saw her. He scratched Tigrelne behind one enormous ear, and the white tiger leaned into it with a purr that shook the workbench. Cassandra told him the training ground was surrounded by trained men, rebels in the trees beyond the walls. She needed the other way out. Cyclos did not argue. He called his apprentice Braun, and together they shifted the massive stone table in the workshop courtyard. Beneath it, a pit opened into darkness. The old escape route, built when the gladiator school was first constructed. Luminous moss on the walls, 2 right turns at the forks to reach a grove near the Corinna Gate. "I need you to keep Tigrelne," Cassandra said. Cyclos looked at the tiger, looked at her. "I will watch the cat, Cassandra." His voice was softer than I had ever heard it described. "Walk out of this, and you will have her back. Do not, and she is mine forever." She knelt. She pressed her forehead against the tiger's nose. Tigrelne's golden eyes opened, steady and calm, and then closed again. Trust absolute. Cassandra stood. She slipped the khopesh onto her hip, checked the healing scrolls in her satchel, and dropped into the dark tunnel without looking back. Cornelius was having, by all reports, the time of his life. I heard this part later from Quares, who delivered it with the flat expression of a man who had long stopped being surprised by his commanding officer. The general was standing behind his map table at Mars Square when the emergency reports arrived one after another. Corinna Gate under monster attack. Capena Gate breached. Cavalry inside the city. A young adjutant at his elbow was counting their available reserves, voice climbing toward a panic he could not quite suppress. 400, the adjutant said. "We have 400 regulars in reserve and 2 gates under attack." Cornelius popped a date into his mouth, chewed, swallowed. 14 districts, he said. 100 healthy veterans per district. That is 1,400 militia, all volunteers. Most of them uglier than me and twice as stubborn. Centurion Corgro is already calling them up. The adjutant opened his mouth to protest something about precedent, and Cornelius cut him off by holding up a folded letter. From Duke Claudius, Supreme Commander, the man with the actual Imperium. He unfolded it with one hand, the other reaching for another date. "Apology for pulling our regulars to feed General Crassus's expedition." And at the very bottom, the interesting part, Claudius is sending us the hero of Idea to the East Gate. Quares, standing against the far wall, went still. He knew that title. Only one living person held it besides the Grand General Goswell, someone trained by Livius, someone who fought beside monsters for a living. Cornelius smiled. It was, Quares told me, the smile of a man who had just been dealt an ace he did not expect. "Get me 200 reserves to the Capena Gate," Cornelius said. "The militia takes the perimeter, and nobody panics until I do." I found the service gate right where Fuga's map said it would be. A rusted iron door set into the perimeter wall, half hidden behind a stack of rotting practice shields someone had left against the stone. The lock was old. The rope around my chest had a weighted end I could use as a lever if I needed to, but the latch gave when I kicked it. Nobody was watching the back of the training ground. Every guard, every rebel, every warm body in Vespasia was in the central courtyard, waiting for Spartacus to speak. I could hear them, a low crowd murmur rolling through the corridors like the sound of a distant sea. Hundreds of voices, not shouting yet, waiting. I went around the rear. The corridors were empty, puddled, stinking of horse manure and old hay. Fuga's map had Oro's annex marked on the east side of the compound, a private guest chamber with its own entrance. Oro had arrived by carriage the night before, thinking Vespasia was neutral ground, thinking no one would look for a senator in a gladiator's training school. 2 guards outside the inner door, both leaning against the wall, half asleep, listening to the crowd noise from the courtyard. The rain covered my footsteps. The technique was one Quares had taught me after the ambush on Daisy. Cryptia infiltration, standard issue for Spartan-trained operatives. I picked up a loose stone chip from the corridor floor, tossed it against the far wall. The sound echoed. The first guard turned his head. The second stayed put. I came from behind the second one with the weighted rope end and struck him at the base of the skull. He folded. The first guard turned back. I caught his neck in the crook of my good arm and squeezed until his legs buckled. He went limp in 8 seconds, both unconscious, both breathing. Inside the chamber, Oro was sprawled across a dining couch in a purple-bordered toga, a half-empty wine amphora on the table beside him. He did not look like a senator who had engineered the framing of Livius, the stacking of my 5 matches, the assassination attempts that nearly killed the people I loved. He looked like a man who drank too much and fell asleep in a room that smelled like old wine and damp plaster. I tapped him once at the temple with the heel of my hand. His eyes did not even open. He slumped sideways. I put the sack over his head, tied it at the neck, tied his wrists behind his back with the rope, and lifted him onto my good shoulder. He was lighter than I expected. Corrupt senators, apparently, did not eat well. I slipped out the back the same way I came in. While While I was carrying a senator in a sack through the back alleys of Vespasia, Cassandra was walking out of a tunnel into the worst place in the city. The Corinna Gate had already fallen by the time she arrived. The wooden gate frame was splintered. 200 reserve soldiers, sent an hour earlier, had been shattered by the monsters before the first militia companies could reinforce them. Lycaon, the silver beast, was 3 meters of muscle and fur. Orthros, the two-headed wolf, was something worse. 5 meters from nose to tail, both heads working independently, grabbing soldiers and shields in its jaws and hurling them against the walls. The unit commander, a man holding a broken spatha as a walking stick, was praying to the dragon god when Cassandra emerged from the inner gate passage. She walked across the courtyard in the rain. No hesitation, no speech. She lifted the kopesh, the blade that had killed Marcus 15 years ago and had not tasted blood since. She spoke ancient words I could not have understood even if I had been there. The blade glowed silver. Lycaon turned toward her. Cassandra jumped, 10 meters from the wall ledge, down through the rain, the kopesh raised above her head. She shouted a word in the old tongue, a single syllable that meant victory, one strike. The curved inner edge of the kopesh caught Lycaon at the base of the neck. The silver beast collapsed where it stood. The breath stopped. The body steamed in the rain. She did not pause over the kill. She swung the kopesh in a wide arc, and the blood on the blade turned to light, golden particles drifting outward like pollen. Wherever the light touched a wounded soldier, the wound closed. Not resurrection, restoration. A healing magic carried in the dragon-blessed blade, Boris's gift. Men who had been bleeding out on the cobblestones opened their eyes and stood. And then she turned to face Orthros. The two-headed wolf was already roaring, both heads raised, both sets of jaws open. It was enraged. Its companion was dead. It wanted the woman who killed it. Cassandra planted the kopesh point first in the whetstone. She spoke loud enough for every surviving soldier in the courtyard to hear her. I am Cassandra of the beast wing of Brutus. I am the hero of Idea. Form ranks behind me. They formed. Men who had been running 2 minutes ago turned around, picked up their shields, and fell into line behind a woman they had never met because she said to and because she had just killed the thing that was killing them. Cassandra pulled the kopesh from the stone. She took 1 step toward Orthros. The rain ran down the blade. I did not see the fight that followed. No one told me the details, and Cassandra never offered. All I know is that when the sun rose over the Corinna Gate the next morning, Orthros was dead and Cassandra was standing. I heard the crowd shift while I was 50 paces from Vespasia's back wall. The murmur had been building the entire time I was inside, a low, steady pressure like water behind a dam. Now it broke, not into chaos, into something else, a rhythm, a cadence. Hundreds of voices saying the same thing at the same time, and then saying it again, and then a roar that shook the rain out of the air for half a second. Spartacus had spoken. I stopped in the alley. Ara was still limp on my shoulder, breathing through the sack. Bolt was on my other shoulder, the little black lizard who was secretly the ancient dragon Thunder, and he was facing east toward the Corinna Gate with his golden eyes open wide. I learned later what Spartacus had done. Mars had given him a scroll made from the scales of the dragon chaos, calibrated to enchant anyone who heard his words into mindless devotion. Oenomaus had used it before, in smaller crowds, turning listeners into fanatics with a single chant. The scroll was ready. The crowd was ready. All Spartacus had to do was speak the word, and 2,000 slaves would have become his puppets. He changed the word. He chanted the ancient rune for mouth and communication, and where the scroll demanded fascination, he spoke rumor instead. Not enchantment, amplification. His words left Vespasia and spread across the city the way a neighbor's gossip spreads, from mouth to mouth again, natural and unstoppable. No mind control, no magic compulsion, just a man's speech, carried by a divine wind, reaching everyone who needed to hear it. He told them he had been a slave in the silver mines for 9 years. He told them he was beaten for being too tall. He told them the chain rusted, and that was the only reason he escaped. He told them 200,000 were walking north. He told them the Senate called them criminals, and the Senate was wrong. He told them they could join, or stay, or flee, and whichever they chose, they should choose the one they could sleep on. That was all. No threats, no promises of blood, no enchantment. The scroll disintegrated in his hand after the spell released. He had used Mars's weapon and turned it into something she never intended. Not mind control, a megaphone. I stood in the rain with a kidnapped senator on my shoulder and listened to the roar of a crowd that had chosen, freely, to follow a man who refused to steal their will. He is better than Mars wanted him to be, I thought. I pushed the thought away. I had a job to finish. Bolt blinked once, slowly, and turned his head from east back to me. His golden eyes held something I could not read. Maybe he he understood what had just happened better than I did. Dragons usually do. I shifted Oro's weight on my shoulder and started walking. The Victor Temple was on the other side of the city. The rain was easing. The night was far from over. Behind me, Vespasia was burning with something that was not fire. And at the Corinna Gate, a woman who had not harmed a person in 15 years was standing in the rain with a sickle sword, choosing to fight again because the city had families. I walked faster. The rain had found its rhythm, a slow, patient drum on every stone in the alley, and on the man inside the sack who would not stop squirming. Oro was heavier than he looked. Every few steps he would twitch against the rope, and I would shift him like a sack of grain that had opinions about being carried. My right arm hung useless. The felt I had picked up at the rebel weapons table slapped my thigh with each stride. The training ground was behind me. Spartacus's crowd had poured north toward the square, and the alleys between the outer wall and the old warehouse district were quiet now. I could hear my own breathing and the muffled sounds from the sack and nothing else. Then a voice. Helion. I stopped. Not because I wanted to, because the voice came from ahead, not behind, and it was calm in the way that calm people are calm when they have already decided what they are going to do. Spartacus stood under a torch overhang 30 paces ahead, alone. His felt rested across one shoulder, blade angled toward the sky. Rain ran down the planes of his face, and he did not blink. He looked exactly the way he had looked on the platform, except smaller without the crowd, and somehow more dangerous because of it. He had tracked me. The rumor spell he had released during his speech carried intelligence both ways. He knew the famous 5-match gladiator was somewhere inside Vespasia, and he had followed the thread until it led him here. He glanced at the sack on my shoulder and read the shape of the body inside it. "Join me," he said. His voice was even and direct. No theater, no appeal to glory. "We will free everyone like us." 3 sentences followed. He described the march north. He described the men and women behind him. He described a world where people were not branded on the calf and sold in batches of 12. He said all of this the way a man describes a building he has already drawn the plans for. I set Oro down carefully against the alley wall. The senator's bound legs kicked once, then stilled. I straightened and faced Spartacus. "I have a family," I said. "I cannot leave them behind for a cause I know how it ends." His face shifted, not surprise, something sadder. He had expected this answer. He had hoped it would be different. "Then we duel." He brought the falx off his shoulder and held it in both hands. "I cannot leave you behind me as an Empire asset." I drew my own falx, 4 kilograms of Dacian curved iron. The weight settled into my left hand, and I thought about the last time I had fought someone I respected, and about how rarely that ended well for either of us. The first exchange told me everything. Spartacus was not a brawler. He was not a spectacle fighter raised on crowd applause and flashy kills. He had trained in silence for 2 years in the mines, with stolen weapons and improvised dummies, and every movement was economical and lethal. His footwork was better than mine. His reading of distance was surgical. I was fighting left-handed. That alone should have ended me. But the falx was a weapon built for hooks and sweeps, and my body knew sweeps even from the wrong side, and for the first 3 exchanges, I held the line. 4, 5, 6. He nicked my thigh on the 7th pass. Shallow, a line of heat through the wet cloth. I returned a cut across his shoulder guard, that bit leather, but not skin. 8 exchanges, and neither of us had committed to a finishing blow. Then, he reached into the leather satchel at his hip and pulled out a scroll. The parchment flared with a light that had no warmth in it, a pale blue-white shimmer, like moonlight folded into paper. He spoke one word, Gemini. The air beside him tore open. Not a portal, not an illusion. A body stepped out of nothing and stood next to the original with the same face, the same armor, the same falx, held at the same angle. The clone breathed. Its boots made sound on the wet stone. Its eyes tracked me with the same surgical intelligence as the original. 2 Spartacus, 2 falx. One of me, left-handed, with a useless arm in a sling. My chest locked. I knew this feeling. I knew the way the heart hammered too fast, and the lungs refused to fill, and the edges of my vision darkened until the only thing I could see was the weapon coming toward me. I had felt it once before, in an arena, when the Emperor pointed at a boy named Stultus and told me to execute him. The memory hit me like a wall. Stultus on his knees. The boy who would not stop crying. The sword in my hand, and the crowd and the Emperor's gaze, and the absolute certainty that I was about to destroy something I could not repair. 2 opponents closed from both sides. I could not move. Inside my head, the other voice, Helion, the body's original soul, the old gladiator who had lived here before I arrived, who had fought and bled and died, and been resurrected as a fading remnant sharing my skull. His voice was strained, desperate, but clear. Adrian, listen, I see it too. The memory. Let me take the body. We are going to die otherwise. I did not argue. I did not hesitate. The freeze was swallowing me whole, and the two figures were 3 paces away, and the falc's blades were rising. Take it! The body shifted. Hylian surged forward. The left arm moved with a violence I could not have commanded, blocking the clone's overhead swing with the flat of the falc's and spinning away from the original's thrust at my ribs. Steel screamed against steel. Hylian fought the way he had always fought before I arrived. Raw, brutal, efficient. No mercy in the technique. No restraint. The narration in my head changed. Helian's voice was louder now, and mine was fading, sinking away from the surface like a man falling backward through water. The alley blurred. The rain became silence. The last thing I heard was the clash of the fowl against the clone's guard, and then I was somewhere else. I opened my eyes and smelled Earl Grey. Not the sharp, smoky tea the Cornelian merchants sold in clay cups. The real thing. Bergamot and black leaves, and the faint undertone of the metal pot Maya always left on the stove too long. The smell of a Sunday afternoon in Saitama, when the light came through the kitchen curtains sideways, and everything was golden and nothing was urgent. I was sitting at the kitchen table, the same table, the one with the chip in the corner where I had dropped a glass when I was 12. The same chairs with the uneven legs, the same window with the condensation at the bottom. Maya was on the other side of the table, reading. A thick book with a cloth bookmark, something about Muromachi period swordsmanship if the spine was any indication. Her reading glasses were pushed up on her forehead, the way she always wore them when she wanted to see both the page and the person she was about to lecture. Her hair was pulled back in its usual loose ponytail, the one she tied with whatever was nearest, today a rubber band she had probably stolen from the morning newspaper. She looked exactly the way she had looked the last time I saw her, which was 2 days before a white rabbit on a winter road ended everything. The kitchen was exactly right. The calendar on the wall was still 2 months behind, because neither of us ever turned it. The dish rack had 3 cups and a bowl drying upside down. The window above the sink looked out onto the narrow yard where Maya grew herbs she never actually cooked with because she said they were for research. Everything in its wrong place. Everything perfect. At her feet, curled into a tight ball of brown and black fur, Kanako the old dachshund slept. His ears twitched once. His breathing was slow. He was dreaming about something, and whatever it was good. Maya looked up. She smiled. It was the smile she used when she had been waiting for me and did not want to admit it. Adrian, I knew you would come back eventually. She set the book down and pushed a cup of tea across the table toward me. Sit, have tea. I was already sitting. The tea was already warm. I wrapped both hands around it and felt the heat against my palms. And for a moment, that was all I needed. Heat. Quiet. The sound of Kanako breathing. You have been watching, I said. I have always been watching. She tilted her head. The light caught the side of her face. You and the friend in your body. You are fighting again. He is not my enemy. No, he is not. She folded her hands on the table. Adrian, Japanese swordsmanship masters distinguish 2 paths. The first is Kenshin Ichinyo, sword and Zen as one. The end of the sword and the end of meditation are the same destination, a selfless state, no ego in the strike. She paused, waited for me to catch up. I had heard this lecture before, or parts of it, on a phone call I had not been paying attention to while driving the truck through Saitama at 11 at night. The second path, she said, is Katsujinken, the life-giving sword, the sword that protects without taking life. Her eyes brightened. You remembered. You told me 6 times. I told you 8, but who counts? She leaned forward. The light in her eyes was not a teacher's pride. It was something older and softer. Your friend Hylian is the body's old soul. He wants combat. He wants the fight because the fight is all he has ever known. You want mercy. You want to spare because you carry everyone you have ever failed to thank. You are not opposites, Adrian. You are the 2 grips on the same hilt. I stared at her. The tea was cooling in my hands. Outside the window, a sparrow landed on the herb garden fence and hopped once and flew away, and the normalcy of it was so sharp it hurt. Use the sword to protect, she said, not to take. The path forward is together. The cost is real. The peace is real. But you taught me about the bludgeon then thrust, I said. My voice was smaller than I wanted it to be. About the Walpurgis manual, about Honda's spear, about killing efficiently. Maya reached across the table and put her hand on mine. Her fingers were warm. Her hand was the exact size I remembered. I taught you the tools, she said. The choice was always yours. Use them to protect what you have built. Your friend Spartacus is going to die soon. He chose his death. Honor his choice by sparing him from yours. She squeezed my hand. Walk back to Daisy. Walk back to Pattaya. Walk back to Kargis. Walk back to the household above the thunder roar. The fight is the rest of your life, but it can be life-giving. I was crying. I could feel the tears on my face even here, in a kitchen that could not be real, in a room I would never sit in again. I did not wipe them. There was no one to perform for. There was only Maya, who had seen me cry before, who had held my head against her shoulder when our parents died, and told me I was allowed to be angry and sad at the same time. I drank the rest of the tea. It tasted the way it always tasted, like home, like bergamot and the metal pot, and the particular water that came through the pipes in our building, slightly mineral, slightly sweet. Maya stood. She walked around the table and stopped beside me. She took my face in both hands, tilted my head down, and kissed my forehead. Her lips were warm. The spot burned, the way a blessing burns. Adrian, I love you. I always loved you. Now go. Kanako shifted at her feet, stretched one paw, and settled back into his dream. The golden light did not change. Nothing changed. I was the only thing leaving. I knew this was likely a convenient illusion from my subconscious, my brain walking the edge of death, building the comfort it needed to survive. I knew that. I believed it the way I believed anything I did not want to test too hard. But Maya's hand on mine had felt real, and the tea had tasted like bergamot. And somewhere across a gap between worlds, my sister loved me, and I had finally heard her say it. I came back to the sound of steel. The rain hit my face first, cold and immediate after the kitchen's warmth. Then the weight of the falx in my left hand. Then the pain in my thigh where Spartacus had cut me earlier. Then Helian's voice, inside and urgent. Adrian, you are back. I am back. Helian was fighting both figures. The clone pressed from the left. The original circled right. My body moved between them with a violence that was Helian's and only Helian's, and it was keeping me alive. But it was old pattern Vic violence. Attack, counterattack, overwhelm. No strategy beyond survival. No philosophy beyond endurance. I spoke to him the way Maya had spoken to me, quietly, without urgency, from a place the fight could not reach. Step back into the partnership. Let me lead the breath. You lead the steel. We do this together as Katsujinkin. A pause. One heartbeat. Two. Show me, he said. Something happened that I do not have the prose to describe properly. Two voices that had lived side by side in one skull stopped being two voices. Not because one surrendered, because both spoke at once, and the words were the same, and the breath was the same. Like two instruments playing the same note, not in harmony, in identity. I moved. We moved. The distinction dissolved. There was no I told the body to step left, and no Helian swung the falx. There was only the step and the swing and the breath that preceded both. And all of it belonged to the same person, because that is what we had become, one person. The body felt different, not stronger, unified. Every muscle answering one signal instead of negotiating between two. Neither of us could have done it alone. 3 exchanges. The clone's swings came slower now. Spartacus's will was the fuel that kept the Gemini spell alive, and his focus had been fragmenting under the pressure of the duel. One mind maintaining 2 bodies is not the same as one mind in one body. The silence of our sync broke whatever thread of concentration he had left. The clone flickered, its outline blurred like heat shimmer on stone. On the 3rd exchange, it swung wide, the falx passing through empty air where my shoulder had been a heartbeat earlier, and then it dissolved. Pale light scattered into rain droplets and was gone. One Spartacus, one of us. He came in fast, a horizontal slash aimed at my ribs, full commitment, the kind of swing you throw when you know this is the last exchange. I stepped inside his guard. The falx is a one-piece weapon, iron from blade to pommel, and the pommel is a blunt instrument with the weight of the whole sword behind it. Helian guided the angle. I guided the restraint. Together we drove the pommel into the exact center of Spartacus's solar plexus with surgical precision. He dropped, not dead, not unconscious. The breath went out of him in a single gasp, and his legs gave way, and the falx clattered from his hands onto the wet stone. He knelt in the rain, arms at his sides, chest heaving. His eyes stayed open. He watched me the way a man watches a sunrise he was not sure he would live to see. I planted the tip of my falx in the puddle between us and held it there. The rain ran down the blade and pooled. My chest was heaving too. The thigh wound burned. The sling arm ached from the impact vibrations traveling through my skeleton. But the voice inside me was quiet, not silent, quiet. The way a room is quiet when everyone in it agrees. He looked up. The torchlight caught his face, and there was no anger in it, no defeat, something closer to relief. I see a bud of friendship between us, he said. I offered my left hand. He took it. I pulled him to his feet. We stood in the rain. The Gemini clone was gone. Oro was still propped against the wall where I had left him, the sack dark with water, his bound legs still. He had stopped struggling. Maybe he had passed out. Maybe he had given up. Either worked. Spartacus pressed one hand against his solar plexus and breathed carefully through the pain. His other hand hung at his side, the knuckles scraped and swollen. He looked at me for a long time. You spared me. It was not a question. Most Empire fighters would have killed me for the bounty. I was a salaryman in a peaceful country before this, I said. We do not fight to claim. We fight to protect. A peaceful country. He said the words slowly, like he was tasting something he had never encountered. Tell me about it. So I did. The words came out slowly at first, like water finding a crack in stone, and then all at once. I told him about Japan, a country far to the east, farther than any ship from the Cornelian Empire would ever reach. No slavery, public health for everyone, schools where children learned to read and write and did not learn to fight, laws that regulated weapons so strictly that a man could walk through a city at night and not fear a blade. My sister Maya, who had studied history so obsessively that she could describe the exact weight of a Dacian falx without ever having touched one. The dog Kanako, who was old and slow and happy. The rain on a Saitama afternoon, which sounded exactly like the rain falling on us now. Spartacus listened, really listened, not the way a general listens to a report, filtering for what he can use. The way a man listens to a story about a place he will never see but needs to know exists. I will not see that country, he said when I was done. His voice was quiet and steady, but knowing it exists makes my walk easier. He stood fully. The pain in his chest was visible in the careful way he held himself, but his spine was straight and his shoulders were square. He touched my good shoulder with one hand, held it there for a moment. I am going to die in the South. I know it. He said this without self-pity, without drama, the way you say something you have known for a long time and have finished being afraid of. Walk back to your household. Do not follow. He let go. He turned. He walked down the alley toward the far end, where the torchlight gave way to darkness, and he did not look back. His stride was steady. The leader's posture had returned, the one he wore on the platform when thousands of slaves looked up at him and believed something was possible. He walked the way a man walks when he has made his peace. The rain misted around his shoulders, and by the time he passed the last sconce, he was a silhouette, and then he was gone. I felt a small weight land on my good shoulder. Bolt. The little black lizard settled into his usual spot behind my collar, his golden eyes watching the place where Spartacus had disappeared. He did not make a sound. He never did. I bent down and picked up Oro. The senator was still breathing inside the sack, still alive, still going to face the mouth of truth. I walked toward the far end of the alley, toward the road that led north to Victor Temple. Bolt rode on my shoulder. The rain eased to nothing. The clouds thinned and a few stars showed through, distant and cold. I was crying, not sobbing, just tears, running down my face and mixing with the last of the rain. Maybe for Spartacus, maybe for Maya, maybe for Helion, maybe for the boy I used to be, the one who drove a refrigerated truck through Saitama at 4 in the morning and never thanked anyone for anything and died swerving for a rabbit. I walked. Bolt was warm against my neck. The household was waiting. Daisy, who needed to be told everything was fine. Paetia, who would want the details. Gargis, who would bring meatballs. Timidus, who would stand at the gate and salute like a soldier, even though no one had asked him to. The fight was not over. It would not be over for a long time. But the sword I carried now was not the same sword I had carried into that alley. It was a life-giving sword, and I was finally holding it with both hands. The temple smelled like river water and old stone. 20 columns curved around us in a circle, and at the center stood the altar, a carved stone face the size of a dining table, its open mouth dark and wet. The face was supposed to be the dragon water. I thought it looked more like an orca pretending to be a god. Patia stood at the altar's edge, hands folded, back straight, ambassador posture locked in. She had arrived before me. She had arranged the priestess, the permission, the legal framework, all of it while I was fighting Spartacus in a back alley. The gap between what I contributed and what she contributed to this operation was embarrassing. I had brought the prisoner. She had built the entire case. Drusilla, the priestess, stood to the right of the altar in white ceremonial robes, her face calm and ageless. She had granted Patia the temple's use under the old Parthena's accord. The ambassador status that everyone else had been using against Patia was, for once, working in her favor. When you spend months being treated as a diplomatic hostage, the day the treaty rights actually protect you instead of binding you must feel like stepping into sunlight. Oro sat in a stone chair facing the altar, wrists still bound, blinking in the gray light. He looked smaller than a senator should. He looked like what he was, a man who had spent his career bending rules for a patron more powerful than himself, and who had just run out of room to bend. Drusilla spoke first. Her voice carried the way temple voices do, flat, certain, no room for argument. The mouth requires a hand placed freely. The questions are limited to 3. The artifact remembers. A lie will be answered. Patia nodded once. Senator Oro, she stepped forward. Her voice was court smooth, the tone she used when every word was a weapon she had already sharpened. Is it true that you witnessed Senator Livius delivering a speech inciting rebellion in the town of Kopel? Oro's hand trembled on the stone mouth. The water around it glowed a faint, steady blue. He confirmed. The blue held. I watched Patia's face and made a private vow to never, under any circumstances, make this woman angry at me. She leaned closer. Oro flinched. Second question. Does Senator Sidious have knowledge of the plot to frame Senator Livius? Oro's jaw clenched. He tried to say no. The water crawled up his wrist, cold enough that I could see him shaking from across the room. The statue's carved eyes flickered, a deep, warning red. The kind of red that does not ask twice. He broke. His voice cracked like wet wood. The words came out in pieces, dragged from him one syllable at a time, and each one landed in the sanctum like a stone dropped into still water. He admitted it. Sidious knew. Sidious had always known. The blue returned. Patia did not smile. She did not celebrate. She took a breath, set her pen to parchment, and asked the third. Her hand was steady. Her voice was steady. Everything about her was steady. And I realized that I was watching someone who had spent months preparing for exactly this moment, who had studied the legal codes, practiced the phrasing, calculated the question order, and was now executing it with the precision of a surgeon cutting along a line she had drawn weeks ago. Is it true that you, Senator Oro, framed Senator Livius with false charges of rebellion? The silence lasted 3 seconds. Oro stared at the stone face. The water waited. He said yes. The blue confirmed. Patia turned to write the final notation, and that was when everything went wrong. Oro's right hand twitched. A ring I had not noticed, iron band, dull red stone, flashed once with a pulse of light that was gone before I could blink. A spell. Sent, received, done. The kind of magic that costs the ring itself. One use, one message. I lunged. Too late. The light was already fading from the stone. Oro looked at me through the terror and grinned. The divine chill was still on his skin, and he grinned anyway. He could not lie, but he could still kill. What he told us next came through the truth compulsion whether he wanted it to or not. The ring had sent a kill order. 5 hired soldiers. Target, Livius's mansion. Immediate. Patia was already moving. She crossed the sanctum floor in 4 steps, threw the temple door open, and found Juarez at his post outside. 3 sentences. Fast, clean, no panic in the delivery, even though her hands were shaking. Spell sent to Livius's mansion. Warn him. Kargis is there, but does not know. Juarez did not ask questions. He turned and ran. His footsteps echoed down the colonnade and faded into the morning. Patia came back. She sat across from Oro. Drusilla held the senator at the altar, her hand on his shoulder, the weight of the divine office pressing him into the stone chair. There was nothing more we could do from the temple. The message was sent. The race was on. Patia looked at Oro the way a surgeon looks at a limb that needs removing. You will face the trial now. Livius was reading at his courtyard table when the soldiers arrived. I was not there. I learned what happened from Kargis afterward, and from Livius himself at the trial. But the way they both told it, the details matched so precisely that I can relay it the way it happened, not the way I heard it. Livius's mansion had been quiet for 2 days. Most of his staff had been dismissed or sent away under the house arrest order. Only a handful of servants remained, and one household guard who had arrived 48 hours earlier on Claudius's orders. A large man with a mace, positioned at the side entrance, who ate meals with the kitchen staff and did not talk much. That guard was Kargis. He had been there for 2 days, not asking questions, not volunteering information, just present, the way a locked door is present. You do not think about it until the night someone tries to come through. 5 soldiers in courtyard livery walked through the front gate. They told Livius he was summoned to the Senate. Their armor was heavier than a messenger detail needed. Their hands stayed too close to their hilts. Livius noticed. He started to rise anyway, a senator's reflex, even a trapped one. Kargas, watching from the side entrance, saw the lead soldier's sword hand twitch wrong. Not the gesture of a man delivering a message, the gesture of a man timing a draw. 5 arena matches and a lifetime of watching men try to kill him had given Kargis an eye for the difference between a fist that carries a message and a fist that carries a blade. He stepped forward, quietly, placed himself between the lead soldier and Livius. He did not draw his mace. He did not raise his voice. He spoke the way he always spoke, plain, honest, like a man explaining something obvious. "Senator, I am Claudius's man. Have been since the palm branch saved me." His voice was steady, the voice of a man who had rehearsed nothing because the truth did not need rehearsal. "Stand up. We are leaving through the back." The lead soldier drew. Kargis moved. The lead soldier did not survive what came next. Kargis threw a second assassin against the courtyard wall. The man hit stone and did not get up. The remaining three looked at the body on the tiles, looked at Kargis, this giant who had cleared the space around Livius the way a storm clears a field, and ran. He lifted Livius gently by the arm. That gentleness was the part that broke me when he told me later. The same hands that had just ended, a man could hold a senator's elbow like it was made of glass. That was Kargis. That had always been Kargis. They went out through the back gate, into the alley behind the mansion, and started walking. Fast, but not running. Running draws attention. On the way, Kargis explained. Not much. He was not a man who needed many words. Helion spared me in the arena. Claudius spared me with the palm branch. I owe both. He kept his eyes forward, scanning the street. "Today is the payment," Livius cried, quietly, the way older men cry. The kind where the face barely moves, but the breathing changes. The kind where you can only tell because the silence between their footsteps gets uneven. Kargis pretended not to notice. They walked. They stopped at the edge of the noble district. Livius looked down at his clothes. A fine wool tunic, clean, pressed, exactly the kind of thing a senator wears when nothing dramatic has happened to him. He tore it, deliberately, pulled the hem, rubbed dirt from the street into the fabric, scuffed his sandals against the gutter stones. When he was done, he looked like a man who had barely escaped an assassination, which, to be fair, he was. Kargis watched him do it with the expression of a man who had never considered that clothing could be a weapon. "If you serve the Duke," Livius said, adjusting his newly ruined toga, "you should learn about theater." They walked to the Basilica Aemilia. The trial Claudius had arranged was about to begin. The basilica was full, 100 meters of Carthaginian marble, Ionic columns rising to a ceiling painted with 7 dragons. Claudius had arranged everything with the kind of speed that said he had been preparing for weeks. Before the trial began, Clinius found me in the back corridor and handed me a gold-trimmed costume, ceremonial armor, red cape, the kind of outfit a gladiator wears when his patron needs him to be a walking advertisement. I looked at the cape. "Helion, you are a client of Livius. It is natural for a gladiator to use his influence for his patron." He adjusted his glasses. "Fulfill your duty." I put it on. I hated it. When I escorted Oro into the main hall, the gallery erupted. The audience recognized me, the beast slayer of Brutus, the gladiator with the impossible win record. They pointed, they gasped, they whispered about my patron Livius, and the senator I was walking to the stand. The spectacle was doing exactly what Clinius had designed it to do. I delivered Oro to the dock and retreated to the witness row. The magistrate thanked me. The trial began. Clinius took the stand first. He stood at the center of the floor, a small man in a plain toga with wireframe glasses, and spoke with the careful precision of someone who had chosen every word 3 days in advance. "Honored senators." His voice carried easily across the marble. "I did not advise detaining Senator Livius. Whoever ordered the detention acted without my counsel." He paused. "Let the sentence settle. I recommended that, should Senator Livius show suspicious movements, a trial be initiated according to the 12 tables. As far as I am aware, that trial has not yet taken place." In the noble seats, I saw Sidious. His face did not move, but his fingers on the bench rail went white. He had told the Senate that Clinius was the one who recommended Livius's detention. Clinius had just quietly and completely pulled that foundation out from under him. There was no eruption, no drama, just a small man with glasses telling the truth under oath, and a powerful man's framing collapsing without a sound. It was the quietest destruction I had ever witnessed. No swords, no blood, no arena sand. Just words, placed carefully, in the right order, at the right time. Clinius had chosen the right side. He had been positioned between 2 factions that could destroy him, and he had chosen to tell the truth. In a city built on assassination and political theater, that was either the bravest thing I had seen or the most calculated. I suspected it was both. I watched the senators around Sidious shift in their seats. Some of them had supported his faction a month ago. They were leaning toward Claudius's side of the gallery now, the way people lean away from a building that has started to crack. Livius took the stand next. His clothes told the story before his mouth did. The torn tunic, the mud, the scuffed sandals, the gallery murmured. The magistrate asked about his condition. Livius confirmed he could testify. He swore his oath to the great god and the ancient dragon Earth, and the prosecutor began. Had he been confined for over a month? Yes. Had soldiers attempted to harm him at his mansion? Yes. that very morning. And who saved your life, Senator? Livius turned toward the gallery, his hand extended toward the side of the courtroom. This man. His voice was clear, the voice of a politician who knew exactly when to stop being a politician and start being a human being. Kargis of the Brutus Training School. He is the hero of this trial. The gallery erupted. Cries of praise filled the basilica. Kargis stood at the edge of the floor, massive and awkward, scratching the back of his head, the way he always did when attention landed on him. The magistrate called for silence. The water clock was running. I caught Kargis's eye from the witness row. He looked at me. I nodded. He nodded back. That was all we needed. Everything between us, the arena match, the mercy, the palm branch, the years since, was in that nod. The audience did not see it. They did not need to. Everything since that first fight, the meals, the training, the poison, the forced match where the emperor wanted him dead and Claudius raised the palm branch, all of it led here. Every kindness repaid, every thread pulled tight. I called it Kargas being Kargis, a man who paid his debts and meant every word. Then they brought Oro to the stand. Paetia and Drusilla escorted him from the side entrance. A replica of the Mouth of Truth water statue had been set on the central altar, smaller than the one at the temple, but the same carved face, the same open mouth, the same dark water pooling inside. The prosecutor did not waste time. Had Oro confined Senator Livius? Yes. Had he ordered the confinement? The prosecutor pressed. Was it Oro who gave the order or someone above him? Oro's eyes moved, not to the prosecutor, not to the magistrate, to the noble seats, to the one face that had been watching him since the trial began. Sidious sat 3 rows up, motionless, his gaze on Oro the way a knife sits on a table, not doing anything, not needing to, just there. I could read his body, the shaking, the way his eyes kept flicking back to the noble seats. Sidious watched Oro the way a man watches a tool that is about to break. Oro was more afraid of the man in the gallery than of the divine artifact. Fear does not do math. Fear just picks the thing it can see. The prosecutor asked again, who ordered the imprisonment of Senator Livius? Oro placed his hand on the stone mouth. I saw the fingers curl around the carved lower lip. I saw the tendons in his wrist go taut. The highest authority responsible for imprisoning Livius, he said, and his voice cracked on every syllable, is me. He was protecting Sidious. He was lying. And the artifact that had stood in this city since before the Empire's founding did not care about politics, or faction wars, or the terror of a senator facing his master's eyes. It cared about truth. The mouth answered. The water in the basin moved first, a slow spiral climbing up his wrist, then his forearm, cold enough that the condensation was visible from the witness row. The carved stone eyes opened. The sound that followed was low and grinding, the kind of sound old buildings make when the foundation shifts. The stone face closed on his hand and would not open. Oro screamed. The sound filled the basilica, bounced off marble, hit the ceiling, and came back. Drusilla stepped forward. The priestess placed both her hands on the stone and spoke a word I did not recognize. The mouth released. When she finally drew his hand back, what came out was no longer a hand. The mouth had answered him. The gallery went silent. Not the silence of shock, though there was shock. Not the silence of horror, though there was that too. It was the silence of 500 people understanding at once that they had just witnessed divine judgment, and that the divine does not negotiate. The divine does not care who your patron is. The divine does not look at the noble seats before making its decision. I thought about the arena, about all the times I had watched a crowd decide whether a man lived or died with a gesture of their thumbs. This was different. This was not a crowd's verdict. This was something older and more certain than any human judge, and the certainty of it, the absolute grinding, stone-cold certainty, filled the basilica like water filling a basin. The prosecutor, pale, proposed to end the trial immediately. The magistrate agreed. Oro was to be arrested, placed in protective custody at a sanatorium, and investigated. The verdict, convicted, sentenced to permanent exile and confiscation of property. Livius was reinstated. Kargis was publicly honored as Claudius's recognized agent. The trial, the first in imperial history requested by the chancellor himself, was over. Sidious stood. He did not speak. He did not look at Oro. He turned, and he walked out of the basilica the way a man walks out of a room where nothing important happened. I watched him go. His back was straight. His pace was even. He gave the gallery nothing. But I had watched men in boardrooms walk out exactly the same way after losing a deal they could not afford to lose. I knew what that walk meant. It meant he would be back. Sidious's framing had collapsed. His operator was destroyed. His faction had bled seats in the gallery. The first round of the war between Claudius and Sidious was over, and Claudius had won it. But Sidious was not a man who lost one round and went home. He was a man who lost one round and spent 6 months building the next weapon. The snake had shed a skin. The snake was still alive. I stood in the witness row and watched the corridor swallow him. Bolt sat on my good shoulder, quiet as always. The trial was done. Livius was free. Kargis was recognized. Padia had broken the case from the inside. Clinius had chosen the right side under pressure and delivered the testimony that mattered. And somewhere in the south, Spartacus was walking toward the ending I already knew. And somewhere in the noble district, Sidious was walking toward a future I could not predict. I adjusted my sling. The thigh wound from the duel still ached. The gold costume Clinius had made me wear was already starting to itch. I wanted to go home. I wanted to sit in my chair and eat whatever Daisy had cooked and let Bolt sleep on my knee and not think about senators or trials or divine judgment for at least one evening. But I had been alive long enough, in both lives, to know that the quiet moments are what you fight for, and they never last as long as you need them to. The morning after the trial, I sat in my chair by the window and did absolutely nothing. It was the most peaceful thing I had done in months. Sunlight came in sideways through the shutters. Bolt lay curled on my knee. Patia sat across from me at the kitchen table, reading a letter I did not ask about, because for one morning, I wanted the only sounds to be the clink of a cup and the creak of old wood. That lasted until the pigeon arrived. Cassandra's network used gray carrier pigeons with blue thread on the left leg. The bird landed on the windowsill, blinked twice, and held out its leg as if offering me something I did not want. Bolt opened one eye, examined the pigeon, and went back to sleep. I untied the strip of parchment and read it once. Then I read it again. Crixus's rebels had retreated to Pompeii after the defeat on the plains. Fewer than 20,000 left from 50. Crassus had surrounded them with his 60,000 and demanded Spartacus be handed over. Crixus had walked to the front gate and declared that he was Spartacus. Then another rebel had stood up and said the same. Then another. Then dozens. The report said they came forward one after another, each claiming the name, each knowing what it meant. Crassus had ordered them all killed. But before the first stake went into the ground, the mountain answered for them. Vesuvius, the earth dragon's wrath, building for months beneath the corrupted soil, fed by every drop of blood spilled since the rebellion began. The Pantheon Council's warning from the temple had not been a prediction. It had been a countdown. The eruption took Pompeii. It took the rebels. It took the legions. It took Crassus and his 60,000, and his ambition, and his crucifixion order. Both armies taken in fire. The earth dragon had decided this would not be the way it ended. Somewhere in that fire, Spartacus had died. Not on a cross, not in chains, not dragged before an emperor to be displayed. He had died with his people, at the center of the camp, standing. The pigeon report could not confirm that last part. I confirmed it myself, because I knew him, and I knew how he stood. I read the letter a second time. I set it down on the table. I walked to the window and looked south, toward the faint smudge of ash that was already drifting across the horizon. Patia came to stand beside me. She did not ask what the letter said. She had seen my face. I thought of the rain-soaked alley, the bud of friendship he had offered me. He had listened when I described Japan, a nation where the wars had ended and people worried about train schedules instead of empires. And then he had walked south because his people were still dying and he could not be the one who left. I bowed my head once. Bolt shifted on my shoulder. The ash drifted. The earth dragon had decided. And Spartacus had walked into it the same way he walked into everything, forward, with his people behind him, and no apology for any of it. Fuga arrived in the afternoon, smelling like road dust and something worse. He landed on the kitchen table, folded his tiny legs beneath him, and delivered the second report without his usual theatrics. Wenemaus's escape group, 12,000 strong, mostly non-combatants, retreating north through the mountains toward the river. They had seen the eruption from a hilltop, the column of fire and ash rising over the horizon like a fist, and there, on that hilltop, Mars had appeared. Fuga's voice dropped. He said it plainly, the way you say things that are too ugly for performance. Mars's whisper had turned them on each other. Oenomaus could only watch his people unmake themselves before he could speak a word that might stop it. Of the 12,000, most were gone by their own hands. Mars had vanished afterward, her work done, the Chaos Dragon's appetite fed. Oenomaus was alive, wounded, alone, walking south with a handful of survivors. I absorbed it. The office worker in me, the part that had once spent 12-hour days reading spreadsheets and pretending that overwork was the same as meaning, wanted to file this under losses and move on. The gladiator in me wanted to hit something. Both of us, Adrian and Helion the Veek, sharing the same chest, just sat there and let the weight of it settle. Can Can you find him? I asked. Fuga's ear twitched. His tail curled and uncurled. I will try. Patia took my good hand. She held it without speaking. We sat like that for a long time, the three of us in the gray afternoon light, mourning the entire rebellion together. The ones who had fought, and the ones who had been used, and the one man who had tried to lead them somewhere better and failed, because the gods had their own schedule. Livius arrived at dusk in his full senator's robes, restored, cleaned, pressed, every fold deliberate. He looked like a man who had spent the last month under house arrest and was now making sure everyone remembered what he looked like when he was free. Cassandra walked behind him, favoring her right leg slightly, but moving under her own power. Cyclos waddled at Livius's elbow, bread already in hand. The apartment was too small for all of them. It had always been too small. That was part of the point. Livius sat down, accepted the tea Patia poured, and told me that he had recommended me for senior gladiator status to Emperor Augustus. Augustus, who was currently throwing what Livius diplomatically described as a sustained tantrum over Vesuvius ruining his triumph ceremony, had approved the recommendation because Helion's household was aligned with Claudius, and Augustus needed visible alliance gestures to hold his crumbling political facade together. The promotion was real. I had a title. I had political weight. I was, in the eyes of the Empire, no longer just a gladiator who had won 5 matches and survived a rebellion. I was a senior gladiator of the Cornelian Empire, with all the obligations and protections that came with it. I accepted. There was nothing dramatic about it. I said yes because the people I wanted to protect needed me to have the authority to protect them, and because refusing would have insulted the man who had just spent a month in chains on my behalf. Then Livius looked at Patia and said something I did not expect. Brief him on the key. The others had moved to the corridor. Patia and I sat alone at the table with the key between us, the ornate thing with the blue gem and the orca design that had been returned to me with my citizenship possessions months ago. I had carried it. I had never understood it. Patia picked it up and turned it in the lamplight. Her voice shifted. The ambassador gone, the scholar arriving. This is an arcana clavis, she said. A divine class key. Each one is bound to a specific dragon. This one belongs to water, she explained. The scrolls I had been using were single use. Each one opened the lock once and burned away. The arcana clavis was the master key. Direct channeling. Unlimited access to the dragon's domain. I stared at the key. Then I stared at Patia. Then I stared at the key again. I have been carrying this for months, she nodded. Her eyes held a mixture of amusement and exasperation that I had come to recognize as her default when I missed something obvious. Water class healing, water class barriers, water class manipulation. She set the key down. Her fingers brushed mine. You can also be killed by misuse. Your body is the limiter. The power channels through mortal flesh, and mortal flesh has costs. Inside, Helion the Veek stirred, the original soul, the gladiator who had lived in this body before me, the partner I had fought beside since the dream in the rain and the Katsujinkan lesson. He spoke the way he always spoke now, not separate, not distant, but woven into the same thread of thought. I knew. I kept it back so we would train the body up to it. Of course he had. Of course the body's original owner had been sitting on a divine magic key and not mentioning it because he wanted to see how far we could get on muscle and iron alone. I wanted to be angry. I was too tired to be angry. And somewhere underneath the exhaustion, I understood he had been right. The body was ready now in a way it had not been before the 5 matches, before Altium, before the arm, before the duel with Spartacus, and the synchronization that followed. I looked at Patia. She was watching me with the expression she wore when she knew I was having an internal conversation she could not hear. I will use everything I have, I said, all of it, to protect what we have built. She took my good hand. The lamplight caught the key between us. Our gaze held, and for a moment the apartment was very quiet and very warm, and the only thing that existed was the space between her fingers and mine. They came in 1s and 2s, and within an hour, the apartment was full. Kargis arrived with Neas at his side, the boy hugging my good arm before I could react. Neas had grown, still thin, but his color was better and his grip was surprisingly firm. Kargis stood behind him with the expression of a man who did not know what to do with his hands. "Brother," he said. That was all he needed to say. Manti had cooked. The smell filled every corner. Lamb stew, fresh bread, something with rosemary. Daisy had made cheese, the soft white kind, pressed and salted, with honey drizzled in a pattern that was either decorative or accidental. She stood next to the plate waiting for a verdict. I tried it. It was good. She exhaled like she had been holding her breath for an hour. Patia was in the kitchen helping Monty with the bread. Quares and Timidus stood at the doorway, discussing sightlines with the focused intensity of 2 men who believed that gate security was a calling, not a job. Timidus had his spear leaning against the wall. He was not technically on duty. He was always on duty. Cassandra sat on the floor cushion by the window with a cup cup of wine, and for the first time since I had known her, she looked actually relaxed. Her shoulders were down, her back was against the wall. Cyclos was at the table, eating bread with the single-minded focus of a craftsman who approached food the same way he approached ironwork, seriously, methodically, and without conversation. Bolt sat on Daisy's shoulder, tail curled around her neck. Fuga perched on the counter with a cup of honey mead, his whiskers twitching. I looked around the room. The lamplight caught the faces one by one. Kargis laughing at something Manti said, Nias tugging Daisy's sleeve, Patia wiping flour from her hands, Juarez scanning the doorframe, Cassandra lifting her cup. Inside, Helion the Veek spoke. 2 souls, 1 chest, 1 thought. This is what we won. And I answered him with the same words, because they were the only ones that fit. This is what we won. Kargis told the story halfway through the meal. His son, he said, had been asking every day when my arm would heal. Not because he was worried, because he wanted me to teach him the Walpurgis buckler technique, the one Maya had lectured me about, the one that had saved my life against Anklaus, the one that a 7-year-old boy apparently considered the single most important skill in the Empire. Nias stood up from his cushion. He picked up a bread plate. He held it in front of him like a shield, crouched low, and made a sound effect that I can only describe as a child's best guess at what a buckler parry sounds like. Everyone laughed. Not politely, the kind of laughing where Kargis had to put his cup down and Manti covered her mouth, and even Juarez, who I had never seen smile, looked away too quickly. Nias beamed. He performed the technique again, this time adding a spin that had no tactical value whatsoever, but brought the house down. I laughed until my ribs hurt. Then I stopped, because for one breath I thought of Spartacus, standing at the gate with his people behind him, walking into the fire that was already falling. Patia noticed. She always noticed. Her hand found mine under the table and squeezed once, not pulling me back, not telling me to stop feeling it, just letting me know she was there. I bowed my head for 1 second, 1 breath for the man who had walked south, 1 breath for the rebels who had claimed his name, 1 breath for the mountain that had answered. Then I lifted my head, and the room was still full, and the bread was still warm, and Nias was still holding the plate like a champion, and the evening went on. Past midnight, the household was asleep. I could hear Kargis snoring through the wall, the deep, rumbling kind that meant he was home and safe, and not thinking about senators or assassins. Manti's footsteps padded once as she adjusted his blanket, then silence. Nias murmured something about his father in his sleep. Daisy had fallen asleep at the table, and Pattaya had guided her to bed. Timidus was in the corridor, back against the stone, spear across his knees, dozing upright because he insisted that a gatekeeper slept at the gate. I stood at the window. The half-moon hung over the city, silver and clean above the faint haze of volcanic ash still drifting from the south. The stars were visible through the gaps. Bolt sat on the sill, his small dark body outlined against the moonlight, watching east the way he always watched east, towards something I could not see and he would never explain. I thought about Maya. I thought about Earth. I thought about an old dog named Kanako, who was probably asleep right now on a blanket in a house in Saitama, waiting for a man who would never come home. I whispered it to the moon because there was nobody else to say it to. Are you still there? The silence held. The city breathed. The ash drifted. Then, a sound at the sill. Soft, close, real. A white owl had landed on the stone. Not the gray messenger owls Cassandra's network used. An owl with feathers the color of earth snow. Clean, bright, impossible in a city that had not seen snow in decades. Its eyes were old, older than the city, older than the empire. They held the kind of depth that comes from watching the same sky from 2 different worlds. Bolt sat up. His tail went still. He did not move from the sill, but he pressed himself flat against the stone and lowered his head, the way he did when something divine was nearby, and he wanted to be small and respectful and present. I bowed once. I did not know why. My body knew before my mind did. The owl looked at me. Its gaze held, and the room shifted, not in space, not in time, but in something underneath both that I had no name for. Mercury's bridge, Pattaya would have called it. The dragon-class crossing, the residual link that birth had left in my soul when he pulled me from the ditch and the silence and the rabbit on the winter road. For 30 seconds, the world opened. I saw her, Maya, standing in the yard of our old house, the house I had stopped visiting, the house where she lived alone with the lectures and the dog and the calendar where she still marked my birthday in red. Late afternoon light, autumn, the kind of golden hour that makes everything in Japan look like a photograph someone took on purpose. Kanako was at her feet, the old dachshund, asleep on a blanket, white-muzzled, legs tucked, breathing slow. She had aged. Her fur had gone pale at the edges. Her eyes, when they opened briefly, were clouded. But she was warm, and she was there, and Maya's hand rested on her back the way it always had. Steady, present, not going anywhere. Maya looked up. She looked through the bridge, through the 30 seconds, through whatever impossible connection the owl and the dragon and the universe had decided to allow for reasons I would never fully understand. She saw me. I knew she saw me because her face did the thing it always did when she found me doing something she had predicted. The half smile, the slight tilt, the expression that said I knew you would figure it out eventually. She spoke, clearly, the way she always spoke when she meant every word and wanted you to remember it. Adrian, I love you. I'm keeping Kanako warm. Walk well. Live now. The bridge held for one more breath. I saw her hand on the dog. I saw the yard. I saw the potted plants by the fence, and the bicycle leaning against the wall and the window of the room where she had lectured me about the Walpurgis fencing manual, and the falcata, and the Roman gladius, and every other weapon that had kept me alive in a world she would never visit. Then the yard faded. The golden light dimmed. The bridge closed. I was back at the window. The owl was still on the sill. Its old eyes held mine for one long moment, the kind of moment that has no measurement, that exists outside the count of seconds and minutes and the careful math of empires. Then it turned. Its wings opened, wide, white, silent, and it lifted from the stone and flew into the night sky, east, toward the stars, toward the place where the bridge began and ended and began again. I watched it go. There were tears on my face. They were the kind that come when someone you love says the thing you needed to hear and you realize you have been waiting for it across 2 lifetimes and did not know how heavy the waiting was until it was over. Walk well. Live now. Behind me, a door opened. Soft footsteps. Pathia. She had woken, or she had never slept, and she crossed the room without speaking and put her hand on my good shoulder and stood beside me at the window. She did not ask what I had seen. She did not ask why I was crying. She just stood there, warm and steady, her hand on my shoulder, the way she had stood beside me at every turning point since the day she screamed my name across the arena and saved my life. Bolt moved from the sill to her wrist and settled there, tail curled, eyes on the eastern sky. The household was asleep behind us. Kargis and Nias and Monty through the wall. Daisy in her bed with the blanket pulled to her chin. Timidus at the gate, spear across his knees. Cyclo somewhere in the building, probably dreaming about ironwork. Fuga on the counter, ears flat, tail still. Juarez by the door, eyes closed, hands folded, sightlines memorized. The stars were out. The ash had cleared